This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet. Another huge day in European cricket. It's day 4 here in Bulgaria, and we're getting ready for 5 more matches in the European Cricket Series. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, in from the studio this morning. We'll say well done to all of our technical team. Had some real issues to deal with in the last few minutes to bring the broadcast, but it looks like we should be good to get underway. Maybe just a few minutes behind schedule, but yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one goes. And there were 6 teams here all fighting for 4 spots on finals Sunday it is. And yeah, it looks like it'll be a pretty interesting day, especially for those 2 teams that are in the drop zone right now. And I think, look, it's always an interesting one in Bulgaria because you have an interesting kind of mix of players and players across different teams. And we had a few player movements in recent years as well, which have kind of thickened the plot, if you like. Also, a few new faces for the first time. I will say that for the teams that are in the drop zone, it's a pretty uncomfortable time at the moment. More about that in a second. Let's go back and have a look at yesterday when we saw the BCC Spartans start the day with a win against MU Trachea, winning by 15 runs. Adrian Dunbar, pretty classy player. I still remember him scoring 100 on debut for Serbia in T20I cricket. He scored 59 not out and set up that 142. Jacob Gould's having a pretty good tournament. 2 wickets for him in the response as Spartans held on by 15 runs, although Trachea did receive a point by exceeding 70% of the first innings total. Match 2 saw the MUS Academic Ravens score 149, Zaru with 71, but it was an extraordinary chase, really, with the Mishras combining. Shiva Mishra with 97 not out, deserved 100. Prakash hit his form as well, 42 not out, and that was after they lost a wicket very first ball. It was a crazy chase, really. We were calling it the 9 men from Neptune because yesterday was the World Aliens Day as well, so kind of rocking and shocking the Ravens there. The Stars got the victory with 10 balls to spare. Trachea still 13, where they were able to reach 120. Just those 3 batters doing most of the heavy lifting for CC Ulis MU Trachea. 120 wasn't enough. So Sophia Stars ended up taking all 4 points. It was Murad Khan this time that was able to do the business off the last ball of the 7th. His 95 not out set that up, and all 4 points going to the Stars, who that was actually the first match they played with full complement after they had some issues fielding the 11. Understandable, I suppose, this time of the year, but Gangadeep Singh was pretty important there for the Stars in the opening. Had a bit of an off-the-radar 1 or 2 balls to start his over, then came good. Okay, match number 14 then, with CCU's MU Trachea still searching for that first win. They were able to get a similar score, 119 this time against the MUS Academic Ravens. Ravens were able to chase it down. They had to settle for just the 3 points. Raihan Hussein's having a pretty good series and showing a bit with the bat at 39 not out of 12 as Warwick helped out, 34 for him, and that 65 not out for Zaid Sulat was in vain. The Trachea once again having to settle for the 1 point, and that means that Trachea have an 0-5 record at the end of yesterday. They do have 4 points out of those 5 losses. Still a bit of distance just developing between them and the team above. We saw the BCC Spartans take on the Stars, and this was my match of the day in match number 15. But Spartans a little bit disappointing with the bat. Dunbar, again, top scoring, but 37 for him and 20 for Sid now. The only 2 Spartans to get double figures. 99 never looked like it was going to be enough, and it proved to be the case. Back to Tahiri. Good to see him back in the side yesterday for the Stars. He scored 59 not out. And the Sophia Stars, they got up with 13 balls to spare. Amas Jatwa, 2 for 12 for the Stars in the first innings was pretty important, wasn't it? And also Sahil Kumar with 1 for 14, keeping things very tight. So this is how the table looks after 3 days of action. And actually we are bang halfway through, although the teams haven't played the even amount of games, but we are halfway through the group stage with Sophia Stars 6-0. Quite remarkable given their kind of undermanning problems. And then you can see it's pretty spaced out. I mean, Ravens in second, but we know that they've played more games than the teams under them. BCC Spartan, I think, will fancy their chances to get up to that second chance, despite having absorbed 2 losses so far. Plovdiv in the 4 and in there by 3 points at the moment. Really, I think with Trachea and the BCSU All Stars, they need to make a move, need to make it pretty quickly if they're to challenge for a spot in the final. Out there now. And well, good morning to everyone in the live chat. Be happy to have some circles working. Of course, had 3 issues. Deep seeing with the perfect start, none for one. That's the thing, I suppose. You got a bit of extra bounce in this pitch, and you can see the batters, they're not necessarily that comfortable playing those horizontal bat shots. Especially got a bit of pace about you, and Gugdeep certainly is one of those bowlers. Yeah, he's going to start with a boundary. Ball there as well. Stand up for no ball. Again. The ball was called. No ball as well. It isn't catched in. Everyone's well. I'm making Apologies for that. Just a few technical issues, but well done to the crew in the background for sorting those out. Hopefully, we will be back in business and made a bit of a decision to get the game going. We'll work on a few issues in that. So, come on to our crew there. And cruise for a single. Mishra, pretty good series. Yeah, that big side. But he worked it. Yeah, for 2 circles, it did amazing work. With that broadcast all the time, locations, amazing how far we've come. Doesn't mean occasionally we'll have few issues that need to be sorted out. And some areas we have sometimes you have broadcast 2 or 3 hour game, 4 hour game even. Apologies again for some technical issues this morning, but I think she's back up and running. It's been a little bit of an issue with the broadcasting from ground in Bulgaria down to the city. Remember that? So everything's been tried to get the broadcast up to scratch for you this morning. Good. We worked into the reverse vortex there with the 4 runs initially over. So, good morning. You can actually see all the it's just something that is frustrating, I suppose. But, I think a few things worked the way they should, but the Stars had a good start, didn't they? But a bit of a fight back. I was going to call this a wide, pretty tight one. Umpires actually really well. And how many the All Stars need to be competitive for? So 20 for 1 of 2.4 again because of some of these issues. The scoreline up at the moment. Led, that's going to be the end. With the All Stars losing a second wicket, Palouse tried to go Cowboy style leg side. Middle edge flies through to the keeper. Nagy does the rest. And the SCU All Stars lose their second wicket. It's 20 for 2. Palouse the action on his part. Over by the captain, Akme Harihuma, end of the third over, and it's 20 for 2. Let's see, we at least got the scorecard back. That's not the worst start. I have a shit, but will be the bowler. First ball. And Jethwa rolls out the same one again, and Ashia is finding it hard. Way behind the 8 ball. And 3 in a row now. This is good stuff. Here's Duff getting ready to go. 4 dots now in a row. So it's a tough little period for the All-Stars. We'll get some bat on ball here, but only get a run. Really turning the screws, Sophia Stars. So, Jethwa only the 1 in the over. Been a great effort. We missed that one. That will be the boundary they needed. So, but just a single in the 4 in the over, a brilliant over above it, and at the end of the 4th over, 26 for 2. The Stars the first early in the tournament, but found a way to have big results. Those players that they've had performed over and above. It's a superhuman thing. It's Oscar Duff. He's bowling the 5th over. Ashia needs to turn the corner, doesn't he? Oscar, very good young player. Never mind, Oscar. You could hear that. It's hard to believe he's just 16 years of age. We've seen him for a while now on ECN. Well, that's a wild one. It might be an interesting one to see from side on. One yet. Okay, that's a no ball. Hit coming up a bit too full there. Lost it up. Away. That's nicely bowled. Duff gets back on the money. Seems pretty good to me. He says no, it's a wide. Let's get a bit of line. Maybe a tiny bit. I wasn't certain about it. Up in the air this time. Come back for two. It's good running.
Well done, guys. Good work. Keep going, Oscar. Keep going, Oscar. Easy.
Can't get away for four. So Kumar has to lift the CSC All-Star something competitive. Easy, no doubt about that. Into the fifth over, it's 38 to 2 after 5.
Unlucky, Oscar.
Don't expect that. Ends up going for 4 overthrows. That'd be a rare non-Maximo 6. 40 2 after 5.
Unlucky, Oscar. यहाँ आसमान.
Through 80 pace. By the airmail over Nagy, ended up at the boundary. Here's Shetwa, who's going to bowl the 6. Huh? And again, got to say, Hashi, I think probably the time's come and gone where he probably should have been moved along. I suppose they're a bit worried about who they can replace him with.
क्या बात है यार मार दो इजी 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 अरे इजी है
Jetwa pings it. Oh, now we've got a potential hamstring issue. Now we might have a run out. Well, we won't. Oh, well, that's ECS cricket.
well done baby हाँ हाँ
Not the easiest one to describe, actually. That's a funny one.
ठीक है सूरज भैया
Got jammed up, never tried a shot, but probably was trying to get out the way.
गजब यार
Just didn't do a very good job of it, that's all. Leg by given. Ashir can get one run here, but it's been heavy going, hasn't it?
कोई ना प्लेवी
Creative now.
ओवर 8 ओवर मैच
End of the over, so 43 for 2.
बैट पे जब खेल रहा था बॉल ऊपर जाके नीचे आने लग गई
Again, hearing me okay?
देवी
You are, maybe you're not.
कंट्रोल
I
कर
would
लो
have some of it
लंबी ले लो
with things this morning, but no, I'll do it. Two servers now, planning the break for some of those issues, and hopefully we're going smooth in the second half of this game. And today, great job considering moving around, conditions, applications.
ओए रे अनलकी ऑस्कर
Before really sets it in very quickly. Never gave the third a hope. So she'll take the runs. 15 now.
on Oscar new ball new luck come on it's your wicket Oscar keep going oh my
Well bowled by Duff. Not an easy one. Back away and trying to cut. He's missed many more cuts than he's attempted. Hashir.
on Oscar मारो ना
This time they decide to run. And I suppose with the keeper being so far back, Harry Kumar felt it was a pretty safe option, and they do decide to get through. So Hashir again backing away. Not really an easy one.
hard work pays off
They kind of pinch the strike back for Harry Kumar, but he doesn't last a lot longer. Check it out in the replay. Finally, a little edge on one behind. There's been plenty that have been missed, but this one takes a feather. And so Oscar with his first wicket of the day. It'll be the end of Akshay Harry Kumar for 12, and it's 48 for 3. Shibin Abraham is the new batter.
Come on, Oscar. One more in this over. One more. Palat jao. Jaate raho.
A ball by Oscar up in the block hole. Shibin good enough to knock it away, but only a single. This is looking like another potential 4-point opportunity for the Sophia Stars.
Keep going, mate. One more. Keep going, it's your wicket.
Oh, it's Vortex. Forget it. That's gone deep into the jungle. So Hashir, they say his top clock's right twice a day. He'll get 4 runs there, and it'll take us to the end of the 7th over, and the score 53 for 3. Brings up the 50. All right, Hashir, it's been a bit of a trial, hasn't it? He's 19 off 24 balls. Let's have a look at the calendar. Of course, you can see we're about halfway through season 2025. It goes quickly, doesn't it? I know Belgium's going to be really exciting. That starts on Monday, franchise-style tournament with 7 teams. And then Krefeld, 10 teams waiting there. I'll be doing a little bit of Stockholm. Phil G carrying that one. And then, of course, back to England. We'll be at Wimbledon. I know Wimbledon's happening right now. But we'll have our very own Wimbledon, won't we?
Ball, yaar. Ball, Sahil bhai. Kya baat hai, Sahil pa?
So, 3 overs to go. Sahil Kumar to bowl the 8th. And up in the air, bit of an awkward one, falling safely. I think it tried 2. Really should have had a run out there. But they do scramble for 2 ball. It doesn't really leave the infield. And Sally says, here, have this. I said, yeah, okay. That's in the air, but straight to the fielder, but he drops it. Murad Khan. Wouldn't have expected him to put that one down. A flat batter, but should have been taken. Just on the move, wasn't very stable. Well, back away hasn't really been working too much. Bashir in this innings. I think you've got to give credit to the Stars. More often than not, they've got the lines right. It's that left foot. Now it kind of practices a bit more of a correct bit of footwork. But yeah, wherever there was a case for a retire out, I think you're seeing it here. He's 19 of 26 balls. Scary thing is there's been 3 4s. So if you take, there's just been a lot of top balls is what I'm saying. It's not like there's been a lot of 1s or miss-hit 1s or anything like that. Knock and run. But I don't think they want to take it in the end. You can understand that, given the circumstances. So it'll just be 3 off the over. And 56 for 3 after 8. I'd say it all happens in the ninth, but it has to be something pretty sensational to get the PSC All Stars back in the game.
Shapa, shapa, shapa.
Mishra takes it in. Fielder out, big backward square. We haven't seen Prakash with the ball. A few comments about that. So, confirming we do have the retired out. Or his schedule comes to an end, retired out 19 or 27. Jake gets an opportunity. He's not facing at the moment. The All-Stars remember. Shot though. Yeah, they needed something. They get something. Abraham puts it away, and needed mangle to say the least for the PSC All-Stars. It's going to be too short there. Mishra, way to get the ball back. Slow ball hit down the ground. Well fielded that time. Clean from Murad. How about his 95 not out yesterday? That was some sort of innings. Jacob then strategically put in the game because they hope he can score quicker than Mohammed Hashir. Throws the hands of this first up, and that's going to fly. Well, Maximo, but it just begs the question why they didn't make. You consider how many of those cut shots were attempted by Hashir and missed. So the throw might be gone. Yeah. I'm going to have a look at this, but no doubt for me that Abraham's short of his ground. They're already celebrating the Sophia Stars. Checking out the replay, thanks for 2 circles, but there's too much doubt about this one. Step maybe 2. So, unselfish stuff by Shibin. I think he's trying to search for everyone possible and make the play here, but pretty good throw. Good pace throw from Sahil Kumar. Mishra does the rest. So 68 for 5 after 9. Last over to come. Now, just joined us, I do apologise for the issues technically in the background. Broadcast a bit low quality this morning so far. So at the end of this over, I'll go to the break and quickly check out the highlights and all that. And we'll just try and start getting working on a few things in the background so that let's go for a second. A slightly longer break as well, 2 minutes, just to allow our technically minded people to be working as short. Here's the last over.
ठीक है रोक लो भैया होल्ड कर लो बहुत बढ़िया वेल डन बलवंत पाजी
Reggie John, the new batter. Swings and misses, but does get a run back to Jacob.
कम ऑन बॉल यार
Well bowled by Gagan. He's a good cricketer, Gagandeep Singh. We've seen quite a few years now.
बोल्ड यार बोल्ड पाजी
Good Jacob will have to go. A bit of bowling by Gagan. Good control. Looks like a slightly off-speed delivery. Crashes into the off stump. Beautiful location again with the footwork. So many others. Front leg and pretty hard to access that ball. It is straight. And Jacob does hit a 6 while he's out there. One of only 2 in the innings. And it starts now 69 for 6. Slight cutting foul ball at the fast top spinner. Slow speed ball compared to what his ball is.
अच्छा फिनिश करना शाबाश बॉल यार क्या बात है
This is Jaron Jose.
वेल बोल्ड
But now we're talking basically 70 chase in 7 overs. Another big swing and a miss. So All Stars have just been outshone here, haven't they, by Sophia Stars, who odds on to stay undefeated. Even more crucially, might take 4 points out of this. They'll be very hard to knock off.
क्या बात है पाजी यार
Top spot.
ओरे
I'll get a couple of runs for free here as Gagan loses it down the leg side. But anything outside off hadn't been hit so far.
राइटी है राइटी वेल डन लैड्स
All right, up in the air.
Hey.
Come back to here at least right. They will get it. 73 for 6 off the 10 overs. About 2.5 to run and over attempt for a 4-pointer. I hit thanks to the Sophia Stars. You can see the Sophia Stars were thinking when the toss bowl, put the pressure on and then potentially tap the 4 points again. That's the way it's panning out so far. Just to let everyone know, and I mentioned this in the chat, this extended innings break to work on a few of the technical issues that have plagued the broadcast this morning, but hopefully we're back and into the bat for the BSCU All-Stars. That was a juggling kind of catch, wasn't it, from Oscar Duff? That created a wicket off the very first ball of the day. It was Smibin Rafi who had to go, and the highlights were few and far between, weren't they? With only 6 fours and 2 Maximo's innings. There was also a non-Maximo 6 as a result of 4 overthrows, but it was hard going. And I think basically came down, that was the non-Maximo 6. It came down to the fact that the bowling was reasonably disciplined, I think, getting it outside the off stump and not really being counted in any serious way. Hashir laboured for his 19 off 27 balls. Harry Kumar 12 off 9. Palouse with 11 off 9. I won't say they were perfect, the Sophia Stars, either. I just think that they were a bit of a cut above the level that the All-Stars were able to provide. Run out late in the piece. We had a pretty good slow ball from Deep Singh. Rattled the off stump in the 10th over. So a bit of a frustrating one, especially with the BSCU All-Stars kind of at risk. They're in that bottom 2 at the moment without a win. And even if they could get a point out of this, it'd be some kind of result, because I think the Stars, well, they will be odds on to sweep the points. 19 to Mohammad Hashir, top scorer. Not often your top scorers retired out, and that's probably a bit of a concerning sign for the All-Stars. 12 for Akshay Harikumar, the captain, and 11 for Palouse. 13 extras, maybe a little bit on the higher side for the Sophia Stars, but I think all things considered, they'll be pretty happy where they're at. They can attack for the 4 points. 2 for 9 for Gagandeep Singh, but they had plenty of good performers with the ball, didn't they? 1 for 9, Sahil Kumar, Jet 22. Technical issues. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we'll see you shortly live on the European Cricket Network from Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Hello and welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy here in Bulgaria. Vinny Sandu with you, and hopefully you're hearing me a little bit louder and a little bit clearer than the first innings where we had a few technical issues that were hopefully dealt with in the innings break. So yeah, hopefully it's smoother sailing from here. Some technical issues, I think, as well with the BSCU All-Stars batting lineup. They found it pretty hard going on the way to 73 for 6 off their 10 overs. So now what that means is if the Sofia Stars can chase 74, they win the game. If they chase it in 7 overs, they will have all of the points, including the bonus point. And I think that is something that they've got their minds set on. And of course, it would put them even further ahead at the top of the table. Yeah, so looking nice and bright at the moment in Sofia, capital of Bulgaria. 22 degrees, warming up to around about 33 today. And yeah, fingers crossed we get everything up the way that it should be. It does make you appreciate how often things do run smoothly, though, when we've got around about 4,000 hours of live televised cricket a year. You're going to have your moments where it's not all plain sailing, but we're thrilled that we'll be continuing to do what we do, and we just overcome what we have to overcome when we need to. There's the bonus point equation. 7 overs or less, take the 4 points for the Sofia Stars. BSCU All-Stars, well, they would need a bit of a miracle. They need to keep Sofia Stars 51 or less. Can't see that happening, especially with the Sofia Stars going the way they're going. Murad Khan in form, faces up. Jose gets slashed away first ball, and that's going to be 4. We're away. And again, you just see a bit more of an assured stroke, assured footwork there.
Come on, Jimmy.
Nagy is out there with Murad Khan. That's a good comeback from Jaron. Let us know in the chat. Is this a better experience for you? Certainly seems that way to me at the moment. Big wide. Nagy was after a run, but I think Murad is a bit hungry for more of what Jaron's dishing up. Bounced off the keeper and hit Sunil and went straight to the man in the circle. Slower ball, but goes after it and just gets it over mid-off. And that's going to be 4. So it's just 2 teams that are kind of at different levels. That's the easy reading of what we've seen so far. And when these 2 teams met earlier on in the tournament, it was the first game of Tuesday. Once again over the top. That time might have actually gone all the way. They want to check this one. Looks like it might have just made it short of boundary there. Will we see it? Oh, not quite. Not quite. But it will be 4 runs. Great work by our friends at 2 Circles there. Murad just fairly commanding at the crease, isn't he? I suppose, yeah, the difference they've been able to play with a kind of straight back technique versus trying to swipe everything across the line. It's pretty obvious. Now he does get one that he goes with the angle. He wants to strike. He's going to get it. That's the end of the first over. And the Sofia Stars are 14 without loss. So 47 matches since the Golden Ball. I remember calling at least one Golden Ball in Sofia. Probably the one I remember the most was in the Eliminator. It was back in 2021 involving the Barbarians, which are basically a complete Bulgarian native side. Well, checks his shot here, and it's going to be popped over the top. Maximo, and that's that straight boundary we talked about because of the hill. See the hill? You can actually see the hill. This is why this straight boundary is shorter than it normally would be, and that's just a little pop, isn't it? We had a Golden Ball in 2020 in Bulgaria. And also in 2021 in that eliminator that I was just talking about. Now, this is going to be more runs. This could be over quickly the way things are going at the moment. Yeah, it was Indo-Bulgarian versus Indian Tuskers back in 2020. That was the 10th of September. And also the one I'm talking about was 10th of July. Emi Plovdiv versus Barbarians. It was an amazing game. You can see Murad is willing to respect the good ball, feeling he'll get a couple of bad balls and over he can go after. This time he goes up and over the top, straight pull from Murad, and that's going to be 4 more. One thing that never ceases to amaze me is how two circles seem to take these issues and they seem to find solutions so quickly. In any live TV broadcast, especially at our level, there's probably, I don't know, dozens of things that could go wrong at any time. And so to identify what they are, to try and make those fixes, it's a great effort. And I want to thank everyone for their patience as well in the community. I think most people appreciate. It's a minor miracle that we're able to function the way we do on ECN. I had a question: why did Prakash not bowl today? Well, probably because let's just say he's not as young as he once was. He probably felt didn't need to go through the physical trauma of bowling an over or two, given the situation. Other bowlers, I've got to say I liked Bhavesh Chetwa. I liked what he was delivering, pretty consistent. Goes up and over the top, and that's going to be 6 Maximo. Well, Nagy will finally get to face the ball, but not before the end of the second over. It's 34 without loss. 33 of those runs off the bat of Murad Khan, and we had a wide in there as well. So more fetching for Albin in the background. Really, this game's on borrowed time. Well, I did ask Alex. I said, "How do you guys fix so many things so quickly?" He fairly facetiously said he just unplugs things and plugs them back in until they work. I think we can all relate to that. They could go 9 points clear, top of the table here. Sofia Stars, it's hard to imagine they could lose top spot from there. Bearing in mind each team plays 10 games. But it ain't over till it's over. Nagy finally gets a go. He's a bit unlucky to go for a golden earlier in the tournament. I think it was yesterday when he slapped one, got caught. Very well caught in kind of gully region. Smibin Ruffy is going to be the bowler. Last over the power play. 40 off 30 for the BP. Gets full toss and puts it away. So Nagy is away and puts it into the driving range.
Come on, boys.
Not too much of Nagy, but he's a solid player. Does a good job behind the stumps with the Sophia Stars. Not an easy find. That one might have gone through the driving range. Why don't you have balls being hit back towards the driving range? Generally, that's not how it works. Crap for him slightly this time, but he'll get one and he'll hand the strike back to the dangerous Murad Khan. All right, well, I think that Murad's acutely aware there's only 4 balls to go left in this power play. Well, he wants a piece of Ruffy. Gets called a wide, tight call. Probably was just outside the wide line. Remember, if it gets any of that tram line, it should be good, but I think it seemed like a fair call. Now it goes up and over the top. And this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! He's a little bit concerned, wasn't he? Because I don't think it's perfect contact. But like I said, if you can hit straight, they're short boundaries, even shorter than normal. A few meters shorter than normal because of that hill. They don't want people fielding up the hill. I mean, that would be interesting. And so that one, I think, normally gets caught, even on a regular ECN boundary. But because it's in a bit, it just pops over the top of the fielder. Even the 4-pointer down to about a run a ball now. No, yeah. Child's play, really. That's going to bounce just inside. They probably want to have a look at it. Are they happy? That's 4 runs. Well, that's the thing. If you have a good technique, you can actually use the qualities of this pitch to your advantage. Because it's got a bit of life in it. It's got a bit of pace in it. 50's up in the 50 partnership, but it's Murad that's been doing the heavy lifting. 24 runs to win. Oh, well bowled. Slow ball. Ends the dot. But they're small wins, aren't they? Just small wins for the BSC All-Stars. Now he's deciding to expand his horizons a little bit, and Murad goes Maximo. He moves to 49. End of the power play, and it's 56 without loss. The All-Stars, they played this first game, then they have a bit of a break. They will then take on Plovdiv in the 4th match of the day and Spartans in the 5th match of the day. It's a huge day for them because if they can't get too much going here, it's very hard to see them finding a way into the 4. They're just hoping to turn the corner somehow. 14, 20 and 22, a couple of magicals. Really, the way things are going, this could easily be the last over of this game. Joji John, one of my favourite new names on the network. He's coming on to bowl over number 4. Nagy has been allowed to face 2 balls so far. This is the first one. Well, Terry said did you know it was 2 years ago when the Bairstow run out / something, the Carey Bairstow incident happened? Wow, that's 2 years, is it? Amazing. Goes up and over the top, Nagy. He'll get it. He'll get it all the way. Maximo. Stars. It's almost like they're just kind of clearing their throat here, isn't it? Sophia Stars, that is. They just have the 2 matches today. They take on the All-Stars right here. But then in the middle match, they take on BCC Spartan, rematch of last night. 2 of the top teams, no doubt. And Sophia Stars got the chocolates in match 15. He's losing his run there. Is Joji John. It is actually scientific. Time does pass older as you get older. Nagy takes out the long handle again. That's going to go all the way. Maximo. Just 6 runs required now. So the reason is, think about it. If you're just like a 2-year-old and you say, think 1 year ago, if you could, then that's like half of your life. So it seems proportionally like a long time. Whereas if you're kind of 100 years old, and 1 year ago is only 1% of your life. So yeah, it doesn't seem that long. I think that's why it almost comes back and gets the line, but almost. So that's basically a short explanation of why as you get older, it seems that time passes quicker. Nagy wants more and is going to get more. That'll tie the scores. It's almost like they're not playing the same game, isn't it? These 2 teams. Stars set it up with good bowling, putting it in areas that made it uncomfortable for the BSCU All-Stars. Any score wins it now. And that will do it. Just noticing it does mean that Murad will get stranded on 49 not out, but can't really blame Nagy. I mean, he barely was allowed to face while he was out there. You could argue probably just as validly that Nagy might have been cost of 50. He gets a bit of free coaching. I like that. You know, one player helping out another. But in the end, it's a very, very easy win for the Sophia Stars. And they win in just 3.5 overs. So what's coming up with Plovdiv take on the Spartans in match 17? Bit of an extended break coming up there. So we've got 40 minutes until the first ball. So you can maybe have a little bit of a cup of coffee or whatever you want to do. But let's have a look. And there's not too much of this to show you in the second half. Murad basically took full responsibility and said, this, I like this, I want this. And finished with 49 of 16. 6 4s and 4 6s in there. But for the BSCU All-Stars, just a very tough one to get anything going. They knew the writing was on the wall in font that you could absolutely not miss. And then Nagy did get his chance, and I actually think he played a couple of shots while he was out there as well. I like the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. And Nagy, he would finish it, and maybe as a reward or as punishment for having Murad stranded on 49, get a free coaching session at the end. But it's teammates helping teammates, and especially with lack of kind of recognised coaching in this part of the world, it's nice to be able to pass on those little tips and try and get the best out of your teammates as well. 49 not out for Murad Khan, narrowly misses out on the half century, but did have the bulk of the strike while he was there. Suraj Nagy with 22 off just 7 balls and only 3 extras, but the BSCU All-Stars go down without taking a point, and that makes their games, the last 2 games of the day, actually involving them, very, very important to try and stay in touch and pick up that win, which has eluded them so far. No real luck with the bowling. You'd expect that in an innings like that, but the BSCU All-Stars, they at least get the opportunity to go back and have a bit of a think and psych themselves up before back-to-back games to finish day 4. We'll take a break then. We're back in around about 35 minutes with the next one. And it will be Plovdiv to take on the Spartans, 2 teams that are in the mixer when we return. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo, thanks again for your patience. Looks like we're up and running now. Day 4 continues after the break from Bulgaria with more European Cricket Series.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Bulgaria. And we get ready for the second match of the day between BCC Emmy West Plovdiv and the BCC Spartans. Two teams that certainly are in the mix for a final spot come Sunday. And you can see the aerial view of this Vasilevsky National Sports Academy multi-sport facility. I love that every time we come back and visit, we seem to have another apartment block there, which I think I would buy just for the prime position. But anyway, it is match 17 between Plovdiv and the Spartans. Tyrone Peters, a little bit earlier, had the two teams. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Sophia Star is to call.
Head.
Head is the call. And it is a head. They shall have a bowl.
Well, that's coin toss for the first game of the day. And still, it was the Stars that elected to bowl. But I can tell you, in this one, it was Plovdiv that won the toss and elected to bowl. And so that means the Spartans will be opening up with the bat. They're led by Delric Vinu. Also, Chris Lakov in there listed number 3. He's had a bit of a funny old time, Chris. He's pretty unselfish. He sometimes finds it hard to find the boundaries of the frequency he would have liked, but he's a guy that'll give you everything he's got. Adrian Dunbar was in good form yesterday with the bat. He's listed to open with his captain. Pavel Vlorin in there. Well, he's always a must-watch kind of proposition, isn't he, the Pav? I just, as well, Jack Watner, that he obviously had a few issues late in the day yesterday, didn't he, with that nasty blow in the face that he took attempting a catch. For Plovdiv, though, Mohamed Sufyan, what about his 4 for 9 in 5 balls, including a hat-trick? He was in the Hall of Fame. Also, they're led by Sufyan, of course, but you had other players to watch out for in there. Mani Parigi's been a pretty interesting addition, but I've got to say, I love Agagil Amadel. I think he's the guy that is going to, he's going to be a bit of a firebrand, normally is in the competition. So we're just looking at their percentages. 35-65, probably about right. Plovdiv might feel that's a bit unfair on them. But after a bit of an extended break, I want to say a warm welcome back to all of our viewers. And again, we've had some issues technically first game of the day, but they seem to be resolved thanks to our geniuses behind the scenes at Two Circles. Hello to Jules, good to see you. Hello to Paul Kemp and Johnny Heeson, Rob Thompson from New Zealand. And Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Even Kroom has popped in now. Hello, Kroom. Hopefully you are well. But, yeah, Spartans. Let's see if they can get off to a decent enough start. And they're actually going to open up with Sid Nair along with Adrian Dunbar. So, yeah, they listed Vinu, but they've decided that Nair's the man. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Mahari. To get this going. It's a pretty good one first up. Good Yorker. And one of the things I really like about this series as well is because it's, every country has their own kind of unique characteristics. And one in Bulgaria is certainly around the fact that it's the medical universities that provide so much of the player group. That's why you see these MU in a lot of these titles. Chases this one there. He's going to get it through the field and off to the boundary for 4. It would have been a wide if he'd left it alone. Oh, to Ingrid as well. Ingrid, hopefully you are well. And good timing to come in, no doubt, as Adrian's out there. That wasn't Adrian, though. That was Sid Nair, who puts it through the offside for 4. I noticed something about Adrian's shirt number. See the 420 there. I won't go into it too much. In the air, but that's going to beat the fielder, and that's going to be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. This is the power play. 3 overs, of course. Only 2 outfielders allowed. Yeah, so that's the number. So you got the number 69 and the number 420 opening up. And look, in the end, they are just numbers. You can take them however you like. Full toss. Starts to play it with a straight bat. And Mahari maybe gets away with one there. But I'm more interested. Have we got the 420 shirt? I'm more interested with the name on it. And it says symbols. Yeah, not that one, but the other one. Where's We'll try and get it. Adrian. He's probably on camera 1 or camera 2. Probably camera 1 right now. You'll see him at non-strikers end. See, it says symbols. And I think I know what that means. It'll pop up. And they'll get through for a single. So Dunbar will get the ball. There he is. So I think symbols is to do with, as a keeper, we used to say that you've got symbols if you're not catching many, because it's just think about somebody in the orchestra that's banging the big cymbals and can't actually grip anything, which I think is a bit unfair on Adrian, but maybe it's just the designated keeper's shirt. I don't know. But the other thing is, that's not how you spell those symbols. That's symbols with a C. Leg side, this one will be bowled again. So I don't know if this is the symbols that's on the shirt. Maybe needs a little red squiggly line under there. Anyway, if anyone knows if I'm right or wrong, put it in chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. Chases a wide one. This is a wide, I think, just missing that line. He chases what he should have left alone there, Adrian. So Rico off today. So it's Mr. Maximo here covering from the studio. But Rico has messaged me and he says he's feeling a golden ball. He's feeling a golden ball today. All right, he's passed that on to me only a minute ago. Nicely hit there by Dunbar, and that'll beat the field. It's still lightning fast out there, so decent first over for the Spartans, 15 without loss. And let's not forget last night, their batting kind of faltered against the Sophia Stars, only scoring 99 off the 10. That's well unders, I think, for a team that's a contender. That's a much better start. Mahari ends up going for 15. Quick look at the Challenger division, and Bulgaria is in this division. They will start things up in a pretty interesting Group 1. So they will play 5 games in a 4-day group, and the 4th day actually will be the playoff day if they are to get that far. How it works is there's 3 days of group matches in Group 1. The top teams automatically through to finals day, but then teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 play off for the other spot on finals day. And that's all coming your way. 7th of October, Challenger division. Now Nair throws the hands at this, and that's going to go for 4 as well. Parigi coming on. Not a bad ball by any means, but well dealt with. Fraction short, and he misses out. It's kind of in between length there from Money. Yeah, Liam likes the numbers on the shirts. And yeah, hello to Woz, I think, watching from South Africa as well. Great to see you. So yeah, Adrian did grow up playing his cricket in South Africa. Oh. Did that hit the stumps? I think it did. I think this has hit the stumps and knocked the bails off. Unless I'm seeing things. I'll have to go and have a look at this. Maybe it was just really close to the stumps. Let's have a look. That base is pretty thick. Look, there it goes. Where does it go? No, it just misses. Just misses. Look, maybe it got a bit of the base. Just dug out by Perigi and fielded by him on the follow through, but we'll get through for a single. Yeah, Kroom just referring to the secret garden part of the pitch, which is the bit of deep cover, bottom left of your screen, where the tree blocks off a section of it. That's kind of like, remember in the Cosmopolitan, they used to have the sealed section? Oh, good bowls. I like this pitch. It's got a bit of life in it. It's not so easy to go downtown. Just look at it take off. Oh, yeah. It's good seed. Because the straight boundaries, I mentioned earlier, straight boundaries are actually pretty short. They're even shorter than the regulation because the hill is there. It might be more like 45-meter boundaries, but drive that. Nicely played this time by Dunbar, but we'll have to settle for a single, but he will retain the strike. And much better over there for Plovdiv at the end of 2. They're 21 without loss. Oh, yeah, I like these names. I call it the Secret Garden. Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia calls it the Twilight Zone. Yeah, well, we did have the National Aliens Day. And it made me think, tomorrow's the 4th of July as well. I might watch Independence Day, the movie. Because it's the American Independence Day tomorrow. And obviously with it being World Aliens Day during the week. So here Stars well clear, but these two mid-table jostling for position. Here's Amadel. Hasn't really got one out of the screws yet, Dunbar. I'll have to settle for another single. Can I tell you, so Liam is talking about the number 69, which is the number between 68 and 70. Can I tell you something that when I first played indoor cricket for Western Australia, now this is all the way back in 2000, when I was only 19 years old. I know we've got quite a few Australians in the chat. So when I first played for Western Australia in 2000 and made my debut, we were actually told you can have any number from 1 to 99, but you're not allowed to have number 69. We were being broadcast on the ABC. That's just, again, I'm not saying why. I actually have no idea why. But we got told that is a number we weren't allowed to have. Beautiful shot from Dunbar. It's more like it. Had a little bit of length to work with. Carved it away. Got down and got really good position there. Strength position. Back foot back and across. And flies to the boundary pretty quickly. Look at that. Back foot back and across. Made that shot so much easier. So, yeah, I won't ask you your theories, but feel free to share them in the chat. Yeah, we weren't allowed that particular number. Bottom hand in this one from Dunbar. Finds the fielder. Gets on it pretty quickly. Amadel's a fun cricketer to watch. He's proper tearaway. Got the headband and everything. Leg side. Might have gone over the stump, so the umpire doesn't call it a wide. By the way, I'll correct myself. It wasn't Aliens Day. It was World UFO Day yesterday, apparently. Amadel acts all cool, like it's definitely not a wide. Probably was over the leg stump. This time, Dunbar is going to punch it through point. He's going to get 4. Bangs it into the wooden shack. 4 carreras más. That'll be the end of the third over, end of the power play. Pretty good one, though, from Amadel. It's 31 without loss after 3. But can I also just make it very clear that there's For plenty of legitimate reasons, someone might want to wear number 69. And yeah, mentioning that KP from the Hippos has 69. It's his birth year. That's one very good reason. Some people might be born on... I've got friends born on the 6th of September or the 9th of June. They might like to wear number 69. It's looks like quotation marks. Yeah, but Liam, I think he's amused by the fact that the ABC banned, essentially. Well, I don't know if it was the ABC, but I can tell you we were broadcast on the ABC. And we got told, no, can't have that number. Anyway, Harigi's going to bowl out. Nah, had a pretty strong start, but he's been quietened a little bit since then. But I loved the picture yesterday of the UFO shining a light down on the players. Yeah, Independence Day, not a movie I've seen for a while. Dunbar probably wants to get a wriggle on as well. It's not a terrible scoring rate. Plovdiv has some threats there in the second half. Nice shot this time. Again, very quick on his feet, Adrian Dunbar. This time he makes a definite effort to go forward and at least get as close to the pitch of ball as he can. And you can see he's technically a very, very good player. Symbols. Always struck me as a good player out of luck, though, Adrian. Seemed to have a bit of a run of outs a while ago, but, you know, good players, they normally find a way. Come back and almost going back onto the stumps. Adrian. I mean, he does the right thing here in that I think he seeks permission to pick up the ball. If he was still moving and he picks up the ball, he's going to be out. But I think it was very clear by that point in time that the ball had stopped moving and it wasn't going to go onto the stumps. Beautiful looking shot this time from Dunbar, but once again finds the fielder. He's been busy out there. It's Mohammed Sufyan. What about his 4 for none in 5 balls? I don't think I've ever seen figures quite like that. Yeah, Kroom saying, could refer to 1969, the year of the moon landing, which some conspiracy theorists dispute, leading to unwanted debates or media attention unrelated to the sport. Well said, Kroom. Buzz Aldrin, second man on the moon. And he once punched somebody for suggesting it wasn't real. Not going to give any opinions on that, but I think the actual evidence is pretty clear. But imagine going through all that training and all that hardship and taking all those risks with your life and then having people say you didn't do it. I'd probably get pretty annoyed as well, if I'm completely honest. Jumps off a length. Well bowled by Parigi. Pretty good spell from him, none for 12. Spartans are 38 without loss after 4. I was asking, have we ever had an innings without a 6? Because there haven't been any 6s yet. Short answer is yes, they have happened. We've had whole matches without a 6. Probably happens a little bit more in the women's game, depending on the level. But it can definitely happen in the men's game. There's some games in Croatia. In the ECS, I remember we didn't have any 6s. Anyway, 5th over coming up. Faizan Rahman. So he's going to bowl it. Batting to come, so I think it's time to hit the go button now. Now on strike. Has a bit of a kink in his technique here and there, in that this is a ball that he should be stepping across and helping it on its way, but he kind of backs away and gets in a bit of a mess. He still wants to go inside out. I don't know if I got this on the replay, but have a look at his actual foot movement here. So he's a guy that he can cramp up. Paul said he's lurking for the rest of the day. Paul Kempen, well, enjoy your lurking. Happy lurking. Adrian's going to get this straight to the fielder. Excellent catch. They set him up for that one. They threw it a little bit wide. He took it on. Didn't bother trying to keep it down. And Yash Sangani's taken an excellent catch down at deep backward point. So well done to Plovdiv, who set a bit of a plan and it works. And I can understand this from Adrian. It's probably the shot that's on. You'd be a bit unlucky for it to go straight to the fielder, but that's exactly where it goes. And it's a very good catch. That was travelling. Dunbar can't get going. Goes at about 150 pace, 150 strike rate. He's out for 19. And the first wicket falls 39 for 1. Jacob Gould comes to the crease. Again, sometimes I think he's been underutilised in the series, considering how well he seems to be hitting them. Yeah, I know some people saying, you know, artificial pitch, shouldn't it be a bit more batting friendly? But this pitch has a bit more life in it. It's actually a new laid pitch, but it does remind me a lot of the pitch that was here before, the way it's playing. Especially trying to get the front foot. Not necessarily easy. So you can get away with that length bowling compared to a lot of other pitches around Europe where the batter will just step down and slam you straight back over your head. This is the kind of line I'm talking about. Well, to be honest, oh, hold on a sec. Did he even break the stumps correctly there? That's poor cricket from there. He doubled down. There's no way there's a run there. Look. And then instead of just turning around. Oh, I've got that from side on. I think maybe there's still a bail on. But just have a look at the breaking of the stumps here. There's still one on, so I think that's fine. There's another bail on. Imagine if you messed that up. He's run out by 22 yards. But what was Nair doing here? So, yeah, he's going to have to go. Again, we'll show it one more time, maybe. But Nair, he knew he wasn't coming, so he just... Yeah, and especially with Gould being... You know, you're out-and-out hitter. Look, he's stubborn. He says, yep. And he says, no. And he said, well, I'm just going to keep running and basically have a closer-up conversation to you. Then the keeper I think he actually knocks it off with his arm just before the ball arrives. But then there was another bail still on, so it's still a legal run-out. Well, Chris Lakoff comes down to bat at number 4 in interesting circumstances. Suddenly, Plovdiv ahead in the game. Huge swing from Gould. You can get Gould now, I think, well ahead in the game. That'll be the end of the 5th. It's 41 for 2. Just to analyse that one. Okay, Nair wanted to run, but he saw, even before halfway, that there was no way that Gould was running. And then he had to turn around and go back. They would have avoided the run out, or at least had a chance. By continuing to run, he was basically saying, we are going to be out, or one of us is going to be out. So it's just one of those things, especially with Nair not exactly setting the world on fire with his strike rate. You don't want to sacrifice Gul, who's a guy that is a born boundary hitter. And here's Super Mario. My name is Earl's another nickname he gets, Chris Lakov. He's a really unique player. I love the way he's always giving everything for his team. Facing up now, former MVP of the series right now. It's probably not really an MVP shot. Oh no, well, the Vortex claims another victim, but have a look at this. This is a rare one that he actually did have a chance to pull back. Check it out. That's Srinivasan. Then tries to put the foot at it, runs out of room. Oh, and if you do remember Plovdiv, there was a moment a couple of years ago that went a little bit viral for an over the boundary stop. Close one, must have just gotten a little bit of the line. And Chris is a guy who we've seen even captaining Bulgaria. He's very proud of his Bulgarian heritage and speaks fluent Bulgarian. He thanks his grandparents for that, though he did grow up in New Zealand, Chris Lakov. Looking shot this time from Lakov. He's going to find the boundary. Good batting. Same with Chris on this field as well. I know, again, maybe he's frustrated that he can't find the boundary often enough, but he can do it with shots along the ground here. It's lightning fast. And even if you do hit it a fielder on the ground, it's not necessarily an easy stop. He's a guy who'll probably hit more 4s and 6s. Now tries to elevate, but doesn't quite get it. Gets enough though. Maximo. And he was worried, I think, when it first hit the bat, but I mentioned earlier, this is a short boundary straight because the hill's there and just has enough. Bangs into the banner. Maximo. Chris Lakov collects another mushroom. Beautiful shot. Has he got enough though? He does. It's off the fingertips of Abhinav Shanmukam. It'll be another Maximo. This boundary is a bit longer. Umpire, good reactions. Great effort actually down there from Shanmukam. That would have been your HCL software player there. He reeled that one in. Lakov is pretty unselfish as well. You know, we've seen him retire himself out in certain circumstances where he feels there might be another batter late in the innings that can score quicker. Nice ball the over, push and run. And so Amadel will finish with none for 31. And that's the end of the 6th over. It's 62 for 2, but kind of a topsy-turvy first 6 overs. We saw the Spartans starting favourites, then giving it up and then coming back to be slight favourites at the 6 over mark. Looking at the average score per 10 overs. Now we're up to 119 per 10 overs. So about the 120, let's say, is par. But I do think there's probably a couple of teams that are dragging on that a little bit more. I think you'd be wanting 130 plus. So 4 overs to go. And this time Lakov pops it up, but he runs hard. He does like to always push for 2. It's good cricket, even if you don't go for it, putting pressure on the fielder. Full toss doesn't really get it the way we would have liked. Jacob Gould hasn't really hit his straps yet. Certainly very capable. Well, that's going to be Vortex. And good luck stopping that. I think maybe you should be allowed to have one fielder in the bushes. This is the home of the Vortex. And basically the Vortex is a supernatural force that sucks in Grizzlies. I think I've said this before, I'd consider having 2 fielders down there to some bowlers. Have a really fine one, the more orthodox one. But even then, it's not going to be easy to stop it. Well, that's going to be close to a no ball. It's beautifully played away. Yeah, I guess he's from side on maybe. But, yeah, Gord, I think wants to know, is that going to be a no ball or not? It has been called, so free hit coming up. And he gets it, but pretty much an up and under job. Can he keep it inside? He can't. And that's that short boundary again. Doing the business. This time, Gill goes up and over. And that's what he can bring to the table. A Maximo. It's been a little bit slow to get going for the Spartans, but now they are up. And this is why you don't run this guy out before he can make an impact. 87 for 2 after 7. And Maharate ends up going none for 40. A reminder that the Western Shield and the Meltle Shield will be taking place before the ECC. This is the details of the Meltle Shield, and it will run from the 15th to the... It was kind of crazy how that all happened. That was in match number 9. He took 4 for 0 and 5 balls. I was actually thinking Steph Gooch won't be happy with this because took a hat trick of his first 3 balls he bowled, then a dot, then out, and I was like, oh, here we go. But of course, it was the 10th wicket. No ball coming up, and that's going to go the journey. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure which floor of the apartment block that ended up, but it's going to be a 7-up. Maximal. Terrible ball from Sufyan. How quickly things can turn around. Hello to Shazad Khan. And yeah, I am commentating from the studio, giving Rico a well-deserved day off. Peacock Friday tomorrow. Rico will be doing that one solo, but then Shoban will be joining us. Shoban, he was on a little bit of the Czech series with myself and Rico. Free hit, by the way. And he gets it. So that's a 13-run ball. Cool. Starting to open the shoulders. And this is starting to get a bit out of control for Plovdiv. It's the power of the free hit, and zero worries about it. Yeah, so Shoban has actually done a fair bit of commentating for Fancode in India, a fair bit of commentating in the subcontinent, but now he's based in Europe. So we'll be able to use him from time to time around his other commitments. I know he's looking forward to Saturday and Sunday finishing this ECS, but then the T20Is next week, of course. We've got 3 days of women's T20Is and then 4 days of men's T20Is. So next week you'll have your choice of T10 cricket in Belgium or T20 cricket here in Bulgaria. Shazad's got a really good question. When's the last time that I played? Good question. I would love to play a bit more, but the last time I played outdoor cricket was actually 2023 when I played a 3-day T10 tournament in Prague, where I'd recently become based. So I actually had a team called Maximo 11, which I put together with a few interesting characters. Saifur Rahman, Nabi, Simranjit Singh from Italy, Riaz Afridi from Czechia, Mohamed Rafa from France, a few others. No surprises, we end up winning that tournament. But it was great to play with some of those guys. So that's the last time I played, 2023. Before that, oh, I don't even know. I think I played a little bit in 2021 or maybe 2022. I played the odd game for Costa del Sol. Full toss. Lakov doesn't really go through with the shot, but doesn't need to because he finds a gap. Again, I think I want to check this one for height. Need to see this one from side on, but it's close. He's not the tallest, Chris Lakov. Let's have a look. Nah, it's okay. It's coming down. This is going to be played away with the back foot, and Lakov will have to settle for one this time. Kind of good complement for each other, these two. Well, cool. Says enough's enough. And Sufyan, well, back to earth with a thud after his dream day with the ball on Tuesday. Maximo and 27 off that over as the Spartans break out. $114 for 2 after 8. So, 2 overs to go. Looked for a while they'd only make about this much. Now they've got 2 overs. Yeah, so the last time I played competitive cricket, I played at the first grade level in Australia, which is kind of 1 level below the first class game. But I had the opportunity to play with and against many, many good players, test players, first class players, professional players. It's probably 2011, which seems quite a long time ago, probably because it is. Last season I had a very good season. The last season I played, but then personal reasons had to kind of take a break from the game. Definitely 2 here. That's the thing with these two. They won't mind who's on strike. I feel they're both capable. Take every run that's there. So, and then I played a bit of baseball, actually. But yeah, found my way back to cricket. My first love. Oh, it's well fielded. Now this is how to run. If your batter turns around and doesn't want to run, you can't be stubborn. Well done by Shan Mukam. This time I wonder if they were going to try for 2. Well, I think this time he thinks that Gul's got to have a go here. Have a go at Shan Mukam. Oh, Vortex, 4 runs. Oh, and it looks like the jungle might have almost swallowed our camera. I think there's meant to be a camera operator there, but he may have been bitten by a snake and he's been taken down because the camera's unattended. Have a look. Might have to send the first aid over there. Keep an eye on the clock, though. I think they should just be okay. Good on 45. Yeah, not quite out of the middle, but it'll be 4 moves to 49. Well, he's certainly got plenty of ammunition when he goes back if Sid Nair wants to have a word about the run out. It's cool. Lucky he has been able to stick around. Just had to watch him from Dubai. I was there earlier in the year for the first time, actually. Oh, that's up. It's in the air. Is it going to go? It is not. It's going to be a 49, and Manny Parigi takes a brilliant catch down there. Seems to be a lot of 49s lately on the network. Gould joins the 49 club. Jamukam does get his man in the end, although the horse had well and truly bolted. BCC Spartans are 125 for 3 after 9. Great catch. Cool. I'll get more pats on the back. Oh, at least one hanging, but plenty of high fives going around there. Maybe just try to go a bit leg side. A good catch, and then quickly had a look up and look down, I should say. See if he could pull up before the boundary line, and he did. It's an excellent bit of catching from Manny Parigi. Looks like a good play, you know. Narayanan comes out to bat, but it's Lakov on strike. 10th overtime, and it's Rahman to bowl. And Chris Lakov will put that one up and over the top into the secret garden. Maximo. Spartans up into the 130s. Chris Lakov backs himself, doesn't he, with his technique. Some innings he can get bogged down, but this isn't one of them. 39 off 16. He'll also be looking to get back for 2 to anything that goes to the outfield. He'll be running hard. Oh, shot. Really good shot. That's all the way out of here. Maximo. This is Bulgaria. This is the European Cricket Network. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Oh, should come with a trigger warning, a shot like that from Chris Lakov. Love it. Brilliant batting. Now, Rahman's got to stop giving him length. Oh, he wants it again. It's very clever batting. That's a classy shot. I mean, that was not an easy one to ramp because it was pretty much a Yorker. But the thing with this, it sounds simple. Don't miss. If it hits the bat, it's probably going to go away for 4 or more. That's an excellent shot. Now Lakov's on 49. And I mean, how much force is a field change now? Got to put the fine leg back. It'll be 50 for Lakov. Brings it up off 19 balls. Excellent innings. And Chris, he's going to acknowledge the applause of his teammates. Just classic case. Maybe they needed to lose a couple of wickets. and changed the personnel, and it's worked out for the Spartans, who are now well on top, despite being behind in the first half of this innings. 50 degrees in Dubai, apparently, is it? Yeah, Shazad telling me. I know it was 46 in Spain recently, but yeah, Dubai can get crazy hot. When I was there, it was in January. It was only about 20-something. Narayanan, well, they'll be running no matter what. There's 2 to come. Rahman around the wicket. Kind of hits it onto his leg, and they'll only get 1. So Lakov will get 1 more ball to try and advance the score. I wonder if he'll try it again, or does he just stand and deliver? I don't think he'll go the ramp again. May be wrong. Good knock so far from Chris. And he goes straight down the ground, targets the short boundary. It is stopped. Might as well go for 2. Might as well just keep going. He holds on to it. Probably smart from the bowler at the end of the play. And they will get back for 2. Lakov will finish 52 not out. And the final score, BCC Spartan, 145 for 3 off the 10 overs. What a great innings that was from Chris Lakov. Like I said, he's a guy who'll always give you energy. He'll give you energy. He'll play a supporting role if necessary. He'll take on the leading role. He did a bit of both, didn't he, in that innings? Credit to Faizan Rahman. Doesn't concede a boundary in the last 3 balls, but still the last over does go magical. 20 coming off it. And the Spartans sitting pretty above par total. Yeah, kind of got off to a decent start, didn't he, Sid? But then got bogged down a little bit. Maybe the responsibility of the number 69 shirt weighing on his back a little bit. Dunbar played some nice shots while he was out there without really middling too many. It was a dangerous looking start. That was a classy shot. Just kind of blasted through the backward point. Symbols was making some noise out there, but things would take a little bit of a turn. Because we saw Dunbar getting caught. Again, clever captaincy from Mohammad Sufyan. Good catch as well by Sangani. They set him up for that. And then we had this moment, which is actually a pretty big moment in the innings. Nair tells his story while continuing to run towards Gould, who's just having none of it. And then we almost saw it messed up, but still a bail on. So, not really an issue there. However, that just brought Chris Lakov together with Jacob Gould, and they would go on a bit of a rampage there, putting the innings back on track. They came together at 40 for 2. They ended up putting on 84 in just 4.2 overs. That was a brilliant flying attempt from Shamuka, but ended up being 6. And yeah, a little bit of the odd couple here about Jacob Gould and Chris Lakov, but certainly no Lakov scoring. Did hit runs all over the field, didn't they? Gould, he looked on for a half century. He was having ball after ball leave the building. And all the way to 49 off 13 balls. And going for his 50, came up just a little bit short. Well caught there by Parigi at long off. But it was time for lights, camera, action, wasn't it? And Spirit showed all that he'd been Googling. Not once, but twice, but oh so nice for the Spartans to get a magical finish and walk off with 144 for 3. Just checking the final score. But yeah, 144 is what I'm seeing now. Just having a look. Maybe there was a one short that I missed out. Okay, so there was... Okay, I'll come back to that in a sec, but it's 144 is the score. 52 not out to Lakov, 49 to Gould. I did think it was 145, but in the 8th over, there was one that we thought was a wide, but in the end it was actually a dead ball. So I actually took... they took that run off the score. Okay, so that's what's happened there. So 144 is the confirmed score. Bowling wise, not a lot of joy there, but Faizan Rahman, he battled, didn't he? His first over didn't go for too many, but his second did go magical. He finished 1 for 23. Shan Mookim with a pretty decent over in there, 1 for 11. Parigi, though, I think he's a class act. Only went run a ball, opening the bowling. He took none for 12. We'll take a break then. Back pretty shortly. 145 will be the target for Plovdiv. Or can the Spartans get back in the winner's circle? Two teams that are very close together on the table. We'll see which one gets the better of match 17 when we return to Bulgaria in just a few minutes for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second half of the second match of day 4 of this European cricket series. There's an aerial look at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy in Sofia, Bulgaria. And I've got to say, I love the mountains in the background as well. Sometimes you still see snow on them, even through the summer months. 144 was the confirmed score. It's a little bit of a funny one. When they had another look at it, they found in the 8th over that there was a wide that was then actually converted into a dead ball from the umpire, which meant that 1 run came off the score. We thought it was 145, but it's 144, which makes the target 145 for BCC MUS Plovdiv. And well done to all the scorers. They're very, very good at working all these little things out, going through things with a fine-tooth comb. So Chris Lakov leading the charge with his half-century. 49 for Jacob Gore as well. Openers kind of couldn't really find their straps. They scored 36 off 27 combined, but it's almost like they got out the way at the right time and allowed that 84-run partnership for the 3rd wicket to flourish. Big hello to everyone who's in the chat as well. A bit of weather chat. And hello to Gohan Mustafa. And Rob saying there's been plenty of rain where he's been. So, Lakov's going to open up. It's going to be Mohammed Sufyan on strike. Let's get ready to rumble. 145 to win. And it's going to start with a short ball that's going to get horned away for 6. Maximo. And what a start. Just a fraction short. Sufyan's a good player. Take that. Lack of. I don't know if it was a bit of a warm-up ball, but I'm disappointed that he gets whacked first ball. Start's important here, isn't it? Sangani's out there as the other opener. Sangani took a good catch in that first innings. More of a missed time this time. So power play, you're looking for around about 50 if you can, or at least to be at the rate. 43, 44 would be that rate. All right, false shot up in the air. Dunbar wants it, won't reach it, and Pavel has put it down. Well, that's the Pavel zone. Dunbar was never going to quite get there. But look, here comes Florin. Just went between the hands. He's got quite an unusual technique. Pavel hits him in the fairly well-developed pectoral muscles. No bounce back to Dunbar. So that's a lucky one for Sufyan, who gets dropped. Pavel, of course, remaining international. A bit of a journeyman now in the cricket world. Come back, though, from Lakov. Just wasn't quite in Dunbar's zone. Otherwise, I think he would have gone for it. I wonder if there was no fielder there, whether he would have really been able to sprint at it and maybe might have reached it. The last thing wants a collision, especially with a bodyguard. Pavel Florin. This one's pitched up, and Sangani goes after it up and over the top, and that'll be 4. So Plovdiv, I suppose, getting better at the start. It's more or less an arm wrestle at the moment. I wonder if we'll see Pavel with the ball. He has 1 wicket in the series so far. It's a different proposition. I actually think with Pavel, I would rather they bowl him earlier than later, because earlier, I just think you're a little bit more worried about taking risks, because that's the thing against him. You do have to take some risks. Maybe use your feet, get down to the pitch of the ball. So he would be my 4th over bowler. I know sometimes he gets used at the very end, but at the end, the batters are less scared of getting out, except for, you know, when they're worried about becoming a meme. Bowled by Lakov in the end. Look, he wins the over. And Plovdiv are 11 without loss after 1. 48 matches since the Golden Ball. Looks like we could be raising the bat for the 50 by the end of the day. Hello, Rico, he did message me. He said, number 1, thanks very much for giving me a day off. But number 2, he feels there's Golden Ball about today. He's got the tingle. Maybe you can just, you know, sometimes you can feel it in your bones if it's going to rain. It's a bit like that. 48 matches since Golden Ball. And also the fact that they reduced the score by 1 run. Well, that will be one of those situations where you look back and how funny that they even reduced the score by 1 run after they worked out a bit of an anomaly and it turned out to be a Golden Ball. Let's see. Marianan to bowl over number 2. Nitish is a power play over. There we go. Not a great one first ball. Done by Hanslet down the leg side. Plays this with a pretty straight bat. Good shot from Sufyan. Maybe had that life moments ago. Maximal. Beautiful looking, elevated on drive. Yeah, just played it with good technique there, Sufyan. It's the thing, you don't need to slog on this field. If you've got technique, there's runs all around the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground. Hit down the ground, and that will be stopped. That's an excellent stop, actually. Watmer, who had issues last night with fielding the ball with his face, happy that he's back, and he's tough as old boots. I know he's been enjoying taking in the sights of Bulgaria. Tempting action, kind of bowls off the wrong foot, gets that one up there, and a precious dot. This could be a very close one. I mean, Spartan's given favoritism, but if this partnership continues to grow, you might see it come back to a kind of line ball situation. Oh, well played. Well played by Sangani. He's just going to drop kick this one over the square leg umpire. Maximal. 6 runs. Topsy-turvy first couple of overs. Now goes for it straight down the ground. Doesn't get it. Just over the top of the field, though, and that'll be 4. Lakov was up in the circle. It is a power play over. If he's back on the boundary, I think it's a pretty easy catch, but that's the benefit of batting in the power play with only 2 outfielders. Changes angle and has some luck. Last ball of the over, so it's 29 without loss after 2. Yeah, just noting as well, that young Liverpool player Diego Jontas died in an automobile accident, which is terrible news as well. I know we got And quite a few Liverpool fans in the Blue Crew. That is very, very upsetting news. And all the best to his and his family at this tough time. And I know he just got married, I think, and has three young kids. I hate to hear it. Kind of puts everything in perspective, doesn't it? Yeah, sometimes you have to sit back and actually really think about what's important. Josh Dowling back in the lineup for the Spartans. He's going to get over 3. First one's down the leg side. Doesn't really get too much movement. So just things like that make you realise, try and be positive. We're only on this earth for so long. Try and have a positive impact. And of course, life's not easy sometimes. At least we get the benefit of living it. All right, in the air. Is that the PAV zone again? It is, but it goes down. Second time for Florin. And he's got this technique where the hands don't really come together, and it's not really in the book. Maybe it's in the Romanian version that they translated. But see, the hands, there's separation. And it just reduces the surface area that the ball's going to stick. So another life for Sufjan. Dropped twice by Florin now. We got to run out on. Got to get the ball. He's throwing it wide. Another chance. Oh, unbelievable that wasn't out. Oh, I have to see this maybe just from the main camera because this was an absolute mess. Florin does get it going quickly, but it needed to be slightly straighter. They're both running in one direction. And then Sangani realizes he might actually make it. And it was Watmo who was the last man they had the chance to execute the run out. The Spartans, oh, well, that's classic European cricket. Missed by a stump. Florin in the action again. And now it's going to be picked off. And Sufjan, he wasn't going to accept getting run out. He was saying to Sangani, hey, listen, if anyone's out, it's you. Move. What a great ball here from Josh Dowling. Wow. Action aplenty. So Pav, he's shelled 2 catches and then he's thrown a wide on a 2 batters at one end run out opportunity. Pretty interesting first quarter of the innings. I'd actually get him on to bowl. I know, maybe I just love watching him bowl. But I just think this is the sort of time where they're off to a flyer, throw something different. Pavel is pretty accurate with his right arm slow. Good movement that time, but swings for a wide. European Cricket Network. You see things you do not see anywhere else in the world. Josh Dowling, again, we saw him playing for Blacksmiths last year. Still very young, 16 years of age. That's a nice shot, and that's going to be 4 as well. So, yeah, Plovdiv get the power play they want here. Keeping up with the rate. Ex-Dean Van Deventer called that proper village cricket. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the Superman dive at the end, I glossed over that, but it was a brilliant dive, actually. Sangani survives. The bowls. That's where you want to be. Just left the right-hander a touch. Thing is, Pavel, he was right. He could have just rolled it towards the stumps. There was no shortage of time, but I suppose you don't really know that it's such a mix-up at the time that you're fielding the ball. And he did get it going pretty quickly, but it was just probably a good 5-6 meters wide of the bowler. Good location again from Dowling. I want 2 here. Not going to get it, despite the efforts of Sangani. So that'll be the end of the power play. Anybody's game. It's 42 without loss after 3. Yeah, if that run out, the first throw on the run out attempt had been anywhere near the bowler and the bowler takes it, they had so much time. But then when it went past the bowler, they still had another shot. The backup fielder, Watma, had a shot. I couldn't do it. 41 in the first half, 103 in the second half. That's good scoring, isn't it? 4 magical overs out of 5 to close the innings out. And it was all about Jacob Gould and Chris Lakoff in that 3rd wicket partnership. You can see that 140s is a lot healthier than the 110 to 125 that looked like they'd be scoring for most of that first innings as it was taking place. Okay. Over number 4 coming up. I think they will go to Jack Watma. Every over is crucial at the moment. See what Jack's got in store. Nice shot. Really good looking shot. It'll be 4 runs. Not the worst ball from Jack, but it was a bit of a half volley. And this is, again, the difference of being able to play with the straight bat with an offside technique. Because a lot of batters are trying to hit this to mid-wicket, and that's going to be really tough. Sufyan's a guy, maybe, you got to put the deep cover back and bring one up on the leg side, try and encourage him to play a shot that he shouldn't. Just misses the mark. Second time around. Good game this. I mean, basically saying 2 times out of 3 Spartans win from here, but obviously 1 time out of 3 Plovdiv get the win. Bit of an in-swinger this time off the stumps, and that would have been out if he'd hit. A long time to get going. Sufyan looks like he's been shot by a sniper. I wonder if this is a wardrobe malfunction or whether you might have strained something here. Let's have a look at him run. Yeah, he was never going to make it. And then the follow through. Gets, I suppose, a 3 out of 10 sympathy from the bowler. Better than nothing. It might be a pad blowout. Is it the top strap on that right pad? Or is he just taking it off as a precaution? I was commentating last weekend in Finland in the ECSW when we saw a pad gaffer taped. Here come the reinforcements, is it? He's getting the magic spray. So it's complete pad off, trouser, leg up. A magic spray for like a dive? Really? Maybe it's pre-existing. Thing is, if it's a graze, then the magic spray is the last thing you want. All I can think is, yeah, well, he's got some strapping on that knee. It must be a pre-existing. That would make sense, actually. Well, while we're here, nice chance to engage with the chat again. And hey, Jules is in there. I know that Johnny Heesum, I think he was enjoying the entertainment provided in that over, especially that run out gone wrong. We've all been there. All right. Seems to me that Sufyan will be able to continue. Did the pad survive or was it a blowout? Another pad, please. That's what I just heard. So, tell us your favorite wardrobe malfunctions then. There was a pretty famous one recently with a hurdler. Yeah, it was Chris Robinson who won a hurdles race despite showing the crowd a little bit more than they bargained for. What's another one? The Janet Jackson one's a famous one from the Super Bowl. In Australian football, occasionally someone would have their shorts pulled down in a tackle, so that's pretty common. But yeah, tell us your favourite wardrobe malfunctions. Don't think we've ever had kind of like a ripped shirt or anything like that, a celebration that's gotten over the top on ECN. Had a couple of trousers, probably a little bit below the equator situations. Of course, a shoe blowout's pretty common as well. Of course, we have the Meltor Shield, but we also have the Western Shield, and they'll run in a 10-day window together between the 15th and the 24th of September. The 18th is the first day of the Western Shield. And, of course, the British and Irish Knights will be back to defend their crown. They've won both editions so far. They won the 2-team edition in 2024. They won the February edition, which was a 4-team tournament. All right, we're back. A bad-looking shot from Sangani. That'll test the fielder. It's pretty well to make this stop, actually. We'll only get one. That's a very, very good stop. Sufyan recovering from his pad/leg/knee issue. Back on strike. 49 on the board. More or less going at the rate required at the moment, Plovdiv. Watma offers a foot, but then thinks better off it. Good fielding, actually. That's Delric Vinu, the captain. Look at how he makes this stop. It definitely jumps on him, but because he's got the body behind, I think he hits him in the shoulder, but that's an excellent piece of ground for him. It probably would go unnoticed most of the time. Oh, that one looks high to me. I can see that from side on. Meanwhile, it'll be hit for 4. So Watma looked to be getting through the over, but check this one on the replay. I'll slow it down a bit, but that's high. Tippy toes. It's kind of waist high. I think it's Noe. Pretty good shot, actually, from Yash. So the 50 came up the ball before. That'll be a 5-iron, a free hit here for Sangani. Oh, it's another one, even though it's a floor ball, and that's going to be a 7. Maximo! Wow, just completely fallen off lost the marbles here. Let's have a look, and there was some words between the players as well. Don't know if you've got the end of that play as well. Watma wasn't too happy. I think he wasn't happy that Sufyan was asking for it, but it was a pretty clear call. I don't know if we got the end of it, but Watma is not happy at all. Second and final warning for Jack as well, as this was exploded out of nowhere. That's 14 off this ball, and we haven't actually had the ball yet. Oh, no. Is that another one? Oh, it'll get, of course, a free hit, though, don't forget. Have they forgotten? They haven't. It's going to be lights out for Watma. Let's have a look at it side on, but that's got to be the third one. And it's not if you see this. It's 3 consecutive deliveries. We'll have to slow this down because it's a big call. Let's have a look at it on the way in because it will be the end. That's a no ball as well. It has to be. Again, hitting him in the waist. It's going to be lights out for Jack. You do get 3 opportunities. Because we understand, things happen. You're trying things in this format of the game, but it means someone else was going to have to pick up this over. There's 2 to come, and we're still on a free hit. And out of nowhere, Watma just loses his length. So we've had 4 wide, 1-1-1. So that's okay. After 4 balls of the over, they conceded 8, which is kind of normal. But then this 5th ball, it hasn't even finished yet. It's now been worth 14 plus this. Got to have a magical ball here. All right. Kevin George, the maybe unlucky player that has to bowl it. Free hit still. Oh, no, that's another one. 4 in a row. This is just an over that they won't want to remember. That's only his first warning. Someone tell Pavel to warm up. He needs something different now. These two are running away with it. Give him something different. I don't know if my voice is carrying. Free hit. Is hit for 6. Maximo. You don't see it very often, but it's the magical ball. 21 come off 1 ball. No ball plus 4, no ball plus 6, no ball plus 1, no ball and 6. A 21-run ball. And this over's now worth 29. There's still a ball to go. Words flying around out there. And in this ball, they've, I think, gone from behind to well ahead in the game. MUS Plovdiv. All right, well, George trying to get out of this over. Gets hit straight, and that one is going to go over the top. Maximo, and by some cruel twist of fate, it was Watmer that had to hurl himself skywards. That's a huge over. Huge over. In the end, it'll go supersonic. 35 come off it, so it's walking 677 without loss after 4. Oh boy. Just have a look at it take off. Spartans just having about a 5-minute period to forget there. Honestly, this is where I bowl Pavel. I know Pavel was part of my side, by the way, when I did play in that 3-day tournament 2 years ago. I would definitely use him when the game was running away. I actually think sometimes people are a bit scared to use him because he might get smashed. But guess what? Everybody gets smashed sometimes. They're going to go for Jacob Gould here, and I can understand that. But I just think at this point, you ask the batters who they'd want to face least. Probably Florin, because it's going to scramble their circuits a little bit. But anyway, what an over. So that over went 4 wide, 1-1-1. No ball plus 4, no ball plus 6, no ball plus 1. Had to change the bowler. No ball. 6. And we even had the pad blowout in the over as well. Still 68 runs to play with Spartans. So it's certainly not over yet, but they just need to get with the program. Can't remember seeing 4 height no balls in a row ever. That's what we just saw. Here's Gould. Just get back past him down the ground. Lakov. And we've still got him at your disposal. He bowled the first over, went for 11. Probably would have been a wide, but it's cracked through the offside for 4 instead. Sufyan. Remember, he's had lives. Had them early. No, he's looking pretty well put together. This would have been a big wide, actually, but he says, why go wide when I can get 4? Maybe catchable height, but found the gap. Runaway freight train now, this opening partnership. Gould with a comeback. You see the change of pace. It's not the extreme change of pace with Florin, but definitely the change to spin. It's having some immediate effect. Sufyan's moved to 46 now off 18 balls. He pushes this one through. It's drilled down the ground. Lakov cleans up. Thing is, they need 11.5 to 12 and over. That's more or less a par run rate for this series. This one finds the fielder. Hurl the ball back to the keeper. Adrian Dunbar says, hey, I'm up here, you know. Jacob with a decent over, brings it back. Still one to go. There's still one to go here. It's only conceded 6. Sangani facing up. Oh, he's got him. Probably a wide, you know, but that's the old 3-card trick. Sangani flying down. Premeditated charge, and that could just be a turning point. What an interesting game this has been. We'll see it on the replay. I've got a feeling it had to be a wide when it passed the popping crease, but we'll check it out. And Gould will take the wicket. It hasn't been called a wide. Keep going. That's a huge wide. But anyway, can get stumped off a wide anyway. And Dunbar did well. Had to wait. And here we had forever and a day. Not even in the picture anymore. So it's been given a legal delivery. And that will just be another thing that works for the Spartans. But yeah, I mean, look at where it passes. You can always tell by the shadow. This is big wide. Doesn't matter though, in the end. Main thing is the wicket's taken. So 83 for 1 after 5. The plot thickens. Sufyan is still there. He's been joined by Mani Parugi. Sid Nair's going to bowl as well, so sticking with a kind of slower option. And you see that the change of pace does the trick. That over went for 6. Quick look at the European Cricket Hindi channel, of course. It's on Telegram at European Cricket Network Hindi. If you are a Hindi speaker, if you would like some match reports and previews in Hindi, it's a great new addition to the European Cricket Network. So go check it out. Different looking game now, isn't it? His new batter, he's very capable, but coming out and facing spin. Trying to hustle through these overs as well. Smart. Three-ball that one though. Not a bad one. Throw it out there. Maybe you can get him to chase it. Better ball. This game's changed again, hasn't it? Now look at Plovdiv. Taking a bit of a dive. I reckon they're in the 50s after that. Sufyan becomes super important. That's going to be 50 for Sufyan. And as long as he's there, I think they are favourites. That one's under the magical faraway tree. Maximal. Not a huge amount of turn, or any turn really, from Sid Nair. He backs himself. A lot of pressure on Sufyan though. Brings up his 50 off 21 balls. It's very strong in that mid-on area, as you can see. Oh, thumb buster. Probably saves a boundary there, but that would have been a miracle catch had it been taken. End of the 6th over. Still a decent one for the Spartans. They only concede 10, and at the end of 6, it's 93 for 1. Well, Rico, you had a feeling about a golden ball today. This has got some vibes, doesn't it? Often there's a few bizarre happenings pre-golden ball when we have these golden ball times. Of course, next golden ball will be golden ball 80. Sufyan leading the side, 55 off 22. Sangani went to a rash stroke, really, given the game situation. I think it was just a build-up of pressure from Jacob Gould. I'll be sticking with the spin. So you can definitely go Gould in there again. Now let's see what they elect to go to. Yep, Gould does get the 7th. Is that called? He's not called it. Let's have a look at it. Jacob's pretty keen to bowl the next ball. Cannot believe it. I mean, we saw that one that was... Try and get it when it goes over the line. Oh, that is all. You can actually see there. You see the shadow? Shadow's the key here. You don't often get that. But anyway, at least he's consistent. Probably couldn't see bowlers in the way. Meanwhile, Sufyan goes to the skies. Oh, Tortuga time. Good fielding to keep that to 1. Yeah, so at this time of the day, you can see the shadows are pretty much right overhead. You can see where the ball passes the line by looking at the ball's shadow on a clear day. Anyway, Plovdiv can't take a trick. Now they're underdogs again. It's definitely fine. Ghoul's naughty there. This is something he shouldn't be running in front of the umpire. He's saying that now, but bowlers seem to get away with it time and time and time again. Probably should be a first warning, second warning, you're off situation. Because how's the umpire meant to do his job when he's got the bowler blocking his view? Again, this is going to be 5. Gould needs another word. He took one step to his right, but then he kind of ran to his left as if he was going to be able to field the ball. See, look, he takes one step and then, again, straight across the whole pitch. 5 runs. There's feeling in this game. These two teams are neck and neck on the table. Five wides. Minimo time. This is hit pretty well. That'll test the fielder. But he's up to the test down there. Swatma. I got no idea which way this is going to go. Just feel there's more twists ahead. 100 for 1. 100's up. 20 balls remaining to sort this one out. 45 still required. Well bowled actually, but also well played by Sufyan. Kept in the infield though, only a single. Riggy's got to do his bit as well. Basically need 2 a ball. He doesn't have to get 2 a ball, but he should be hoping for close to that. Well bowled. Excellent bowling. That one was inside, I think. We'll show you the replay again. End of the 7th, 101 for 1. But again, try and look at the shadow here of the ball. And definitely there. I think when it passes the line, it's getting a bit of the line. Only has to get a bit of the line, remember. Still, Gould, he's in the naughty corner for me. Because I actually think he's run across so many times, I would have taken him out of the attack. But you need to warn him first. Coming up, this is probably my match of the day. Spartans versus Sophia Stars. Sophia Stars 7-0. Bakhtiar Tahiri back into the side. Rohit Daman back into the side as well. For the Spartans, Anthony Dowling. He's back in, I think, for his brother Josh. Spartans won the toss and elected to bowl. So Stars will be opening up with the bat. That's coming up in around about half an hour's time. All right, here's Nair. The first one misses the mark. It's been a funny old game, hasn't it? Think about all the things. We had the run out in the first innings. We're both at one end. Oh, miss from Sufyan. Oh, they're checking this from side on. Well, what's Sufyan done here? Has he gone walkabout? I don't know what's going on. This is a big brain fade if he has stepped out. I think that he's too quick. We'll try and freeze the moment that the stumps come off because I think he's still down there. I mean, looks like to me he's still in when the bail's removed. But then, of course, he steps out, which was crazy. Then he's definitely out. He tries to say, hey, what's going on? Well, the keeper fumbled the ball. But he's not. Wow, Dunbar was too quick. And if he'd had his time over, he probably should have smashed the stumps over again. And then he would have had the stumping. Wow, add that into the X-Files kind of factor. Sufyan hasn't been as effective to pace off, no doubt about it. And now they find themselves slightly behind the rate of the game. They've been ahead or at least at it for so long, Plovdiv. Ricky needs to do something. Wide, just. And that's the thing. There's been a couple of calls, wide calls that have gone against Plovdiv. They love those balls back at this stage. This time, Ricky does hit, but they have to settle for a single. He really likes to hustle through his overs. I mean, that was a fingertipper, but I don't think you're holding those too often. This one is hit over the offside, but again, good defense. Only gonna get the one. Two to come. Perfect bowling. That's what he wants, just to drop it. Tramline, Lakov puts whatever body he has behind the ball, does well. This has been a great switch to spin for the Spartans. Again, lack of pace, Sufyan. Can't time it up. What a good over. No boundaries in it. In fact, we haven't had a boundary off the bat for a while. There's just 8 runs off that 8th over. It's 109 for 1. Game changing. Yeah, the last boundary we had was 6 off the second last ball of the 6th over. So that's 13 balls now without a boundary. And they got that big bump, didn't they, in the 4th over? A 35 run over, but then since then, it's been heading south. Meanwhile, this is the time where the Spartans really did accelerate. So kind of innings of opposites, or 2 innings of opposites in so many ways. Lakov to bowl the 9th. All right. Is there another twist? I mean, Lakov, if there's a guy that you'd bring on that you'd trust, it would be Lakov. But remember, Sufyan's been excellent to pace on bowling. I think you're really happy just to see him get to the other end and maybe put the squeeze on Parigi. 36 off 12 required. So basically need 18 at this over to keep at the rate, and 6 minutes to bowl this over. Here we go, 9th over. It all happens in the 9th. Very good ball. And to be honest, you'd be so happy with a 1, even better than a dot. I don't think it was anything intentional from Lakov, but it's almost like an intentional walk. You'd definitely be so happy to see Sufyan at the other end and concede a run to do so. Parigi, time to ship up or ship out. And he's gone. Great length from Lakov, who gets that up, little chop on. And Parigi, his ordeal is over. Out for 4 off 9. And Spartans look to be well up in the contest now. Plovdiv 110 for 2. This is the perfect length at this stage. Right up on the block hole. Just bat onto stumps. Is there any pad? Maybe a bit of the back pad. Onto the back pad and then crashes into middle. So disappointing innings from Manny. 4 off 9, couldn't find the boundary. 2 teams you wouldn't be surprised if they met on finals day either. Going head to head here. New batter is Agagu Amadel, and Pavel throws it back in but concedes the 1. Well, this is where the rubber hits the road. It's the last chance saloon for Sufyan. 61 off 30, but he hasn't had a lot of help. Definitely not recently. 9 to go. Oh, he decides to get funky and can see the frustration on Sufyan. Where's that one? He's trying something like Lakov tried in the first innings, trying to manufacture that boundary. This has been a strange game. Unpredictable kind of a game. Again, good bowling from Lakov. Should be stopped. But, unfortunately, it won't be. Just gets through. It'll be 4 runs. Okay, get some 4 closer. Again, in the secret garden, you never quite know what's going to go on over there, but that one gets through. Gets a piece of this, but well fielded, good defense. Now they're not sure if there's a run or not. It has to be a run because Sufyan, you want him to face, but they're going to have to do something almost supersonic to pull this one out. Plovdiv, 116 for 2 off 9. 29 required off the last over. We'll remind you, we did have a 35 run over earlier in the innings, but I suppose the thing is, for the Spartans, you've got your pick of a few different bowlers. Josh Dowling, would you trust him with it? He had 1 over, none for 13. Again, maybe not risking a florin in this situation. Even if you go for 20, that's fine. You just don't want someone that's going to bowl a bunch of no balls or anything like that. Create more scoring opportunities. Pretty interesting looking economy rates in there. 33 for Watman, 39 for George, albeit George only on the 2 balls, and one of them was a free hit.
I know. We'll have to change the field a bit.
Sufyan, you can kind of feel his frustration in this innings, especially how it's gone in the second half. Tail of 2 halves. I mentioned the splits in the first half of the first innings. 41 off the first 5, 103 off the second 5. In this one, it's kind of been the opposite. 83 off the first 5. And just 33 since. Of course, still an over to go. Thing is, now you get last over, you've actually got as much time as you like to set the field and get it right. But simple, you can't afford to go for 6s. Sufyan on 66. 29 to win. And he's going to get Vortex first up. And even with the fielder there, it's not going to work out. That's 4 runs. Funny thing here, if he hit every ball from 6 for here, I think he gets his 100 as well. That's Nikolai Nankov down there, the unenviable task. Now, this will be one for the books. That's all this game needs. 5 6s to finish. Bring up your 100 and a famous win, but all Dowling has to do really is get 1 of these 5 right. I think he'll be all right. All right. Need to get all the lottery numbers in a row here, really, Sufyan. Playing a lone hand. Well, that'll do. Goes up and over the top. Oh, it's going to be 4, though. Thought for a second might go all the way. Okay, it's better than nothing. Keeps you alive in the game. 21 off 4. Even 20. You get 2 4s, 2 6s. You got a golden ball. Rico was feeling a golden ball. Dowling's just got to get 1 right. So if this is a dot, or even if this is on the field, it stays on the field for a 1, they can't win unless there's extras. You need to realise that situation. If you need to get at least a 2 here to keep the game alive, excluding extras. So run a 2 no matter what to the outfield. Here we go. He does reach for it and get some. He'll get 1. He'll get 4. There you go. Game still alive as we see Sydney going down with some sort of hammy. Dowling, youngster, just feeling the pinch a bit. Good shot selection to go offside there, Sufyan. 17 off 3. So again, 6-6-4 will be a golden ball. 6-6-6, you win. All you need is for this to stay on the field if you're the Spartans. Let's have a look. It does. That should be it. Watmer, he's gone from villain to gatekeeper. And Sufyan is 78 or whatever he ends up is going to be in vain as long as Dowling doesn't lose the plot here and bowl a 7 up or something like that. Just 2 legal deliveries and the Spartans will have earned their win. Oh, wide. Well, it's only 1 wide at least. It gets past Dunbar, then that would have been bigger problems. $16 off 2. Need to have a minimo or or no ball plus boundary to have any hope. Plovdiv. I like the 1% though, still bullish. And that's top edge. It's up in the air. It's back to the future, really. And Dunbar almost gets there. Don't think they even bother running, and that kind of says it all. It's funny how things have ended how they began in this innings. We saw 2 big top edges get dropped by Florin in that area. Sufyan could have been gone a long time ago. In the end, they've earned their point, Plovdiv, but they'll get no more out of this one. Kind of game that you need to kind of just pour yourself a nice cup of tea and relax. Here's the last ball.
Yes, Josh!
That'll be it. Straight over the stump. So it'll be 144 to 129. 15 runs between the two teams. And a pretty spicy encounter. Two teams that might just be creating a bit more history before a meeting on finals day Sunday. But in the end, it is the Spartans that get across the line. And I'm curious to see what they go player of the match. For me, probably Chris Lakov was up there, but Jacob Gould likewise. The 2 star batters were both the 2 star bowlers for the Spartans, who go back to back with Anthony Darling replacing Josh in the next game. Sophia Stars, they're 7-0. They just want to keep on keeping on, don't they? They've had a lot of good performers. Watch out for Shivam Mishra and Prakash listed to open, I noticed, in match number 18, which starts in about 15 minutes time. Hopefully we stay on time for that one. Let's have a look. And as the case of missed opportunities early, we saw a couple of catches go down. We saw this. It really should have been a run out. Pavel missed the target by meters, and even with the backup fielder having an opportunity, somehow the run out was avoided. Matt Sufyan, he was a real difference maker while he was out there. Got a bit of help from Sangani, but not a lot of help anywhere else. But there was this period where they completely lost the plot. The Spartans had a ball that went magical. Not just an over, a ball that went magical. So Sufyan was very brutal on pretty much all the paces. Kevin George then came on as the replacement bowler. The combined over of Watner and George went for 35, and it put Plovdiv ahead. This is a rough shot, really. Premeditated charge. Probably should have been a wide. It wasn't. Actually, those couple of wide calls that we thought were missed might have just been useful for Plovdiv down the stretch, but it would get tight. But I think they made their own bed in a set. Obviously, it's like Rigi 4 off 9 coming out at number 3. You need more out of him. I mean, if he just goes at a kind of normal run rate, that's 14 extra runs, which is pretty much the margin between these two teams in the end. It came down to the last, and Darling came on and saw ball by ball. Plovdiv kind of keeping themselves in the game. But they just needed one ball to stay on the field. And eventually, Watnell made a good stop down the ground. And from there, no path back. Pretty entertaining game to say the least in match 17, but the Spartans get the W. Just put a bit of distance between themselves and Plovdiv on the table. But Spartans, like I said, no time to rest. They'll be back on in around about 10 minutes time. 78 not out in the losing cause from Mohammad Sufyan. Sangani was decent for 28 before a rush of blood cost him his wicket. Origi, 4 off 9 at a time they needed to be upping the ante. He just found himself unable to score heavily enough. And that put more pressure on Sufyan. Couldn't quite get the job done. 1 for 18 for Lakov, following up his good bowling. Jacob Gould 1 for 14. I think they do go for Jacob Gould. Makes sense. I mean, it could have been either Lakov or Gould, but they were a brilliant twin effort, weren't they, for the Spartans? Sid Nair with a pretty important left arm spin, 2 overs. He went 9 for 18 off his 2. So we'll take a break. Not too long to go, though, before we're back with the next game. And it is what was the game I kind of earmarked as match of the day, with the Spartans to take on the Stars. When he sounded Mr. Maximo. Glad that we're up and running, and plenty more action to come here on day 4. We return on ECN to Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria as we get ready for the third match of the day. It's match number 18 and probably the match of the day between BCC Spartans and the Sofia Stars. Well, two teams that certainly love to get the win here. A man who's also always winning in life is Tyrone Peters. A little bit earlier, had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Sofia Stars to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Ooh. Tails. Yes, sir. He's going to have a ball.
Well, Pavel throws grenades at the coin toss and says, we will bowl. And designated tosser sent out there for the Spartans. So Sofia Stars will open up. They've had some very good performance so far in the series. And yeah, Sofia Stars, despite being undermanned for a fair bit of the first part of the series, they still have found a way to win and get a few 4-pointers along the way as well. Nice look at this multi-sport facility. There's the cricket ground coming in to the left and the beautiful mountains in the background. That's what I love about European cricket. There's so many different cricket grounds in so many different settings. They go Dowling for Dowling as Anthony comes in for Josh for the Spartans. Sofia Stars bring back Bakhtiar Tahiri and Rohit Daman, who missed the last game last night. They did play the earlier game yesterday. Shivam Mishra's had a real breakout series, hasn't he? And Gagandeep Singh's just pretty tricky with the ball. And Bakhtiar Tahiri hasn't played too much, but already has racked up 284 fantasy points. For the Spartans, though, Dunbar, he was in good form yesterday. Just didn't have a great first game with the bat. But it was Lakov and Gul that put together a partnership that engineered a 15-run win for the Spartans over a Plovdiv side that wouldn't really go away in that previous game. 37% Spartans, probably about right. I would have had probably a 40-60, but you never know. So, almost ready to get going. Warm welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Pretty sound to hear Mr. Maximo in for Rico, who's having a day off. Thoroughly deserves it as well, I might add. He's been handling the conditions very, very well. 29 degrees currently, so pretty nice for cricket. You even see the trademark power lines over this field. If the ball hits the power lines, it's a dead ball and the ball's re-bowled. It hasn't happened so far today. It normally happens at some point during the day. So, for Sofia Stars, they'll be hoping 150 plus here. When these two teams met, it was actually last night. And the Spartans batting first could only manage 99. Stars chased it with 13 balls to spare. So different order of innings and different tactics here as well, with Jacob Gould opening up. All right, shake, rattle, and roll. And what a good bit of footwork first up. Fearless stuff from Murad Khan, who's in good form. Maximal, and we're underway here in match number 18. Lift it up, and that is going to be out of the ground. Well, the switch to spin in the first over certainly hasn't spooked Murad. It continues his good form. Maximal, back to back.
One ball to get a wicket, boys. Come on. One good ball, Jacob. Come on. Right, lads, pick him up. We gotta get runs. On, Jacob.
So cool. Let's see. You definitely trade a magical over for a wicket here. That's the other thing. Even if you can get him to make one mistake and pounce on it. Murad's been hitting him so well. And this one will get through the offside. I thought for a second it might have entertained the cover, but that's going to be for just enough to get it over the infield. Good start this for the Sofia Stars. I suppose the thing is, no matter how many the Stars get, the Spartans will know how many they need to get, and they can bat accordingly. Well, ball, that's quick hands. Magical first materializes for the Sofia Stars. Shooting for the Stars here, 20th. Only 4 balls.
Safe to say you might have been right, Jacko. Chris. Yeah. What stupid idea you came up with? No, I've had much worse, trust me. Go on, Jacob.
So,
You go, Jacob. Get on top, boys. That's coming, boys.
couple to come. Oh, well bowled. It's going to fly to the vortex for 4, but it was very close to beating the bat, and it would have been stumped. Jacob Gore not really having too much time to celebrate his player of the match performance in the previous game. I feel like he would have overbalanced there if he'd missed it. But anyway, you make your own luck. It's 5 balls. 5 boundaries so far. Eventually, he's not going to chase that. Bit of a smile from Dunbar. Saying, you want to hit that one? Same tactics. Not falling at that not falling for it that time either. So this over, been going 6-6-4-4-4 wide. Could go supersonic. No? It'll be a dot. So a good comeback, even though it took a while for Gould to be competitive in the over. And at the end of the first at 26 without loss. Quick look at the Premier Division, of course. These are the top 20 sides in Europe. And Bulgaria can join them if they can win the Challenger Division, which will feature the other 12 teams involved in the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. Men's version will begin on the 25th of September, running for 3.5 weeks into October. And we'll have our 5th ever champion. The England 11 won it in 21, 23, 20, and 24. The Netherlands 11 won it in 2022. All right, Nagy finally gets his chance, and he's going to put it up and out of the ground. Maximo! What a bad swing from Nagy. He was actually getting a few little tips from Murad earlier. Obviously, it's worked. Big swing and a miss. So Nagy, that's the thing. He's got his own kind of technique. It's based around wanting to hit everything for 6. Not too much of him. There you go. And this one will go up and over the top and go for 6. Maximo. Heggie is pretty good at finding those straight boundaries, considering that he's not too tall. I would have thought he's one guy you might pull the length back to, because he's always kind of looking to go straight down the ground. Not many batters have been able to get away with this, because it will jump. Lakov finding it a bit tough as well. 6:06 to start this second over. Scary thing is, if the Stars were winning games with 9 and getting 4 points with 9, now the fact they're back to their full complement, wouldn't believe it. They've even got a 12th man today. Prashant Verma not able to make the 11. Wasn't an issue a couple of days ago. Yeah, that's well bowled. That's the thing, Nagy. This is what I meant. If you can put it more on a regular length, he's going to back away, and he just got cramped for room there, didn't he? It's a good comeback from Lakov. Got to think on your feet sometimes as a bowler. Again, better length. Not an easy one to drive straight down the ground. Here comes the chat saying, hey, you lost your shape there. Don't try and hit it so hard. Just try and stay a bit side on. Murad's advice, I'm sure. Will he follow it? Not so sure. Not really a pretty shot, but it will bring him a single. And that'll take us to the end of the over. Lakov does go for a couple of maximos, but not a lot more. End of the second over. It's 39 without loss. I know when I was playing first grade cricket, if the one batter would give advice to another, we would then make that very clear. Number one, to the batter that was coached, that isn't he good enough to learn how to bat on his own? And to the guy who did the coaching, we'd say, oh, you're so good, are you? Maybe you should learn how to play first. But maybe that's an indictment of the era that I played in Western Australian first grade cricket. But anyway, it's 39 without loss after 2. Stars, kind of almost another galaxy, aren't they? They'd be wanting another win here. I wonder if we'll see some Pavel. Didn't see him bowling in the previous game for the Spartans. Narayanan is going to get the 3rd. That's the kind of length that Nagy wants. I'll have to settle for a single here. So 5 boundaries to start this contest. In the second over, we had a 6.6 start to the second over. Can they just kind of get ahead in an over, Spartans? All right, up in the air, and it's going to cover the line. Just great effort, and Lakov not happy that he wasn't able to. And just covered the line. Mentioned that boundary's in a bit because of the hill. That's going to be lifted up over the top, and that is going to be 6. Maximal. What a start this is from Murad Khan. 36 off 8. Lighting it up. All right, Narayanan's going to go around the week and hope for the best. Short arm jab this time. Better ball. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder. See, slightly uphill last metre or two towards that mid-wicket boundary. Swing and a miss from Nagy. Just been a bit of a handbrake despite a couple of good shots in there. Need a breakthrough here, don't they? Well, straight up in the air. Dunbar should catch this. It's not an easy one, swirling around. He won't get there. Oh, frustrating one. Then throw comes flying in. Nagy has a life. Haven't had too much luck under the high ball today of the Spartans. That'll be the end of the over. It's 55 without loss. Okay, it wasn't the man doing most of the damage, but still, Dunbar would have loved to have caught this. The other thing is he had to deal with the power lines. Oh, yeah. Dunbar will be frustrated with that.
Jacob, help.
26, 13, and 16 through the first three, and the 50 partnership comes up during that fifth over, that third over as well. Well, slower ball from Nankov first up, and it might bring a wicket. It will. Well, Chris Lakov, take a bow. Nikolai Nankov's been sitting around all morning, not having to do too much, but his first ball is going to bring the big wicket of Murad Khan. Change it as good as a holiday. Check out this catch, but it seems clean to me. He was traversing the boundary. He tossed it up and then made sure that he wasn't touching the boundary. And see, that's fine. That's fine. Let's have a look. Look at the feet here. That's also inside. Throws it away. And then as long as he's back in, he's well back in. Excellent catch from Lakov. Murad is going to have to go, and it feels like a big moment in this game. He's out for 37. Nikolai Nankov with the wicket. And it's 30. 37 for him, but it's 55 for one. Great catch. My name is Earl. Doing the business. Oh, that's out. That is out. He's gone a long way back. Back to here. He's going to have to go. He's going to try and say hit him high. But that ain't going over the top. Nankov strikes twice. He's on a hat trick. We'll have a look at it straight up, and then even the side. I just don't think this is going over the bails. It nipped back and it kept low. So Nankov putting the confusion rays on the Grizzly. Have a look at it. Shoots through for me. It's a long way back. Yeah, that's hitting him below the bails. It doesn't have too much further to travel. Slightly bent back leg. He's actually so far back, he's almost chipped over the stumps. Have a look. Look at that. It's a very good view from our friends. That's never going over the top, even though it hits him above the pad. So Tahiri probably feels like it's high, but it's a very good decision. And well, this is where we probably unleash our new duck on you, but it's not quite ready yet. Still in production, but back to Tahiri. Not able to produce anything there. Again, he's going to make his case, but the replay tells 1,000 words. Look how far back. He's almost chips over the stumps as well on the way back. So 55-2. Hat-trick opportunity then. Oh, I've been waiting. Sufyan, of course, for Plovdiv took one. Nankov, could he take a hat-trick first three balls just like Sufyan did? Let's go. Nope. Good keeping by Dunbar down the leg side. Yeah, Nankov. Always great to see your native players getting these opportunities. Too short this time, and look who it is. Shivam Mishra. Again, he's one huge obstacle. In fact, he can come out at number 4. He's been smashing it in this series. Hello to Kevin D'Souza. Good to see you in the chat. Kevin, hopefully you're well. Kevin, gave me a catch up in the commentary tower back in 2021. I still remember that. Lefty on strike, Nagy. Bold. I just think Nankov's a good matchup to Nagy as well because he's not giving a lot of pace to work with. And Nagy does lose his shape and he's lost his coach as well with Murad being out. I just think he's a chance to get stumped or just wildly swing and miss. A bit too short though from Nankov, and that time will be cashed in. Maximo from Mishra. Cannot afford to be that short at that pace. Still, a bit of a fight back coming. This is hit. And, put down George. That's Kevin George. Did well to actually reach it in the first place. Down it goes. End of the over, 65 for 2. So, had a strong start, but the Spartans have been working their way back ever since. First one drifts down the leg side, and they do go to Sydney Air here with his left arm. Little drifters. Again, line's wrong from there, and he's going to be put away. With this kind of drift, he needs to be trying to start it outside that tram line and just getting it back into nick a little bit of it. But I think someone like Mishra is in really good form. He's gonna feast on those all day long. A question from Shazad Khan. Hello to you, Shazad, again. Thanks for your question. Asking, was I a good bowler, a good batter? Well, I suppose I was a bit of an all-rounder. But my specialist skill was wicket keeping, Shazad. Oh. That one is hit. Has it gone far enough? It has not. Lakov once again does the job. Another clutch catch from Super Mario robs the Stars of a Maximo, and Mishra is going to have to go. He was concerned straight away that he didn't get the elevation, and yeah, catches win matches, and catches get you back into matches. Excellent bit of outfielding. Watch him here. He'll come into screen in a moment. Here he comes. Picks it up. Perfect technique. This time, didn't need any fancy business. He stays well inside. And Lakov coming good. Wicket for Sydney. Mishra out for just 14. 72 for 3.
That's the thing. You can't keep being able to do it. Yeah, you're going to fail. Oh, yeah.
So, Rohit Dhaman gets a hit. Yeah, so I was a wicket keeper. That was really my skill as senior cricket. But growing up, I did open the bowling until I was 17 or 18. And I suppose I'm going to claim I was before my time with my batting. I was a style which at the time was termed reckless. Probably a little bit reckless for the forms of cricket I was playing, but now it would just be called normal. I think I averaged 26. I thought I averaged 24, then someone corrected me. I averaged 26 in my career, which isn't really a top batting average. But I was a lower order hitter. Oh, interesting one there. Not gloved cleanly. I wonder. The thing is with Dunbar, he had to rush because Nagy was heading back very quickly. I actually think it was, even if he'd taken it, he would have been back. Nagy realised very quickly he'd missed it. And that's going to be a little under edge. It's going to fly away, but only a single. Yeah, Kevin, talking about my catch 2 years ago. I hate to break it to you, Kevin. It was 4 years ago. That's how quickly time's moving on. That's going to be hit pretty well away from the field, and that's going to be fought. Nice shot by Demand. He's a good in for this side. Very experienced, end of the 5th over, and it's 78 for 3. Yes, Shazad, he likes my answer. It is a typical answer, you're right, saying I'm an all-rounder. But in my defence, I played indoor cricket for Australia, and you have to do batting and bowling in indoor cricket in the version that I played. And I was a specialist wicketkeeper, so I'd even have to bowl. So I did bowl until I was 17 or 18. But let's be honest, at a senior level of cricket, at the kind of semi-professional level that I played, I was a bit of an anomaly because I was a wicketkeeper that didn't bat that well for the level. So it's a bit like I would bat number 8 or number 9, which in the modern day, there's not too many like that. Anyway, looking forward to Watmer bowling a bit of spin here. So changing his approach, and fortunately for him, the result's not changing too much as that first one is slammed straight back over his head for 6. Maximo. All right, Watmer's trying something here because spin has been effective. Good retrieval from Lakov going over the banner as well. Yeah, so let's just say I'm a wicket keeper, and I'm not going to claim I'm a wicket keeper batter. I'm a wicket keeper. Anyway, you can do your own research on that. Come back from Watmer. Well, I appreciate your interest, but like I said, it's a long time since I've played, but I did play a lot, and I suppose that's what helps me in this commentary role, especially having experience playing at a good level of cricket, but then also operating as a bowler or a batter or a keeper or a fielder. I've been in all those situations. A bowl from Watmer. Good comeback. Well, last time I played, if you want to count non-competitive cricket, I did a pretty good job keeping for the under-13s in Madrid before the final, I thought. All right, false shot here from Demand. Up in the air, but it's going to find a pocket of space. Should get back for 2. They will pretty easily. Yeah, Adil saying he's played some indoor cricket in Dubai. Now, I know there's an indoor cricket centre in Dubai, which has the same. It's the tensioned netting indoor cricket. And actually, there's one in Finland. There's actually 2 courts in Finland where I was last week. I couldn't believe it. A play box. Step and hit from Demand. Lakov once again patrols that area. Yeah, but that indoor cricket experience is actually really useful for this 10 over cricket because there's a lot of similarities. A lot happens very quickly. Watmer only gone for 10 in this over. He'd love to keep it that way. Good over, and yeah, Brad Flynn, he sums it up, saying that obviously Watmer has decided that pace is not the answer. Truer words never spoken, Brad, but that's the end of the 6th over. It's 89 for 3. Jules, yeah, also mentioning I did play at Hornchurch a couple of years ago, and that was really fun. It was that we had Super 8s cricket. It was part of their charity day and their sponsors day. And then I did play a game of 11 versus 11 the next day, and I retired out for 55. So actually, when I think about it, that's the last time I batted. That's a good way to go out, because going out on your own terms. I'd never retired out before, but I felt it was the right thing to do. We were cruising in the game, and didn't want to hog all the bowling. And that's going to be hit over the leg side, but should be stopped. Again, good technique out there to keep it in front. Tell you what I remember about that Hornchurch game more than anything. So I took 4 stumpings, which I don't think I'd ever done. 3 was my max before that. But I actually would have had a 5th stumping. I flicked the ball onto the stumps from down the leg side, and it didn't knock off the bails, and it would have been 5 stumpings. And I've never done that, and because I'll probably never do it in my life. Oh, well bowled, but it's going to get past Dunbar. Rare error from Symbols behind the stumps. Good stop, though. Pavel might have grabbed a couple of thorns there. Let's have a look. There's plenty going on. We'll see this from maybe see if it was a clean stop. I mean, it looks like it. Oh, look at that foot. I think probably he'll end up getting better than doubt. There's a lot of sand and stuff going on. And then he'll roll it forward. Oh, he does. You can see he's hit the rope. But when? I think they have given it what probably was actually. So 4 byes. Great effort from Pav, but then looked like he might have got a prickle on the way down. Oh, Nankov this time too short, and it gets whacked away over the leg side. Maximal brings up the 100 as well for the Sevilla Stars. And the one that went for 4 byes, I think it's one of those ones that Adrian just didn't really track the swing and got a bit distracted. It's a natural thing, especially when you're getting kind of deep in the week, when day 4 now. Concentration thing, really. All right, miss hit up in the air. Can anyone reach it? And yes, they can. Lakov has been electric in the field. And it's the 3rd wicket for Nankov. The dangerous Rohit Daman will be the next to go. Excellent catch. 14 for Daman. But he skies one. Knew straight away he was in trouble, but still plenty had to be done. And Lakov does a great job. Have a look at Lakov in the background. Yep, spots it straight away. Picks it up. Protects the ball. 100 comes up, but a loss of a 4th wicket now. It's 100 for 4. Great work, great athleticism and courage from Lakov to go after that. Yeah, Lana asking, have the Stars changed their batting order? But it's not that. It's just some of the key batters that have departed. Having said that, still plenty to come. Jetwa gets a hit at number 6. Not a player I've seen a great deal of before this week. Great bowling from Nankov. Again, he's an awkward pace. He's kind of too fast for a spinner, but not fast enough to be a fast bowler. Nagy's still there. Hasn't had a lot of the strike in this innings. Oh, Helix saying maybe that's a new dessert. The prickly Pav. Yeah, we thought that Pav might have got a few prickles. Trying to stop that boundary. I don't know what the instructions were. I don't know if push a single was what I was expecting, but Nankov, great effort from the Bulgarian. 3 for 18 off his 2 overs. And after 7, the Sofia Stars, 101 for 4. Quick look at the calendar, of course. Had the European Cricket League earlier in the season. And it was the Sofia Stars that represented Bulgaria there. But they're an interesting kind of case, Bulgaria. We've seen Indo-Bulgarians come a couple of times. We've also seen CC Academic, now known as MU Sofia, there. Now known as the Ravens, actually, in this tournament. But these 2 teams you're seeing play right now, you've got plenty of players that have played, united for Indo-Bulgarian. Now a little bit of a split. Again, more teams, I think more rivalries. It's a good thing. It's just changed the dynamics of the domestic game. So, for example, you'd never normally see Lakov against Prakash Mishra. But obviously, now the fact they're in separate teams makes 2 pretty strong teams. And it's good to see, the player numbers are there to create more teams as well. All right, Nagy, time to hit the go button. Tries. Excellent location. You can see Nagy wants to go leg side, but that's going to be a very difficult ball to access.
Jacko, coming to
You'd be dialing that up again and again here if you can. Just misses. Not a bad spot to miss, though. I think you'd rather miss there than go at the stumps and get smacked. A little bit of drift. Now gets through the overs quickly. Oh, well, should have been smacked. This is missing leg stump. Well, oh, I think that's out. That's poor running from Nagy. Oh, see, this is a terrible bit of running. What was he doing? I mean, should have whacked that for 6. Probably upset he missed it. But look, you can't run any slower than this. Then realizes, oh, I'm in trouble here. And he's gone. Forget it. Good night, Charlene. And Dunbar, it's a good heads-up play to recognize the situation. And Nagy, who'd batted through thick and thin, but now he's going to run himself out. And there's the decision. Clear decision. 2 mistakes compounding. It was a filthy full toss. Really should have gotten the treatment, but Nagy misses it, and then he misses the point of running. Dunbar, a little bit of a 10-pin bowling special. Let's have a look at it. Had to recover from the other side of the stumps. Gets the glove off, picks it up. Ball already stopped. Gives himself a chance. And Nagy, well, he's a keeper himself, so he would know that was a big brain fade. 103 for 5, and their fielding's keeping them in the game here, the BCC Spartans. All right, well, Jethwa on strike. Prakash Mishra coming out. Not a bad number 7 to have. Oh, well, Jethwa is going to use his feet, and he's going to put this one delightfully over the leg side. 4 runs in the end, but good use of the feet and his body as the second line of defense. 4 carreras. Yeah, Mishra, he's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde with the bat these days, Prakash. Oh, miss stumping. Dunbar's just a couple of times just not quite had his head screwed on. I'll be disappointed. It's a difficult take, but he had plenty of time if he did glove it to affect the stumping. And now Jethwa's going to try and make him pay. Slashes to the offside, but it gets held up. Yeah, the thing with those ones, when there's a lot of time, you just got to try and glove it cleanly. I think Dunbar already had kind of made a movement towards the stumps. It was an awkward hop, like a half volley hop for him. Prakash gets called Robocop sometimes, gets called Master Chef sometimes, because he does run a very successful restaurant. Also, this is the longest I've seen him play without getting injured. I don't want to jinx him. We're into day 4. And I don't think they had any games on Monday. So end of the over. I think it is the end of the over, 110 for 5. Yeah, Dunbar with a brilliant run out in the over, but I think he'll be disappointed that he's not able to turn that into a stumping. Just waiting for confirmation. I do feel that will be the end of the over. Here comes the graph, which means it's official. There you go. Wickets, slowing down the run rate. It's the kind of game, if the Spartans are going to get one over the Stars, this is the kind of game you think they should be winning. Hello to Ash at Save Derek. A bit of breaking news. I mentioned it a few days ago, but in case you missed it, I have seen Derek's replacement. Oh, it's Pavel time. Awesome. All right. The Romanian international. And if you saw Pavel's T20I numbers, they had to be the envy of any bowler around the world. Burst onto the scene in 2019. I'll give you those in a minute. But he played 16 T20Is, 15 wickets, at an average of 12 and an economy of under 8. Here he is bowling the 9th. Now that's a good piece of bowling first up, but even better batting. As that'll go over the top. Maximal Prakash. Just waits on it nicely. Not a bad kind of zone. Makes him hit to one of the longer boundaries, but maybe not the field not quite right. I'll tell you what my field was actually to Pavel. But I had often 5 out on the leg side from fine leg all the way to long on. Just trying to force the batter to hit offside and make the pace. Wow, that's going to go as well. Prakash has just turned the corner with his batting. Maximal, and that was a monster from the Master Chef. He's serving it up in generous proportions. Again, not a terrible ball. Challenge kind of a ball, but Mishra up for the challenge. And that one's on the other field. Counter-attack coming. That's where that one is, on the artificial football field. New balls, please. Pavel's been waiting all day for a ball. He's only going to get the one over here. Uh-oh, overpitch this time. I'd be happy if it's only one. Prakash isn't known for running twos. Might see this one in the replay. I think it was dropping enough. I'll check it out here. I think, you know, it is high, but I think at the crease it's probably coming down enough. All right, Jetwa, he now gets the Pavel Florin experience. Oh, they like it. Dunbar thinks it's out. I think it's going to be a wicket for Florin. They've gone to the video umpire. But, yeah, Jetwa, again, gets the ball. It's not that easy to muscle leg side. Check it out in the replay. Is that foot drag? Is the heel in the air? Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Where's the foot? Let's stop. All right. I mean, it's a tough one. I think it's out, but I don't know if there's enough evidence one way or another. But Dunbar was sure, because the thing is, Dunbar thinks he can see the line, and if he can see the line, then it's out. So I'll come back to live pictures. But yeah, I think it's one of those ones where you got to stick with what the umpire says, and the umpire thought it was out, and there's nothing really to refute that. So it's a wicket to Pavel Florin. Dunbar does pick up the stumping. Second wicket of the series for the bodyguard, and Jetwa out for 7. 123 for 6. The only thing, because we had the third umpire, we didn't really see what kind of celebration we had from Pavel. Seems out to me, I got to be honest. And then over, it's gone to boxing. Yeah, it does like a bit of boxing, does Pav. Just got to make sure the umpire's not in the way when you start that one. All right. New batter, Sahil Kumar. Decides to go leg side. Oh, it's an amazing stop from Jacob Gould, who's gone the slide tackle. Just a single. That's the thing. You went for 2 sixes straight up. But you look at this over, just 14 off. He's got a funny knack, Pavel. And he does have an unusual action, but even though he's got a slightly bent arm, he never straightens it. So he's completely legal, his bowling action. Last ball of the over. Mishra did have Pavel's measure at the beginning of the over. Pav would love to finish with a wicket. Oh, I think that's out as well. Premeditated charge from Prakash Mishra, and well, Pavel's fired up. Why not? The Dunbar Florin combination once again doing the trick. The length was never there for that shot. Should have stayed put, Prakash, and he would have had a short ball that was very pullable. But a double wicket strike, and Pavel is an excitement machine. Prakash goes walkabout, never comes home. Overbalances, easy stumping for Dunbar. And so, it's a bit of a shame we won't get more out of Pavel, but he'll finish with 2 for 14 off the over. 2 Maximos, though, for the Master Chef. He's out for 14. It's 124 for 7. Oh, ECN cricket, gotta love it. Prakash knows he's gone as well. And then here comes Pav. He's saying, yeah, not once, but twice. And then I don't know what this is. That's a little bit of the old little low fist pump. I don't think he was out of celebrations there. He only planned for 1 and over. 2 for 14. Good stuff. So 124 for 7. Let's see who they go back to here. Lakoff probably a natural choice to bowl the 10th. Yeah, Paul mentioning there the Melbourne Stars thing. He was a special consultant, put it that way, for the Melbourne Stars. I went to a game at the MCG when I was in Australia. That Pav was part of the squad. His teams played is actually pretty amazing, Pavel. I'll read through them if I have time in this over. He's also a guy, Pavel, that's played in every year of ECN cricket since 2019. Went to season 7, although the first season was only 3 days. All right. First one, outside half of the bat from Sahil Kumar. Should be gone, dropped. Oh, really? Should have done better. Sitting there. Let's get a free lesson from Lakoff. Yeah, so Pavel, Melbourne Stars is listed on his teams played. I suppose he was part of the squad. Hornchurch, former ECL champions. Romania in T20I cricket and, of course, ECI cricket. Cluj, the original side we saw him with. Then other clubs in Romania. He's bounced around. United CC Bucharest, Bucharest Gladiators. He's played for Sir Oliver Split in Croatia. He's played for BCC Spartan here. And he's also played for Royal Eagles. That's another club from Romania. All right, in the air again, not really middled at all, and a good catch. Geez, they have caught well, haven't they, in this innings? Spartans, that's what's kept them in the game, as that will be the dangerous Gagandeep Singh who's going to go into the bat job, really, and Watmer, again, judges it very well. This is the zone that he had a bit of a mischief yesterday, but he judges that one perfectly. And so, unfortunately for Gagan, he's not able to move the score. He's out for a golden duck. A wicket for Lakoff, 125 for 8. So the other thing with Pavel, don't want to harp on him too much, but he's got 17 wickets. And now make that 19 wickets on the network. He's got 29 runs. Good catch there by Watmer. But he's only ever hit 1 boundary. I remember it was for Romania in the ECC. I'm going to say it was in 2022. Like I said, for the Spartans, this is exactly the sort of game they need to be winning if they want to be real contenders this week. They've removed the dangerous hitters for the Stars without doing too much damage. They've held their catches. They created a run out of nothing. Balwant Singh, the lefty, gets a hit. Coming in at number 10. So they've taken 8 wickets now, the BCC Spartans. Really having a bit of trouble sending this field to the lefty. You can hear the discussions in the background. Gives it both barrels, does Balwant, and he's going to get 4. Well, after all of that discussion, I think they decided that they didn't really need an offside sweeper. But what a good shot from Balwant. Shows he can go the other way. All the infielders in there, but they couldn't make the stop. Yeah, think about Pavel, just to go back to him for a second. You actually watch, he's quite an accurate bowler now. He worked very hard a couple of years ago on just refining that action, his own action. Come back from Lakoff. But, he had all kinds of coaches available. But he said, look, I've just kind of worked out my own way that I bowl. And I don't think anyone can coach me because I've got my own technique and I just want to develop that. He says, I don't want to be like anyone else. So, credit to him. And he bowls very few extras. Didn't bowl a single extra in his over last over. Oh, it's a good shot from Balwant again. Up and over the top. How about that for a shot? Maximo. 135 now. This is a great game. We've had some good ones today. First one was a bit of a fizzer. The second one was intense. This one could be much the same.
Decent up there. Maybe go body.
Last ball. Oh, ball one. Auditioning for something a bit higher, although it should be gone. He's dropped. And straight away, Vinu looks at his... Oh, geez, that could be in, you know. Jeez, and he's annoyed, Lakov, that he wanted the ball picked up quicker, but I think they might have had a potential injury to Vinu. Let's see if we can slow this down. I feel like he might have made it. I think he has, you know. So I think that'll be 2 runs. Looks to be over the line by the time the bails are broken. So, put that as 2 in the book, and they're going to finish with 137 for 8 off the 10 overs. But like I said, the Spartans, they will feel that that's definitely within their range, but they're going to have to bat better than last night when they only scored 99 against the same opposition. Let's go back and have a look. And the Murad show continued, didn't it? Along with Nagy, they went about a pretty quick power play. In fact, they would take the score to 55 in the first 3. But it was Nankov, an unlikely force that would have the breakthrough. Chris Lakov with a brilliant catch down on the long-on boundary. They weren't done yet. I know that Tahiri still was convinced this was missing the stumps, but I think the replay shows there was no doubt it was going to take out the pegs, and he had to go first ball. First of a couple of Golden Ducks in this innings. Then, of course, you had the issue of Shivam Mishra, who's made runs for fun, but then he was caught well by Lakov. It was the fielding that just kept them in touch in this innings. But the thing is, despite the wickets falling, they still continued at a pretty good rate. That was the third of the trifecta of Lakov. Now, this was just lazy cricket from Nagy, really. Dunbar spotted that he was coasting. He fires it into the stumps, and it's the sort of one that, you know, with the replay, you're going to get given out every time. Maybe on a Sunday afternoon when you don't have the replay, you get away with that. And then it was all happening in the night. The bodyguard came out. He was up for a fight. He was made to wait not once but twice as Prakash went off the last ball of the over. So we had 2 wickets. We had 2 sixes in the night. We had Pavel up and about. He was enjoying his time out there. Just bringing things back a little bit. That last over from Lakov, not a bad one. Only went for 13. Gagan, he went off the first ball that he would face. And the last, I suppose. Nice catch by Watmer out there. And again, nice little counter-attack for Bolwan. He was able to get a 4, a 6 and a 2 while he was there. So another 12 runs that lifted them up into the 130s. And a really good contest shaping up in the middle match of the day. Looking at the scorecard. Sophia Stars. An interesting kind of journey there, didn't they? So 137. They scored 78 in the first half. They scored 59 in the second half. Top scorer was Murad Khan at the top with 37. Nagy with 27 before he needlessly ran himself out. And then 3 lots of 14 from Shivam Mishra, Rohit Daman and Prakash Mishra. They just were able to keep the line moving and keep the carousel turning around. BCC Spartans getting new batters to the crease, and that's why they're not chasing 150 or more. 3 for 18. Nankov, I thought, was an outstanding contributor for the Spartans. Great to see him getting an opportunity. 2 wickets for Florin in that 9th over. Singles for Sidnair with his left arm spin, and Lakov another solid performance. Watmer switched to spin and it worked pretty well for him as well. None for 11 off his solitary over. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a few moments' time. 138 for the Spartans. Really good litmus test, I think, for their batting. But the Stars, they'll want to make it 8-0 and continue cruising to that top spot. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Then back in Bulgaria shortly, live for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to Bulgaria for our coverage of the European Cricket Series here. And we're in for a bit of a doozy, I think, in the second half of match number 18. Two teams with premiership ambitions, no doubt about that. BCC Spartans going out to chase 138 against the Sofia Stars. 137 the first innings total. And what that means is that if the Stars can restrict the Spartans to 95 or less, they'll take all the points out of the game. If somehow the Spartans could chase 138 in 7 overs, they would take all the points out. It feels like more likely than not to be a 3-1 result. I suppose time will tell. But the Stars have not lost a game in this series. They're a perfect 7-0. They have had a bit of a knack of getting those 4 pointers. Of their 7 wins, 4 of them have been with the bonus point. These two teams met last night in match number 15, and the Spartans were only able to score 99 off their 10 overs, though that was batting first this time. They know the target. They know exactly what they have to do. They send out Sid Nair and Adrian Dunbar as usual to get things going. But yeah, the Spartans, they've had a bit more of an up and down time of it so far. They started with an awful batting effort where it all went wrong, and they didn't take a single point out of their first game. It was against the MUS Academic Ravens. Since then, they've won every game but that one last night. Here we go with Gagandeep. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier as a bit of a technical thing that he tends to back away and get himself in awkward situations. That's a ball that's miles down the leg side, and if he misses it, it's going to be a pretty tough take for Nagy. Might have even been 5. You never know. But he ends up just kind of bunting it down the ground for 1. Here's Dunbar. Let's see if he can step up in the moment. Real kind of indicator of their batting going well. Let that one go past harmlessly, and it does get past Nagy, but only momentarily. I say, I'm a big fan of the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. We've seen a few of them in this series. You watch now, he's got a little trigger where he clears his front leg no matter what. So it makes it tough for him to open up the leg side. So bad this time. Gets a bit of bat on this, but he'll only get a single. And it seems an above par total, but I just feel between some of the top teams, that kind of 130s par, a bit more than the 120. Which is the par across all 6 teams so far. Bowled. Dunbar happy to play it out. Adrian got caught on the slash, so to speak, earlier on. But he was in good form yesterday, wasn't he? Goes after this, does Dunbar down the ground, and he gets the result. Maximal. Might have been a wide. It's pretty close, but probably tramline. And yeah, solid step hit. Mid-off was up in the circle. Confidence booster for Adrian. %. Oh, I've got this. I'm just scoring this at about a 50-50. I think it was all along. Spartans, if you take out that first game, which is a total shocker, batting's been all right. That one is hit, and you would not believe it. Dunbar out exactly the same way as earlier on. It's a great catch down there by Bhawan Singh, and Dunbar can't believe it, to be honest. Neither can I. It's a great shot, but they've set the trap again. It's not like you're not going to play the shot either. You're always going to play it. Again, look, good footwork, makes good contact, and then straight away he's worried. It's just surely not. And you know what? to see two catches both taken like that, when you see some of the catches dropped in European cricket, poor Dunbar, if he had any head, be tearing it out. He's the first to go. It's 10 for 1. We saw some brilliant catching in the first half of this innings. I mean, he's on the move there. It's kind of knee high. In fact, it's Sahil Kumar down there. Pardon me, Sahil Kumar that takes the catch to his left. That's a brilliant piece of work. Unbelievable. Gagandeep, he'll say he planned it that way. I suppose he did to an extent. Go. Had a good last game. He's going to get a thick edge. More work. This one's going to go through, and of course it does. Sahil on the ground can't find the same success. That'll be the end of the first over. An entertaining one. 14 for 1 after 1. What a good catch. But Dunbar, I mean, how must he be feeling? You see some of the catches, the easy catches that go down. He's had 2 stingers taken in a very difficult part of the field to catch. 49 matches since a golden ball. If this isn't a golden ball, we hit the big 5-0. But yeah, amazing bit of work. That's cricket, as they say in the classics. Sahil Kumar. Still not his best moment on ECN, and it never will be, because him hitting a 6 off the last ball to sink the Danish club Skanderborg will be forever one of my favourite moments. All right, here's Shivam over 2. This ball would have been a wide, but Sid reaches and he puts it up and over the top. And I think in the end it's gone for 4. We'll have a look at the replay just to confirm. Again, probably could have left that one alone. Just checking that one again. It's very close to the line. I've got one more replay there perhaps. I know they want to make the call here, whether it's a 4 or a 6. So we need to have another look at it. Get really zoomed in on this or slow it down there. It is. I think that's 4. I don't actually think, because you never see the rope move. Giving it, well, 6. Fair enough. Can't say I agree completely, but maybe it did get a bit of the line. This one will no doubt be 4. The Spartans. This is a solid shot this time. More in his zone, Sydney. He's one of those guys that doesn't really like it on his pads. If I had to compare him to another batter, it'd be probably Varun Prasath from Malta. Can get in a bit of a tangle from time to time. Slow ball, pretty good one. Push and run, industrious stuff from the Spartans. Keep an eye on that required rate. Started at 13.8. They're slightly ahead at the moment. 13.3 required. And a question from Dave in the chat. Who will be at Rains Park for the Wimbledon series? Well, it'll be a combination of myself, Rico, and Tina. And yeah, so I will be nipping to Gibraltar for the weekend because we have more cricket there. Good slow ball again from Mishra. Pick up but no throw. Yeah, so the Wimbledon series at Rains Park, it's Monday to Friday, both weeks. Saturday, Sunday, there's no cricket, but we took the opportunity to organise a series in Gibraltar, who normally miss out because they only have normally 4 clubs that can play in Gibraltar. But I'm looking forward to having our first ever day series there. It's over the line, you know. Check this one out maybe on the replay. But the Gibraltar series, you won't believe it. I suppose I would. I think that's a good call, you know. I think it gets some of the line. It's a 2-day series, and I suppose we were planning, okay, it's probably going to be, 10 matches or something like that. Big swing and a miss this time. That will be the end of the second over, and the score is 26 for 1. But it's looking like now that it's gone up to 13 matches. So we'll actually have a 7-match day on the Saturday and a 6-match day on the Sunday. So this, I've always talked about wanting to do the marathon This is about as close as we have gotten so far. Sophia Stars 25 points and would love to just lock up that top spot. I think if they do that, win here, I just don't think anyone's going to catch them, even mathematically. It's probably impossible then. 26 for 1 off 2, and Spartans kind of mid-table, had that solid win over Plovdiv earlier in the day. Yeah, so how about that? A 7-match day and then a 6-match day. Here's Jethwa off a short run. Yes, he uses the pace here nicely. Despite the Tortuga, it's fielded. So, yeah, I've always wanted to do... I thought Gibraltar would be a great place for the marathon. 48 hours of non-stop cricket. This is pretty close because the first game, I think, starts at 9 and the last game starts at 9. So it goes 9, 11, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So first cricket at 9 o'clock and last cricket at probably 11... What was that? 10:45, 11 o'clock. So yeah, the good news is I was going to be doing that alone. Just thinking, okay, 2 days, I can zip from London. Luckily, I'm not anymore. Ball by Jethwa, puts School on the back foot. But I know that we're planning to have a special guest commentator, Rash Mahmood, who's a guy from the north of England, and he's done a lot of commentary over the past year around the traps, including the over 60s World Cup, including a fair bit of cricket in England as well. I think he even did the over 60s Ashes in Australia. Jethwa can search for that block hole, push and run from there, but it's a good little period for the Stars. Yeah, so luckily he'll be there, and I don't know what he'll be thinking. So his first day that he'll get to do with us, it'll be a 7-game day, which is stumps. Yeah, so 7-game day, where my guess is that we'll probably leave the hotel at 7 in the morning and we'll probably get back around midnight. And then we'll have to go the same time again in the morning, but it'll be fun. Closest thing to the marathon that we've ever done then. Oh, good surprise bouncer. I like Jethwa a lot. Oh, no way. Let's have a look at this side. How's that a no ball? Is that a duck? How's that a wide? Look, slow it down here. If he's standing at the crease. Can I show that one more time? He's halfway up the cricket ball. That's him standing at the crease. That's a really tough call. Good comeback. Oh no, has he done his ankle on the edge of the pitch? Oh, Jethwa can't take a trick. Jethwa just kind of bustles in. Let's have a look at it as he steps off. Oh, I hate those. I hate those. Hopefully it's just a superficial one. I knew on the replay what I was about to see as well. Didn't stop me looking. This time, Jethwa gets through it without any drama, but really good over from Bhavesh. That's the end of the third, and it's 32 for 1. Certainly not the kind of run rate the Spartans would be hoping. So, that third over, tipping the scales, no doubt, towards the Sophia Stars. Pretty consistent scoring, though. 9 runs was the worst over. But a lot of those ones around, yeah, basically 10 to 15 region. Okay, so here's Sahil Kumar. Took a great catch earlier. Doesn't quite get the run right so far. 15 and over required. And Gul, I know he's taking his time a little bit so far, but I think you got to go. And the thing is, Lakov was in great form earlier. You still got him to bat. So he tries, Gul, but he goes to the skies. Catchable, but it gets away. A long time to think about that. That's Gagandeep out there. Had the glasses on, looking straight into the sun anyway. Look at the hands again. Not quite together. Just tries to punch through the line here now. But honestly, I think you're getting to the stage. If you're serious about winning the game, you've got to get Lakov to the crease and give Gul and Lakov another opportunity to catch lightning in a bottle. Very well bowled. Gul just forced to knock it out. Can't do too much with it. So I think with Nair, I'm probably giving him to the end of the over to impress me. It's not that he's not capable. I know he is, but on his watch, that rate's crept out. My 16 and over now. Again, inside half of the bat. Oh, get through for one, but that's all they'll get. Thing is, they're pretty aware about the retiring out possibility in Bulgaria. We've seen it done before, sometimes with hilarious consequences. Prakash once at the ECL, or might have been the ECC, had to be almost dragged off the field. Well, cool. He's the man that can turn this game around. He's certainly one of the difference makers. Maximo finishes with a bang on this swing. And that was comfortably out of the ground. Still think there's a ball to go in the over. Yeah, there is. Wild one this time down the leg side. I think gets a bit of the line as well. I think that's the end of the over. So it'll be 43 for 1 after 4. Again, remember, any bit of the line, maybe we can just rock and roll that one a little bit, because I think it's a good example of one that I think is a legal ball, because it gets some of the line. Not all of it, but some. That's all you need to do. I think Lack will be getting a bit itchy at the moment. Again, they want the perfect scenario of these two clicking and then still having Lakov to come, but I worry about this rate and the way it's going. If you're a Spartans fan, you can see they were kind of on top of it early, but have just dipped a bit. Third over was a very good one from Chetwat. I think about an overthrow, as Chetwat does come back. It makes sense that he would. He's got the proper double arm over. What's the bowler I'm thinking of? A bit of the old Chris Harris, but probably faster than Chris Harris. But yeah, it doesn't give you much to go off, Chetwat. I like his bowling a lot. Gul's got to make something happen. He's feeling it one. This is good spell from Jetway. It's been a great pickup for the Stars. He looks a bit unsure on this one as well. Pops a little leading edge up for one. Well, 5 overs in, you're going down in flames. You need to make a change. I think based on earlier, you can't retire out Gould, even if he is going at pretty much the same strike rate as Nair. Nair's got to have a real stab at these and hope for the best. This is the kind of ball that does cramp him, you see. He only gets one. I think it's time. I think it's time to make a change. Obviously, I've got a real kind of outside-in view, a real neutral view of the game. I know that in the dugout, there's probably all kinds of conversations before they make that choice. And will be a wide. This is the line. Last ball, take 2. Pretty good one. Great over. Great spell from Bhavesh. And that will be the end of the 5th. 47 for 1 off 5. Means they need, what's that, 91 off the last 5 overs. So you can see we're in Bulgaria right now. There's some chat about Wimbledon, which is starting on the 28th of July. Of course, there's something else going on in Wimbledon right now, isn't there? A bit more of the tennis side of things. But we've got Hungary before that. Bonus 3 days of the Budapest Cup. Just after Wimbledon starts. In fact, that weekend, the 2nd, 3rd of August, is that Gibraltar one I was talking about. That looks like we might even have a 7-game day. I'm just trying to think. Have we ever had that many hours in a day? And I don't think so. I know we've done 11 games in a day now, which is basically, 11 5-over games. But that's the equivalent of 1.5. I know sometimes we'll do 6-game days. I don't think we've ever done a 7 full T10 back-to-back day. That's crazy stuff. Oscar Duff, pretty handy guy to bring on, but only goes for 1 first ball. Amazed they haven't made a change at this stage. Well, let's say Nair wasn't so thrilled about having to leave the field earlier when there was a run out between these two. I don't think he's going to go voluntarily. Big swing and thick inside edge from Gould. Just hasn't been on it. This could still go though, It kind of goes up the hill towards the end. Stops just in time. Not too many balls do stop on this field. 50's up, but Spartan's a long way behind. Need to almost have a perfect finish here. Feels like forever since there's been a boundary. Ten balls since a boundary. Feels like a long time. Is a long time in this form of the game. Wide down leg side. Duff just has that occasional one that he loses. Falls away a little bit in his action, but he'll learn. He's a very good young player. Come on, Oski. That's the chat from the field. Come back. That's his line there. Fielded in the secret garden by Bakhtiar Tahiri. It's going to be called a wide. It's pretty close. I love a close look at this one. Yeah, it's probably just a ball outside. I love using the shadow to try and work out when it actually passes, but umpires aren't sure. They normally will call it wide. Let me move his feet towards that one there. Both these batters 20 or 15. It's double, not a double click, it's a double clunk, really. All right, straight up in the air. That's going to be curtains, surely. And it will be taken as Nagy does the rest. Duff with another wicket. The teenage sensation wheeling and dealing and doing the job for the Stars. He reels another one in. And the trouble time of Siddharth Nair at the crease in match number 18 comes to an end. Again, it's kind of ball that he ends up cramping himself for room a little bit. Straight away, he's just walking. He says, nah, that's not going to end well for me. 1 4 and a 6 in 16 balls from Sid puts his team a long way behind. He'll be disappointed. He's the second wicket to fall, 53 for 2. And again, good high action from Duff. Well, at least we know Sid's a walker. Interesting as well that they don't go for Lakov, who scored a 50 in the last game. They'll go for Jack Watmer, who, look, he's very capable, don't get me wrong, but just would have thought in this situation, maybe Lakov is your way back in, given his recent runs. But he comes in under all kinds of pressure, and rates ballooned out to about 20 and over required. Watmer very open in his stance. Likes to go square on, get both eyes on the bowler. Misses out first up. Well, they're struggling to even get a point out of this now. They still need to get to 96. Stars just keep on doing the business, don't they? Great over this by Duff. Can he close it out? Not yet. Well, picks up. Gone. Well, that sums it up, really. Gould takes it on. Nagy's a left-hander. Don't know if Gould realises it. And even the fumbles are working out for the Sophia Stars. So wide brings a wicket. And Gould, classic Jekyll and Hyde stuff after that brilliant 49 in the last game. He's barely able to get the ball off the square here. And he probably makes a good decision strategically. Says, okay, let's go straight away. But have a look, picks it up, hits the stumps. He's gone by plenty. And that really sums it up for the Spartans. They just find themselves having a bit of the heebie-jeebies every time they come out to bat against the Stars. Good stuff by Nagy, though. I mean, he got run out by a keeper direct hit. Now he creates one himself. There's still a ball to go in this over. 54 for 3, and here is Super Mario. 54 for 3 with the last one, the 6th. Nagy. Great recovery from the keeper. Checks the shot here, Lakov. Last great hope, but even a point here isn't a foregone conclusion. End of the 6th over. It's 55 for 3. You can see what they need even for a point. They need over 10 and over. Just hold on to their point. Undoing some of their work from earlier in the day. That good 15-run win against Plovdiv. But yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. But you've seen the game drift away on your watch when you've got someone like Lakov who's coming off for 50 and looked in good form. It just feels... It's tough to watch, isn't it? I mean, 40 off 31 between Nair and Jacob Gould. Dunbar, you can't really criticise. I mean, he went to a very good catch, trying to get on with it. But, yeah, frustrating outing for the Spartans with the bat here. Prakash Mishra to get a bowl. Didn't see him earlier. Lakov to his good friend. Just taps him away for a single. Is it worth maybe blowing up and getting 0 points for a miracle win? Probably. I mean, 20 and over. Just need a magical over and then probably another one and probably another one. And probably another one. It can be done. Now or never really for Spartans. Watma has to create his own pace here, but he does and does it pretty well. That'll be 4 despite the best efforts of the field. A great effort. But it will be 4 runs. Watma does end up in a pretty orthodox position, but he does certainly set up very front on. Something we talked about quite a lot. I know a few people were keen to see Prakash with the ball earlier. Nice little flick away from Watma, but, well, the fielder had a play on it, Jethwa, but he just got kind of run out of bounds. 4 more. Again, you see just a change in personnel, change in scoring rate. Jethwa was kind of all at 6s and 7s there. Takes this on down the ground, Watma this time, but it will be a similar result. This one goes all the way maximal. Again, certainly not quite out of the screws, but the vagaries of this cricket ground with the shorter boundary straight has enough to carry it. Now that one's crunched, absolutely crunched from Watma. And you just wonder what would have happened if these two had come out a couple of overs earlier. This is the over they hope for. It's gone for 19 now. Should go magical with the ball to go. Will go magical. In fact, that'll get the gap. That'll go for 4. So, dare to dream here. We saw a magnificent chase by the Sophia Stars yesterday. One of the all-time great chases in the match that we were calling 9 Men from Neptune. Have the Spartans got something in their locker here? 78 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up in match 19 with Plovdiv taking on the BSCU All-Stars. The next game starts at 1:45 Central European time, so that's in about half an hour. Stay tuned for that. News from the toss, Plovdiv bowling first, and All-Stars still without a win in the series. I'll be hoping it's their time. Stay tuned. Still 2 matches to go after this. That's the thing, you got to go back to back to back, and it's not going to be easy at all. Well, this time they get 1, they want 2, they're going to hustle through, they will get it. Watma. He's going to use his feet. He takes on one of the longer boundaries, but he gets it maximal. Oh, if they do get close and don't quite get over the line, they'll rue not making a change earlier. I know there's still a long way to go. But Watma's come out and he's lit it up, 30 off 8. They even sent Watma out over Lakov. They had a bit of a feeling about him, maybe. We know he's a good player. Just would have thought on form from last game. Maybe Lakov was the guy who would have sent out earlier, but they both arrived at about the same time anyway. Rocks onto the back foot here. Picks out the fielder this time. This is where Chris has got to do his bit as well. See, they're looking for every possible run. But basically you need 20 and over. At the start of this over, that's what the rate was. So you've got 10 or 4. So you basically need back-to-back boundaries here. He hits it straight and hits it pretty well. And there's 4 of them. So decent shot from Lakov. This is the kind of energy and the intent that we wanted to see earlier. I mean, Gould is an attacking batter, but he kind of took his time. Never made the bowlers pay. Never caught up. Now, Lakov, he's going to go up and over the top. And a Maximo biggie from Mario. And they do get the magical again. So 20 come off the 8th over. And it's 98 for 3. So again, needing 20 and 20 from here. They've achieved a point now with that shot. This has been the partnership that's made all the difference. It isn't too little too late for the Spartans. Catching up, but there's not too long to go before this game gets called. 12 balls. 40 runs required. Pressure on. I know they would have planned to bowl Prakash a second over, but he did go for 23. Do you risk him? Let's see what they go for. It all happens in the night. Make a change. They go back to Gagandeep. And he's got him. So, big moment. Gagandeep has been stepping up when his teams needed him. He blows a kiss to all the fans. And I'm sure his family and friends as Watmer tries to go across the line and loses his middle peg, 98 for 4. Good effort from Jack to bring his team back into consideration, but still so much of the mountain to climb. Rather than going straight there, tries to go across the line, which means he had to get the timing perfectly, and he did it. Middle and leg undisturbed. Leaves Chris at the other end, probably pondering his thoughts. Watmer goes for a bright 31 off just 10. 98 for 4, but again, I think the fact that they'd let the game drift for so long has really killed this chase for the Spartans. New batter comes out. It's Captain Delrick Vinu. Well, that's pretty much straight up in the air. Nagy wants it. I hope they're okay. You could see that coming miles away. Oscar's been collided with. As Nagy wanted it, he called it. Oscar either didn't hear him. Going in, it's a full-on collision. At least it's not head collision, which they can be very, very ugly. It's kind of body on body. But you could just see that. I mean, Nagy made up his mind that he wanted it. He had the gloves. But he runs into the teenager. No one likes to see that. Absolutely no one likes to see that. Oh, I mean, Nagy, I assume, called for it, but Oscar doesn't hear the call. He had his eyes focused on the ball, and it's a nasty moment to see. Like I said, the only, I don't say good thing, but the only kind of mitigating thing is that there's no kind of head contact from either. It's kind of body on body. I wonder if they might just take him off here. See, it's kind of side to side. Still at a good velocity, but it's more side on side contact. Now Oscar is going to just sit the last moments out. Oh, you never might see it. I mean, they're inevitable in this chaotic form of the game that you're going to have these incidents now and then. I'll get a single off the play. But yeah, nasty one. Oscar Duff, by the way, probably would have been bowling the 10th over. And still could if he can recover in time. But he had 1 over 1 for 8. I think they were saving him up to bowl the 10th. And as long as he doesn't spend more than 8 minutes off, he could still come back and bowl it. There's not going to be 8 minutes before the last over starts. Okay, well, Lakov gets the strike back. Scary incident there. All happens in the ninth, as they say in the classics. Lakov goes straight to that straight boundary. He's going to get 4. He's targeted that area well today, Chris. Again, you got to ask the questions. How did they wait so long before he got out there? He came out with only 25 balls left. Came out after 5.5 overs. Chip in a chair for the Spartans. Miss Tiny wants 2 here. Won't be an easy one, but putting pressure on the field. A good pickup, good throw, and he's gone. So Vinu's going to go. Again, at this stage, it probably is the play. It's a brilliant piece of fielding, though, from Shiva Mishra. What a week he's having. Basically, they made up their mind they're going for 2. It needed to be a clean pick-up, throw, and return, probably to the bowler. In the end, he doesn't even need the bowler. He hits the pegs. Vinu becomes collateral damage out for a golden 1, and it'll be 104 for 5. But let's check out this piece of fielding again. The pickup was actually one of the most impressive bits for me. And then early release. I think Gargan realised, actually, that's going to hit the stumps. Just as Vinu was thinking about diving, he realised that the ball had already hit the stumps. Like I said, I think you had to try that, at least to get Lakov back on strike. The only chance is Chris. Christo, to be more correct. Christo is his given name. It goes by Chris. Ryan and the new non-striker. What a piece of fielding. 34 off 8. Really, it's a frustrating one for the Spartans. They're their own worst enemy in letting the game drift, especially when they got in what was a winning position at halftime. It's straight again, and it's great effort once again down there from Mishra, but it's going to be 4. I think that Lakov's a classic case. He should be going to Southern Cross Field. Have the straight fielder there. Just get in his head a little bit. Right, 30 off 7 now. It's a thing, you don't really have a ball to just take a single either. You got to still try and hit this over the fence. Bit of a leading edge up in the air. This is one time you might just take the 1, because I think, okay, it's not a boundary, but the extra run probably isn't worth it if it takes Lakov off strike. So it'll just be a single. 109 for 5 off 9. 29 required. In fact, we've got the exact same equation as we had at the end of the last game. 29 off 6. Yeah, good fielding in this game. A few comments about the fielding. I mean, both sides have had their moments, haven't they? Had really good moments in the field. It's the way I thought Duff would have bowled it, but with him being off the field, I think they might look elsewhere. You've still always got Shiva Mishra you could bring back. So Kumar likely another one that you could certainly consider. Hopefully Oscar's all right, though. We'll say the Stars, this is their final game of the day. And actually, they're in a situation now where they've played 8 of their 10 games. Well, Chris gets a piece of this and he's going to get 4. So good start. Pretty much need everything to go to the boundary from here on in. Yeah, the Stars actually have the day off tomorrow and they will play Saturday matches 26 and 29. So they're going to go in, it looks like it at the moment, with that 8-0 record for the Spartans. And they've got a big day. This is their second game. They still have a game against the All-Stars, BSCU All-Stars, to close out day 4 today. More boundaries needed. Goes down the ground. Does he have enough? He does not. And it's a nail in the coffin, I think. Lakov tries for that straight boundary again. And look where he's caught. Pretty much straight down the ground. Back to Tahiri with a good catch. Last chance saloon. Door closed, I think, on the Spartans. 113 for 6. But Lakov, again, just not given enough time to impact the contest. They haven't lost this in the second half. They've lost in the first half of the chase. Lakov out for 27, 113 for 6. And whoever comes out, looks like Kevin George is coming out. Well, it's simple. 4 6s, and we've got a golden ball. Nicely taken down there. Across the prime meridian did Tahiri to take that catch. Maximo bust now. Good luck, Kevin. No 6. In fact, maybe half a chance of a run out. Yeah, but the Stars, they just find a way to win. Even though I will say, quite a few of their games, they've been tested. We'll take a point out of the game, of course. Spartan. Oh, that would have been a great catch. I can't find it. Hope it's not where I think it is. Mishra. It's been a great pickup, like I said, for the Sofia Stars. Slow ball picked up. It's been a great way to put the icing on the cake. Gets a hand to it, but he can't hold on. Oh, non-striker on the wrong side, but let's not worry about that as it'll be put into his own net. We've seen some good fielding in this game. This is not a good piece of fielding. No doubt about that. I suppose it's after the horses bolted. This game is decided now. What an effort from the Stars, especially because they started with less than the full complement in this tournament. That'll do it. So it'll be 119 for 6 in the end. The margin of victory will be 18 runs. Frustrating kind of innings for the Spartans. Just weren't able to go at the kind of pace they needed to for those middle order hitters to come in under a reasonable amount of pressure. This is what's coming up. Not too long to go until the next one. Just seeing if there's any delay to that. But I think at the moment we're planning to see that we're on time. So 119.6 in the end. Loved it versus All-Stars when we return in around about 10 minutes time. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And I mean, they had their moments, didn't they? But I mean, Dunbar, fresh out of luck. I have no idea how that got caught, but a brilliant piece of fielding. And it was really the Nair and Gould combination that couldn't get going in this innings. And they let that rate balloon out. And even when, okay, we had the double wicket, you saw there, Nair got caught behind, Gould got run out. Gould was one of the heroes, player of the match in the previous game. By then, it was just kind of too much pressure for someone like Watmer and Lakov that actually looked on, didn't they? They looked on. And then they had to go magical. They did half of that, and they kind of kept it alive into the 9th. Watmer played some nice shots out there. But it was a classic case that the lack of a strategic retirement probably cost them a chance. I won't say it cost them a win, but it cost them more of a chance. I think there's risk. I think a risky bit of fielding with those two coming together. Hopefully Oscar's okay. But there's risks to retired out, but there's also risk of not doing it. I think it's an example of when you suffer a case of inaction. I think it was pretty clear that their chances faded the longer that partnership went at a substandard rate. Lakov tried his best. He's had a pretty good day. Not his fault. He ended up getting caught down the ground. But it was all over. despite this own goal, late own goal from Sahil Kumar, it will be final score of 137 to 119. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 31 off 10 for Watmer. Lakov, 27 off 11. Well, they faced 21 balls for 58, whereas Nair and Gould together faced 31 balls for 40. And it's just, in a game where it's not a huge margin, it made all the difference. I'm not saying there was any lack of intent from Nair or Gould, but I think Nair was one they probably left out too long. I think Gould's somebody who were going to retire based on his earlier in the day form, but yeah, just something to think about, I suppose. Stars, though, can't criticise them. They had some brilliant pieces of fielding themselves. They're 8-0 now, 2 for 25 for Gagdeep Singh. He's been reliable all the way through. Mishra finished 1 for 22, 1 for 8 for Duff, but the big concern for him following that on-field collision with his keeper, Suraj Negi, and hopefully, I suppose he's got a day and a half off Oscar to recover. So that's, I suppose, one thing that's in his favour. Mishra and Murad Khan got taken down, though, in the 7th and 8th, which just kept the hopes alive for the Spartans. We'll take a break then. Not a long break at all. Looks like we will be back in around about 10 minutes or so with match number 19 with the All-Stars to close out the day with a doubleheader, taking on Plovdiv in match 19. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximum. We'll see you shortly live from Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Bulgaria and our coverage of the European Cricket Series. The domestic T10 competition rolls around Europe 11 months of the year now, and we're very, very excited to be in Sofia for another edition. So, coming up is match number 19, and the BSCU All-Stars, they are closing out the day with a double-header. Their first opponents are BCC MUS Plovdiv. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago with Tyrone Peters and the two teams.
All stars to call. Heads is the call. Rachnet. It's tails.
Would you like to bowl first, please?
They're going to have a bowl first.
Plovdiv electing then to take the field first up in this one. The All-Stars, well, they're a little bit underwhelming with the bat. They're averaging 94 per 10 overs. They're 0-4. They've only taken a point out of 2 of those losses. So it's a kind of feels like a must-win, even though it's early in the campaign. The All-Stars are not quite even at the halfway point of their campaign, but without a win, it's going to be really tough to challenge, and they need to get on a bit of a run. Krishna comes in for the All-Stars for Plovdiv. Well, we saw Mohammad Sufyan playing a lone hand earlier on, but they did go down by 15 runs in match 17, the earlier match we saw them today. And Parigi had a bit of an off time with the bat. Sangani actually was asked to open early and did a pretty good job. So not too much of a turnaround between games. So can't say I've been able to get into my lunch yet, but I'll probably do that at the end of this game, depending on how it goes. Plovdiv 59%, but the All-Stars are in the Goldilocks zone, 41%. Don't count them out. They're a team that really need to win here. Plovdiv, though, they will be a bit frustrated with that earlier loss. No doubt want to be back in the winner's circle. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo from the ECN studio on a Thursday, giving Rico a well-deserved day off. Just with the commentary squad, we've got Rico there, obviously. He'll take you through Peacock Friday tomorrow. But then Shoban Ganaik will be joining Rico on Saturday. They'll do the weekend together before Shoban takes the control of the T20 eyes. Rico, of course, will head off to Belgium for the next European Cricket Series. All-Stars 11. Love their kit. It's the hot pink, which does it for me. Nitin Sunil, the keeper. Opening in this one with Genu Palouse at the other end. Interesting, just on the look of them, they've gone down 5%. We do take the initial reading of the supercomputer just before the game starts. But anyway, waiting for the clock to tick over. Shake, rattle, let's roll. Match 19 live from the ECS Bulgaria. Sunil pushes, runs, gets off the mark. Mahere is the opening bowler. All right, that's not Mahere at all. That is definitely Shanmukam. Gets it up first up. Down the leg side. Keeper gets a glove on it, but no more, and that's going to be a minimo. Into the jungle. Well, when you haven't been scoring a pile of runs, you'd love some gifts, and the gift is presented. Minimo time. 6 off the first ball, basically. Good comeback. Very good comeback from Shanmukam. Kind of appeals from everyone that wouldn't know if it was out or not. No, nothing from the bowler, nothing from the keeper. Hello to Jacob. Good to see you, Jacob. Hopefully you're well. Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss? Hey, Jacob asking, am I beaming into his tablet from the top secret ECN studio? I won't say it's classified, but I like to keep a little bit of mystery about it. I still am in Europe, though, I will say that. I am planning to go to Australia for about a week, but not until probably next weekend to visit some family and friends. Kind of my summer break. But hello to Jacob watching from Estonia. What's the weather like in Estonia, Jacob? I know when I was in Finland last week, it was a little bit chilly for summer. Well bowled by Shanmukam. Apparently, in that part of the world, the weather's come pretty good this week. We did pretty well in Finland, get as much cricket in as we did. But I know a lot about Klura from Latvia, and they've been messaging me saying, yeah, 31 degrees today. Good stop this time. Gets more of a glove on it. It's been a bit of an all over the place over from Shanmukam. When he's been good, he's been really good. When he's been bad, he's been really bad. Disconcerting to face that, to be honest, when you're opening the batting. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. And, of course, it's going to get through. I have to see on the side on. But this, for me, it bounces just before the stumps. So, a second minimo in the over. So we actually a no ball plus 4 byes. What's the bounce? Oh, it's actually before the crease. So it's actually an easy one. But fielding in the vortex would have to be in my list of things that I would least like to do on a cricket field. Because it just screams down there, doesn't it? So a free hit coming up. Another wide, another free hit. First over. Like it's from another planet, really. Yeah, but Jacob, hopefully you're well. Say hello if you like. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Helix, who might be off for the day. I know a lot of our Southern Hemisphere viewers, Australian, New Zealand viewers, probably gets a bit late for them. Although we do have a nice early start for you, at least. In Bulgaria, being quite east on the continent. Another wide. Oh. So this is now at least a 12 ball over. Still a free hit. This one darts in to the right-hander. Wouldn't have been out even if it had been caught. I don't know if everyone realised that. It was Maharate, the real Maharate, that came in and I think he drops it. Have a look on the replay. Drops it, feels bad, then realises there was a free hit. No harm, no foul, and Sunil is going to offer another opportunity, but this time it will be taken. Wow. And the theatrics commence. So Sunil, fresh out of luck, and that strange last over is going to end on a bright note for Shanmukam. Oh, as they say in the classics, 12th ball's the charm, goes on the punch. Takes it this time. This is the one that matters. And watch him go. And to be honest, it's something you would see on a football field every weekend in Europe. But I don't mind it on a cricket field. Having a bit of fun with it. But I don't think Sunil's having too much fun. He's out off the last ball, the first, 16 for 1. What do you think about it? Almost gets up and says, no, I'm going to turn this into some sort of celebration. And that second impact actually looked quite painful. Eventually, Amadell's like the guy that's fouled him. He's like, no, get up, get up. You know how they do that in football. Anyway, quick look at the overview of the ECC structure this year. The Premier Division group stage comes first, 12 days there. Challenger Division, which includes Bulgaria, in the middle, 9 days there. And then the Championship group to round it out. England 11, Netherlands 11, and the 3 Premier Division group winners the last 3 days. First time we've had just a championship group rather than a whole championship week. It's mainly in response to the fact that we have the Shields, which will get our Kartma window underway A great new addition this year, Cartimer Shields. Mahere picks himself up off the floor, gets the ball. Gets it straight and pull loose. Had to wait a while, but he does get this one out of the middle of the bat. Maximal. Joined out there by Smibin Kanampujaravi. Palus puts one up and out of the facility. Now this one up in the air, skewed, and he's gone. It's a good bit of catching. Barigi prowling around. Another catch in the circle. That's sometimes a benefit of the power play, having these extra infielders. This time wasn't quite as full. He's kind of fighting himself with Jinu. Barigi does the rest. And so All Stars find themselves in a similar predicament. Poulos goes for 7, 22 for 2 in the second. Nicely taken. Watched it all the way. So hello to Matthew Pittard. I think he's just fairly new to the network. Matthew, I've got a question for you. How did you find ECN? Is there any reason that you found it? Was it someone that you knew playing or you just stumbled across it? But he's saying he finds it, he likes hearing an Australian commentator commentating in Europe. Interesting. I mean, we're in Eurovision now. So this makes the change from cricket being commentated by British commentators. I do say we've got a few kind of British background commentators as well. I mean, Rico's one, for example. I know Charlie's done a lot for us. Tina, you know, is split British and German citizen. But I suppose, you know, you just work with whoever's based in Europe, and it's kind of a case of how cricket people ended up here. Nice cut shot from Harry Kumar. That's going to be 4. Cut into the vortex. You'll never go hungry. Unless your name's Adrian Dunbar, maybe. Good shot. This is a shot that'll bring you a lot of runs. Yeah, no, I obviously ended up in Europe kind of by accident more than anything, but I love the format of European cricket as well, and the fact it's always moving, isn't it? It's always moving. The game's moving. We're moving location to location. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from as well, Matthew. I'm lucky enough to commentate in sometimes 20 plus countries a year. The other thing that's quite amazing is it's only when we went to England or recently Jersey, they're the only 2 countries we've ever been to where English is the first language of the country that we've been in. They're trying to find that ball, but they might as well give up now. Yeah, so I'll be in England shortly for that Wimbledon series starting on the 28th of July. I suppose the other one is Gibraltar, where we'll be in shortly, which is a country where English is the official language. Oh, nice little kind of guide away, more vortex work. Needs this one from side on. It's around about the hip, maybe just below, but it's definitely worth an extra look. We'll try and get a freeze on this one. Oh, it's a no ball, I think. Have a look. Look at where it comes in. Yeah, that is a no ball. So it should be a free hit coming up. There's the call. Well done by the officials. They've been very good today. Big swing and a miss. Oh, Matthew, very interesting. Said he's watching the Major League Cricket. He's watching the Unicorns. By the way, one of my favourite names of any team. San Francisco Unicorns. And someone mentioned this tournament was on, so did a YouTube search, and boom. Well, Matthew, we're so happy to have you. And where are you watching from? Matthew? Oh, he's in Perth, Western Australia, my hometown. Matt, great stuff. You can even be more specific in Perth. Tell me where. All right, this one, vortex adjacent, up in the air, though he doesn't see it, but he's caught it. Wow, what a bit of fielding. Looking straight into the sun. He's probably earned his sunglasses sponsorship out of that. What a good catch that is. I thought he was going to give up on it, but he takes it and he's pretty relieved. And why wouldn't you be? But it's Yash Sangani that will get Ruffy for a second ball duck, and it's 29 for 3 after 2 overs. Great catch under the circumstances. Yeah, Jules saying that hearing the Australian commentator in this part of the world reminds me of listening to Richie Beno. Well, he's someone that obviously is still the icon of cricket commentary, even though everyone's got their own styles and their own characteristics. So 2 overs down. Quick look at the table. Plovdiv, they're starting to lose a bit of touch with the Spartans in 3rd place, so they'd want to put this game to bed. Probably would love all 4 points. But the other thing is, look at the 2 winless teams, Trachea and All Stars. They haven't played each other yet. But they're finding it really hard to break it anywhere near that 4. Remember, it's top 4 that will play on Sunday. The top 2 get the double charts. So the other thing, Matt, is that one of our very good friends, Andrew Leonard, he's commentating Major League Cricket at the moment. One of my good friends, we've commentated together. I try and borrow Lenny when I can. Not easy though. He's a very busy man. Harry Kumar faces up, lets the ball hit the bat, doesn't go too far. Andrew Leonard doing a great job in Major League Cricket. So much cricket going on though. That's the thing. It's exploded, especially with the ability to broadcast worldwide. Not really the barriers that there used to be for televised cricket. He tries to get a bit inventive this time, Harry Kumar. But the more things change, the more they stay the same for the BSCU All-Stars. Matthews from Rockingham. Used to play many a game down against Rockingham Mandurah, who are a club that fairly recent addition to the WA district structure. Uh-oh, Minimo time. That's the 3rd one. That really hurts you. 15 unhit runs. Pretty much half the runs that we've had so far were from balls that didn't actually exist. Again, gets there, but not quite. Rudra Shah down the leg side. Matthew saying maybe more people know Jim Maxwell than Richie Beno now. I don't know. I think Richie's legacy is pretty enduring. Oh, another one. This time gets a bit of the pad. Saves the keeper, Shah, from having to make another leg side take. Yeah, but in the end, it's always nice to have commentators from a variety of places. I wouldn't say there's any huge master strategy of the voices that we have. Always nice to have variety, though. So we've got myself, who was based in Estonia. Now I'm based in Prague. Originally from Australia, played all my cricket there. Naturally hooked up with ECN in Switzerland originally. We've got Rico, who is of Indian heritage, but born in the UK, but has lived for 25 years in Spain. We've got Corey, who's originally from Perth, but based in the Netherlands, coaching Spain. Is this going to be a wide or not? Close one. Maybe just getting some on the line. Yeah, so then we've got Andrew Ryan, who actually another Australian one. Again, there's just coincidences. I think that's wide, Not called. At least the bowler's been getting a few of those 50-50s back. Yeah, Rhino's based in Switzerland, originally from Brisbane. This time he hits a similar line ball, but well knocked down. Just a single. But then we've got others. Okay, Tina, like I said, she's half English, half German, plays for the German national cricket team. We've got Phil G, who's based in Prague. We've got Danny Hudacek, based in Prague. Soban Ganayak's going to be a great one, I'm sure. Another wide. And uh-oh. It's going to be the 4th minimo. They've even put a fielder there now. And he almost had his head knocked off. I know I had a question, what's the vortex? Well, this is the vortex. Behind the ground here in Bulgaria, it just is so fast. I don't think there's any bat on this. It just looked like nothing. But have a look at it just gain. And even though there's a fielder here, he's just never going to stop it. 4th minimo. That's 20 out of the 41. Here's more on line from Parigi. That'll be the end of the over. Whew. So we had 10 wides. Sorry, 11 wides and a single off that. 12 off the over. And the score is 41 for 3. Yeah, so Soban is from India originally, but he's commentated a lot in India, in Bangladesh as well, but he's now settled in Europe. So he's part of our commentary team. I know we've got a few others that'll be guesting for us soon. I know I mentioned Rash, who's from the north of England, but he's of Pakistani heritage. So he's going to be coming up soon. We had Marco recently, who's from Austria. So, I mean, you know, it's a different sort of a gig, European cricket, because it is amateur cricket. It's amateur cricket broadcast. We try and broadcast as professionally as possible. And it's just not something that there's anything like, really. So it's its own force, Matt, and we're so happy to have you as part of the community. I like this from Assad. His comment just basically, drama keeping. It has been some dramas. Ball does fly off this pitch, though. Harry Kumar plays a pretty good-looking shot here. Tests the fielder, but the fielder passed the test. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Artificial pitches, growing up in Australia and playing on them as a junior mainly, I just assumed they were all the same, but they're not. Depending on what's underneath. And in Europe, you have all different types of artificial pitch. This one has a bit of life in it. And Matt also saying, hope there's plenty of spare balls given the bush at the edges of the ground. We always carry a lot of spare balls in the European Cricket Series. Some grounds you lose more than others. This one, a lot of them, they probably get found eventually, just not straight away. Just the 1-4, the 1-6 off the bat so far. And that's the thing. We've had 27 extras. So really, if you take out the extras, they're 16 for 3 off 22 balls. Less than there from Plovdiv, actually, I think, more than anything. And just kind of in a bit of a Sophie's choice. Doesn't want to lose another wicket, but also needs to score quickly. Jules, dipping out for a little bit, but give our best from to Sarah, please. Hopefully she had an okay time at the dentist. And she's dishing up a spot of lunch. Well, can she eat it? Or is she just cooking for you, Jules? Let us know. Sums it up, cracks it onto his own leg. Abraham, they'll get through for a single. That'll be the end of the over. 45 for 3 off 4. Like I said, 27 extras in there. They're only really 18 off the bat. So yeah, the other thing I suppose that's a bit different about the European Cricket Network is that if you are watching, it's a real community feel. You can have a two-way conversation with whoever's commentating. I know Rico will be back tomorrow. Rico and Shoban will be doing the weekend. And the other thing, if you've just joined us, this season goes for a long time. We started on the 31st of January in Porto, of all places, and we will finish on the 20th of December. So there's cricket every single day somewhere from Europe, and often in more than one place at once. Ahmadel comes out, gets hit Up in the air. Riggy doesn't quite make it on the full. They'll get through for a single, even though looking for two. So Matt said he used to play a bit of indoor cricket. I wonder if you played down at Port Kennedy. That was the centre down there. I've actually played indoor cricket for Australia. That kind of, I suppose it's the Australian version. That's how I'd describe it. Jacob definitely agree, saying take the term professionally broadcasted with wide interpretation. Well, it certainly is brilliant that we're able to do what we can do with our help from two circles. At the multiple camera angles, even at this level of the game, with the replays. All right, up in the air. How far is this going? It is going to be dropped. Great effort from Mahare. Well, we saw him going to ground earlier. And now he's just on the ground. I don't think he wore this. Let's have a look. Where's it show me the ball? No, it's just hurt pride. And actually, his head does snap back when he hits the ground. Spent more time on the ground than a dustpan, hasn't he, Mahare? Hopefully he's all right. So while he's on the ground, and hopefully he's not on the ground for much longer, I've got a challenge for some of all our regular chatters in there. We've got Matt who's come across, and my challenge for you, describe in one message what the ECN is. I mean, I've got my own way of explaining it. Just teach him a little bit about ECN. Got a question from Finlay's Chickens. Hello to you, Finlay's. Asking how old do you have to be to play in the European Cricket Series? Well, typically it's 16, although there are some exceptions. So there's some exceptions. You could even be as young as 14, but typically 16 in the European Cricket Series. I think in T20Is, the minimum is 15. And like I said, there are exceptions on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, typically 16, maybe 15, maybe 14, but probably not. This is a look at our tour of Bulgaria, and you can see that with this will continue till Sunday in the European Cricket Series, but then we have T20IW action with women's T20s Monday to Wednesday, then men's T20s Thursday to Sunday. Now, while that's going on next week, we have a European Cricket Series in Belgium, which is getting underway as well. So you can see that what used to be just a European Cricket Series is now kind of ballooned into these tours, which will have different events within the same tour. That's a look at what's coming up. So yeah, Belgium next week will be happening in conjunction with Bulgaria. Germany is coming up after that. Krefeld, just near Dusseldorf, with the National Performance Centre, the host of that series. That's a really nice ground as well. Stockholm is one that I'll be doing a little bit of towards the end. Some T20Is from Hungary before the end of the month. And we will finish the month in Wimbledon. It'll be game, set, Maximo there in our second European Cricket Series at Rains Park. And of course, it's always free to come down if you are in the area. So yeah, he must have copped a bit of a head knock here. It was in the landing. I thought, did the ball hit him? The ball didn't hit him, but his head does hit the ground. And it kind of jerked back, didn't it? So some concerns here for Kanishk Mahare. Not a player that they want to lose. Anyway, hopefully that answers Finlay's question. But yeah, some concerns. The other thing is, with a head or a neck injury, quite often they will be cautious and they won't move the player. So yeah, my challenge for you in the chat would be go and explain to Matt a little bit about ECN. And we even have sometimes we have our own vocabulary at times. But it's something that I think a lot of people get hooked on it. Yeah, Billy Wicklott was 14 at Wimbledon last year. That's true. So he's an example of an exception. Though he had established that he'd played men's cricket and there was no undue risk in him playing as a 14-year-old. So, Johnny, you're absolutely right. The 14 is probably the absolute lowest. But I don't want to say that if you're 14, you can play, because it's an exception if you're playing as a 14-year-old. If you're 16, then that's generally the minimum age. I think the Tyrone's out there just kind of having a few words saying, look, if he's in pain, if there's a situation where he's got a potential head or a neck knock, then we can be pretty careful before we get him up. But, once that's been established, obviously he's up now, then I think, obviously, then they can assist him off the field. But just being cautious there. I think that makes sense. You don't want to take any chances. Kaushik's got a really good question. And get these random questions coming in. It's a good time for them. Why does ECS happen in Denmark? Well, believe it or not, we've never actually had a European Cricket Series in Denmark. And if you speak to the players, they want one. And we want one too. I suppose with some of these northern countries, they find it hard to find a window for a European Cricket Series. Obviously, there's a lot of organisation that has to happen from the local level as well. So, yeah, Denmark isn't a place we have been to, but I know we are planning to have one there before too long. And Denmark, of course, they're a part of the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. They're a part of the Euros of Cricket, the ECC. So that's the thing as well. We have these domestic tours. So we go around a lot of different countries with domestic clubs and some internationals in there as well. But we have what we call our marquee tournaments. And all of those are held at the moment at the Kartama Oval. So we have the Champions League, the ECL, which happens February, March. We have the Euros of Cricket, the ECC. The men's version happens September, October. The women's in December. And even now, we've started to have these Shield competitions. So the Western Shield is the cream of the crop as far as men's cricket goes in this fast-paced format. Western Shield for men, Melton Shield for women. There's a European combined team. There's a British and Irish 11. There's an Asian combined 11. There's a rest of the world 11 as well. So that's coming up in September, just before the Euros of Cricket. So hopefully Mahere is all right. Did get off the field eventually, but they were just careful with him. You can understand that. So a bit of a delay. It's almost like they don't want me to have lunch today. Would have had it before this game started, but we ran a little bit over. Good question coming in as well. Well, we're back to the action. Missed. Not really worth waiting for. Good ball by Ahmedel. Good question about Austria. Why isn't Austria on the calendar? Well, we actually will have some cricket from Austria. It won't be a full-blown European cricket series, but I know we're planning to show 3 days of international cricket from Austria. From memory, those dates, 22nd to the 24th of August. So the main calendar, you see, doesn't include everything. There's some extra events along the way. Ooh, scared that was Minimo number 5. NCFC, thank you for your comment. Question. Interested by the English accents and voices I'm hearing on the field. And is there more Western makeup of teams? Well, the thing with Bulgaria that's quite unique, and every country is a bit different with their cricket community. Well, finally, Harry Kumar gets a decent piece of willow on one and smacks it to the leg side boundary. Cuatro carreras. This goes with the angle. Pitch is just inside. So the thing in Bulgaria is, you might not know this, but Bulgaria is quite a location to study medicine. And you can do it at a very high level, but a lot more economically than if you were to stay in the UK, for example. Oh, bad ball from Ahmedel. This is going to go all the way. Maximo. 4 and 6 pick-up sticks as the 50 comes up during that little mini assault. It's the end of a very long 5th over, 59 for 3. Yeah, so just to go back to that. So a lot of the players, not all, but quite a lot, are medical students. So this team from Plovdiv BCC MUS Plovdiv. So MUS stands for Medical University of Sofia. So actually, I think you get some real brainiacs playing in the European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. Obviously, to study medicine, you have to be pretty intelligent. So Kaushik's got another good question. I'm loving these questions as well. Come back to it in a second. Here's Faizan Rahman. First one going nowhere. Just going back to Kenneth, saying, yeah, 41 cricket clubs in Denmark. It really should happen. You're absolutely right, Kenneth. But like I said, we can only do it if the board also want to make space for a European Cricket Series. And there's plenty of reasons they'd want to, but I also understand sometimes they might be under the pump a bit. I know Denmark's they're making a run for 50 over cricket. And I mean, look, that's more at a board level. You speak to the players, they're desperate for one. We see quite a lot of the Danish players in our marquee tournaments. Yeah, Matt saying the more countries that can get tournament play, the better. True. Kaushik has a good question. Under edge here, but gets away from the fielder. Kind of bounces off him. Come back for two. That's good running in the end. Yeah, so Kaushik asking, how do I rate the quality of club cricket in Europe compared to the world outside? Oh, geez, bit of a nasty one for Srinivasan there. Is this enough? Can I see that one more time, maybe? I knew it hit him, but I wasn't quite sure where, and I was hopeful it wasn't too high. Let's have a look. How slow this down. Oh, yeah, it's hand to side of the head. Danger money. Bounces off the hand. Bang. Oh, and the temple. A big deflection. He's all right, though. Can't afford another fielder off. Edged, and that's Vortex. I know, okay, so many questions I'm dealing with at once. The Vortex, it's basically slang for, it's almost like, imagine a huge vacuum cleaner that's sucking balls into this area. It just seems to fly so quickly in Bulgaria. The original Vortex. Sometimes we say that in other grounds, but this is the home of the Vortex in Bulgaria. So, yeah, the quality of club cricket in Europe, it's variable. And actually, compared to England or Australia or India, there's different levels of cricket. And I suppose the thing is here, it's all compressed into one club competition. One's a call. That's all they'll get. So here's the main difference, as I explained to a lot of my ex-teammates, a lot of my friends from Australia, where I played all my club cricket, is that, because they always ask me, what's the level? And I said, what you need to understand is that if you're playing in a recognised cricket country like Australia, there'll be 20 levels of cricket. And you end up kind of finding a home at a particular level where everyone's more or less the same standard. But the difference in Europe is typically, not always, but typically there's just one level. And then within each team, you'll have different levels of players. So even here, you might have, for example, in a European team, you might have one or two guys that have played first-class cricket, and you might have one or two guys that have never played the game in their life. And they're playing in the same team. And that's not something that you get in a recognised cricket playing country where there's more levels that you can find your level. This would have been a wide, but he decides to go for the Vortex. Now, it's a novel strategy, but he's decided to hoof it, and it hasn't worked. Have a look at this for some foot fielding. The Vortex, well, we tried hands. This time he just decides to offer the foot, and an own goal results. End of the sixth over, 70 for 3. And actually, All-Stars are up to 49%. That surprises me slightly, but I think a lot of it's to do with the extras. Keep these questions coming. And Jacob saying, yeah, you're right. A lot of these scientific subjects are taught in English because, yeah, I mean, you need to be able to do it internationally. And that's true, Jacob. So Matthew's got a very good question as well. Are there good pathways for umpires in European cricket with so many games? Are the umpires sourced locally or are they traveling with the tournament? Matthew, another wonderful question. Very insightful. Hamadel comes on, pitches up and 4 runs, almost takes out the non-striker, but that's a good hit. Boundaries have been hard to come by in this innings for the All-Stars. A bit of dodgeball. And he does get out the way. That'll be 4 runs to Abraham. Harry Kumar had to swerve out the way. I'll come back to that point about the umpires in a moment. Climbs over the stumps. Yeah, so for these local tournaments or domestic tournaments, typically we will use local umpires and we will provide a tournament referee who's a more experienced umpire to guide them. And the reason is we want the cricket to be good in these places, even when we're not broadcasting. So the idea is to develop not just the players, but the umpires as well. All right, well, that one is going to fly as well. Not an easy one for the fielder. He does keep it inside the boundary. And that's something at least. Vortex defeated. Let's have a look. Came in and, hey, tried the foot. This time he goes the knee. He's had plenty to keep him busy down there. Yeah, so then what happens for our marquee tournaments? Typically we'll use a mixture of our referees that we normally use and, you know, any local umpires that have stood out. Speaking of standing out, Abraham's a mile out of his crease here. Take a single one he had to reach for. So, yeah, definitely I think the umpiring is something. I know people are always going to complain about umpires because umpires aren't going to get every single decision right. And guess what? You wouldn't either if you were umpiring. But we do have technology to assist in certain cases here in ECS cricket. Certainly will be a wide this time. But if you compare the umpiring to 5 years ago when we were in Bulgaria, just as an example, because we're here at the moment, it has improved so much. And that flows down into the standard of cricket that they are going to play, even when it's not televised. Harry Kumar will get a piece of this. Probably looking for 2 here again. Went into a bit of a pocket of space. Again, not an easy one for the bowler to gather when it comes whistling back in. Yeah, so thanks to the question about the umpiring. I mean, we've got Tyrone Peters here. Now, Tyrone would have umpired probably over 1,000 games of the format now. The other thing is, this format, it's like a boot camp for umpires because so much can happen in such a short amount of time. Another wide. And anything that's outside that white line is called a wide as long as it's not hit. But that's the other thing. Even some really experienced umpires have done a lot of 50 over, even 20 over cricket. They come to the European Cricket Series and they can find it difficult to keep up. So much is happening. You got the time. You're looking at the watch all the time. You got the clock here. For example, they need to finish the 9th over before that 8 minutes runs out. Which they should do, but they're maybe just pushing it a little bit. Quietly, All-Stars have just crept into favouritism in this game as well. Well, they're going to take on a run here. Decides not to throw. Well, doesn't really get the choice because he doesn't pick it up in the first place. That'll be the end of the 7th over. It's 82 for 3 after 7. I'd say it's the highest standard, but it is a close contest. I will tell you that. Quick look at the tour of Bulgaria, and this will coincide with the ECS Belgium next week, and even the start of our tour of Germany. So 14 days of cricket, 7 days of T10, 7 days of T20 as well. And 6 domestic teams competing right now. Bulgaria, of course, part of the T20s in the women's and the men's, joined by Turkey in both, joined by Greece and Serbia, who are just part of the women's, and joined by Gibraltar, who are part of the men's. Anyway, back to live action, and this is going to be out. Shanmuka had an interesting first over. He's going to come back, and he's going to pick up a wicket first up. Good Yorker. Just completely jammed him up. And that will be the end of the All-Star skipper, Akshay Harry Kumar. Sorry, Harry Kumar goes 26 off 19. 3 4s and a 6. It's 82 for 4. So Jacob gets a hit. And even with that wicket, the Plovdiv side have regained the favoritism according to the supercomputer.
Go on, Abby. Do it, boys.
Plovdiv, one thing I like about them, they're always wearing that same uniform. Looks good.
One.
As long as I've known them anyway. That kind of burgundy.
Good, Aggie. Good, Aggie.
So this could be another thriller, you know.
Good, Abby. Really nice.
First game wasn't too close.
Abby boy.
This is hitting the hole, and that's going to be 4. So Abraham
Come on.
needs to up the ante a little bit, moves into the 20s. And I had some questions about the wide interpretation in ECN T10 cricket. Anything down the leg side's a wide, and anything completely outside the offside wide line is a wide. You're judging when it passes the crease. A full toss, and this is going to be muscled for another boundary. Might need to see this side on. I do think he's outside his crease, probably coming down below the waist, but worth a look. I think, go back and have a look at it, but I think it's probably
Come on, Fizz.
going to drop if he was standing at the crease.
Come on, in, Plovdiv.
Still 4 runs nonetheless. I think the umpires have appreciated just some clear guidance on the wide so they don't have to make some of these judgment calls about how much is the batter moving. It's hard enough to judge it on a line that exists, never mind an imaginary line that's in your own head. Good strike as well from Abraham again. Well fielded this time from Faizan Rahman.
Good, that's better, Abby.
Well, Jacob saying that maybe the most difficult ECN things to explain would be Belgian ball and Barca ball. Not too hard to explain. It's just like baseball taken to the nth degree. It just means very, very attacking. Well, this time he's going to squeeze it out over point, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! It's a knock-knock. On the off with Store. And again, the lead changes again. So 6 runs. What a good game this is. In the end, it'll be the end of the 8th over. 98 for 4. They're on for, I'll say 115. I think maybe a few more than that. Yeah, but thanks so much. I mean, I always try and remember we've got some viewers that are new every day. We've been going from strength to strength. When I started full-time on the tour, we had about 90,000 subscribers. Now we have 5 times that amount.
We don't have time. No, one more to this. Quick, Drew. Lines, please. Nothing stupid. You don't have to try bowl quick. You just have to bowl straight.
So 9th over. Keep an eye on the clock. Remember, they've had some issues with extras. You've got
That's it. That's it.
You've got 36 minutes to bowl the 9 overs. So we'll check it. First one gets through. That'll probably help. He's so far out of his crease here. Is Abraham. I don't think they mind. I don't think, it hasn't hurt them too much. So there we go. See, 3.5 minutes to bowl these 5 balls. Should do it, but if you run into problems with extras, maybe you risk a 5-run penalty. This is Dhruv Upajay, who's bowling the 9th. Going anywhere. And this will help. Another dot ball will help the clock.
Get ready, boys. Got a point to prove it, Drew.
This time he goes offside and goes pretty well. 100's up, and it's up with a Maximo. All Stars fighting for this first win. They've already made more than they made last time they played Plovdiv. They played them on Tuesday, match number 9. They scored 86 off the 10 overs. Plovdiv got there with 14 balls to spare, but they'll be chasing more than that this time around. Like I said, a lot of them have been gifted 30 runs in extras and not a single leg bias, so 30 avoidables really. Again, decent contact from Abraham, but finds the fielder this time. Mohammed Sufyan. Haven't seen him with the ball this time around. Of course, took that amazing 4 for none of 5 balls, but that was kind of bottom order. Not going anywhere. So he has gotten through this over very quickly. Jacob saying with the Barca ball and the Belgian ball, you know it when you see it. We'll get to see some Belgian ball next week. Kroom says the most difficult to explain is Derek and the reasons for his non-return. Here, Kroom. Swing and a miss. And end of the 9th over. It's 105 for 4. And you can see they get in, beating the clock by 1 minute and 50 seconds. Now that's the supercomputer saying 49.51. Really nothing in this one at all. Parigi looks like he's getting ready to bowl the last over. Pretty consistent in a way, but have a look at those extras. I mean, 4 separate balls bowled to the boundary. That hurts. You take those off, you look at 85. And 10 extras, okay, you can let 10 extras is probably par for the course, but 30, far too many. Last over. Starts with a wide. Not a bad spot to miss. Maybe we'll see it in the replay. Didn't like the call, Parigi, but is the case the whole ball outside the whole line? Is it? I think it is. Yeah. Going to judge it just on the sidewaysness. Whole ball, whole line. Now, it's going to be a thick edge that flies away, and that's gone miles. I think it bounced just inside. Oh, has it? Let's have a look. I found this really hard to work out if it bounces on the field or off, but we'll check it out thanks to our friends at 2 Circles. Great job with the production. I mean, I assumed it was going for 6, and then I didn't hit the power lines, did it? No, I think that's 4. Well, I'm almost certain it's 4. Now it's going to be worked. Oh, it's hit the power lines. Oh, that's the first time it's happened today. It's not often a day goes past and it doesn't happen at all. But that's going to be a dead ball and re-bowled. So yeah, the power lines go over pretty much over where the keeper stands, and there's a lot of them. There they are. Brings the power. I have been to a few grounds where there's no power, you know. And the apartment complexes behind, they're all fairly new. I've been going up every time we come back. There's a new one. So yeah, that's a good addition to the playing edition this year, that if it hits the power lines, the ball's re-bowled. Otherwise, you just have to wear a dot. Oh, and it's going to be Vortex again and 4 more. Yaxamundo. So, 114, 4 balls left.
Come on, boy, come on.
By the way, it has been given 4, that earlier one in the over. Dug out, pick up, throw, gets home. Abraham's quicker than you think. Probably just running out of time to ring up a 50, but the All-Stars battling. The top scorer in the series so far, 118 in match 7.
Oh, yes!
Need to run. Oh, keeper took a while to realise, but when he did, he's going to affect the run out. Abraham will be the man that has to go. Pretty much had to go for this to try and steal the strike back. In the end, he's out by a step. A good innings, though, from Shibin Abraham. But he is run out late in the piece. He'll go for 43 and the score 115 for 5. Still 2 balls to come. Yeah, Maddie's saying that's pretty new, hitting the power lines. I actually would prefer if they just played on off the power lines as long as no one electrocutes themselves touching the ball. Because I think it can help you as much as it can hurt you. Although the second best is, okay, call it dead, but you need to re-bowl the ball. Last year, we had balls flying for 6, hitting the power line, or flicking the power line, getting called dots, and that wasn't fair. All right, thinking about the run. They won't get there. Mohammed Hashir, he had a bit of an issue earlier on where found it hard to be too productive with the bat, batting up the order. The last ball coming up. 50-50 game, basically. Does get some bat on this. Hashir jammed out. Got to go for 2. Good throw should have him done. And he will be. Be 1 and a run out. But makes sense to go for it on the last ball. So the BSC All-Stars are going to finish at 116 for 6 off the 10 overs. And really, this is anybody's game. For the All-Stars, I mean, if they lose this, it seems like a long way back to try and plot a path into the 4. And for Plovdiv, they're just trying to avoid the situation of a double loss day, which would be the case if they don't chase this 117. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights here. Match number 19 had a bit going on, but it was Minimo Central, wasn't it? Not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times we had balls bowled to the boundary, creating 20 runs that were unearned. And really, I think it's the difference between the All-Stars having a pass score or not. That was in happier times for Mahere, for the a dangerous precursor to what was to come later. Pariki took a good catch running round to his left. The vortex was fed often and well throughout this period. That one almost hit the power lines, but it didn't. It was a great catch, but unfortunately for Plovdiv, they just were own worst enemy. Even when they put it there, still went away, almost knocked the head off him down there. The boundaries off the bat were pretty hard to come by. Actually, Harry Kumar got some kind of mini fight back going. But yeah, 9 4s, 4 6s in the innings. They tried everything to prevent boundaries in the vortex, including just using whatever part of the anatomy was available. Eventually, it was a good Yorker that got Akshay Harikumar. Shanmugam being brought back. He was out for 26. And we had that nasty incident when we saw Mahere going off with suspected concussion. His head hit the ground attempting a catch. But it was just funny little innings that it ends up being more or less a pass score. Nothing too far about it. That was 4-6 originally, overturned to a 4 on the viewing of the evidence. Abraham was pretty good, but he ran himself out in the 40s, just trying to steal the strike back. And Hashir was able to add 1 to the total, but good execution. Bounce throw to the keeper. Ended the innings at 116 after the 10 overs. So, BSC All-Stars still winless. Probably say it's their best chance in a while with 116 on the board. Abraham with 43 off 24. The captain, Akshay Harikumar, with 26, but nobody else was able to get above 7. 31 extras, way too many. 20 too many, really. That's the reason they get up to 116 rather than maybe something in the 90s. Bowling-wise, well, there are a few offenders, I suppose. Look, despite there being 31 extras, there are only 15 extra balls bowled. I think the issue was that some of them did go to the boundary, and The keeper, Rudra Shah, certainly had his hands full, or not full, as the case may be. But 2 wickets to Shad Mukam and 2 to Mahere. But for me, Faizan Rahman and Upajay can hold their heads high with very good economy rates, despite not taking a wicket. We'll take a break then, back in just a few minutes' time. Game in the balance, and we'll be back in a short while to see who will win this match. All on the table, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. All-Stars, 116 on the board, trying to defend for their first win. Or can Plovdiv chase the 117 and shore up themselves in that top 4 and kind of accentuate that gap? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll be back in a few moments, live from Bulgaria with more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of match number 19. 4th of 5 matches today. BSCU All-Stars really need a win here. They've got 116 on the board. They were kind of assisted by plenty of extras along the way, which kind of got them over that 100 and beyond. And now we know if they can restrict Plovdiv to 81 or less, they'll take all 4 points. That'd be a bit of a bonus, actually. Yeah, Plovdiv, an opportunity for them as well. I mean, about 16 and a half and over will get them the win in 7 overs, and we'll see them get 4 points out of the contest. Hello to everyone in the chat. And yes, G1, I noticed that sad news. Diego Jota earlier in the day lost his life in a car accident. Liverpool player, and we noted that earlier on. Just makes you think, doesn't it, as well, how precious it is. And that's certainly something that we've run into at times on the European Cricket Network. Again, losing people that were quite important to us, and we're on the time. We're part of the sporting community, so yeah, thoughts going out today with that sad situation. Let's get to the job at hand, though. Gino Poulos is going to open up second innings. Just keeps the first one out. Feel like this is the best chance yet, don't you? For the Pinkies to get going. Sufyan, he's motioning. I see a replay of this. Doesn't like the action of Poulos, but I mean, this has had his moments in the series so far. Let's have a look at it. Something they might have a look at, I think. Looks fairly straight. I'm going to slow it down maybe even more. This is what the umpires and the refs will be having a look at. But in the end, Sufyan's just got to deal with them now. We have to kind of take it back and see how that arm comes over. Is there a bit of a kink in it? And if so, how much? Is it within the tolerance? This is glanced away, and that's going to be 4. Third time's a charm for Sufyan. There is a procedure with actions that are, suspicious. But to be honest, I've seen a lot worse than Poulos. A little bit of a kick, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's significant. And the refs, they'll want to see a replay of him kind of very slowly from behind when his arm's coming over. Down the ground, right off the end of the bat. Still goes pretty quickly. And maybe we can have a look at Poulos bowling. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. He's got a slightly unusual action. Doesn't make it illegal. If it is, though, referees, they've got a procedure to deal with that. I think he's bowling pretty well here. There's some football. More of a friendly pass this time. The other thing is sometimes people don't have elbows that they can't straighten their arm completely. I'm actually one of those people. My elbow goes kind of 90, 95%, but it's not completely straight. It really takes off. So, end of the first over. Pretty good one for the All-Stars. Takes off, and good keeping as well from Nitin behind the stump. 6 without loss after 1. Time to raise the bat. The last result not being a golden ball meant that we are now 50 matches since a golden ball. Golden ball's the tiebreaker, unique to ECN. Although I will say it's been picked up in a few other different competitions as well. It's just fantastic for T10 to decide the game that way. Of course, the last golden ball we had was in Finland last week. Golden ball 79, and it was a doozy of a game. BTCC Dark Knights against the SKK Rapids. Nice little jab over point. That'll be 4. Good batting. Kind of burnt and over here, but they're still 50-50. Plovdiv. That was the moon golden ball. Push and late decision to go. Oh, terrible throw. And that's going to be extras. How many? Maybe just the one.
No, we did it too much.
Sangani gets the strike back then. Driven, but couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. Jaron Jose. Big stop sign goes up. Sufyan using his veto power. Probably was a run there if you're backing up and running. Sufyan didn't want to risk himself. G1, just mentioning if Sufyan goes, it'll be a big blow for their chances. Meanwhile, this is up. It's in the air, hanging a very long time, and he can't find. Oh, he's almost caught that accidentally. I think he's hit the back of his hand. I need to have a look at this again. He gets hit with it. Not a rock and roll that. He's not watching anymore. He's going back with the flight, and it hits it. It's on the arm, actually. Well, I'm glad it didn't hit him in the back of the head, but imagine that sticks in your elbow or you can clutch it to your chest. Now, this will be a more regulation effort, and it will be the first wicket, and it's Sufyan who's going to have to go. And it's Joji John. The JJJ is A-OK. Sufyan had a lone hand in the tight loss earlier, but that's a big, big moment. Sufyan just didn't seem completely focused on the task at hand while he was out there. He offers a fairly simple catching opportunity. And it's reeled in. It's the Jaron Jose Joji John combination. There's 5 J's in their combined names. And if you can find another dismissal in world cricket where you have 5 J's involved, I'd like to see it. I think in the end, a bit of celebration. Maybe Sufyan didn't take it well, but hey, the Jays had their moment. 2 overs down then, 13 for 1. All-Stars trying to lift themselves off the bottom of the ladder. And here's the thing. I mean, Plovdiv, they have played a lot of games, whereas the All-Stars haven't. And the other thing is the All-Stars, they haven't played Trachea yet. Trachea also without a loss. Or without a win, I should say. Gets in a bit of a mess here, Sangani. Should let that go for a big wide. Yeah, Plovdiv coming in 2 and 3. And then you've got All-Stars 0 and 4. But if All-Stars win this, they're 1 and 4. And Plovdiv's 2 and 4. And there's actually not too much between them. Sangani plays it off the back foot, comes up firing. Not an easy one to back up, but pretty well done. Keep it to a single. And swinger, full toss. Morigi. It's been his issue today. He's found it hard to go at a good strike rate. Slower ball this time. Played away. In fact, it will go all the way. It shows you how fast this field is. Because once it beat the infielder, there's absolutely no chance it was ever coming back. Oh, I like this. Jacob, I mean, obviously your language skills are very, very good with the background you've got. There are certain expressions that might not be obvious. And Johnny has asked, are you being spoiled rotten at your grandparents? But spoiled rotten sounds like a bad thing. It's actually good. It's almost like you're getting so much attention that they're spoiling you, if that makes sense. That it's just an expression that means you're, giving everything you want, so you start to expect it. It's almost like you're spoiling rotten, as in food that's been given too much sugar or it's gone bad because it's too sweet. Right now, it'd be pretty sweet for the All-Stars if they were to be able to pull a win out here. Seems like a bit of a birthday party coming up in the Stewart family as well. End of the third over, and Plovdiv are 20 for 1. Rico Full, by the way, he's off today, but he will be back tomorrow for Peacock Friday, so get your best and brightest on. And Shoban Ganayak will arrive tomorrow, but he won't be on the mic until Saturday. I know he's looking forward to that. Underwhelming start, to say the least. 6, 7, and 7. All-Stars need this win. Need it very badly. Big swing, but not going anywhere at the moment. And I think All-Stars are well on top at the moment. Plovdiv, they're going to rule those gifted runs in the first innings. I'm sure about that. Well, straight up in the air. Bowler calls for it. Abraham, he's going to have it. Parigi's going to have to go. Abraham's having a great game out there. And Plovdiv have lost his second wicket. The miserable run with the stick for Parigi continues. It's 21 for 2. All-Stars need something to shout about, don't they? Maybe this is the turning point in their week. Sunil thought he might be able to get there, but the bowler says, hey, I'm running towards the ball. You're chasing it. So let me have it, even though I don't have any gloves. And they work it out. So Parigi, 1-4 in his 5, and that's it. 21 for 2. Not an easy one. Probably knew that they were leaving it for him, but he might have been worried that Sunil was coming in like a freight train. Agagu Amadel, the new batter. And he's castled straight away. Can you believe it? Abraham pitches up and he floors the furniture. He's on a hat trick. It's 21 for 3. And the BSCU All-Stars, finally, they are starting to shine. Amadel takes it on. It was pitched up, but the stumps are flattened. He's enjoying himself. Here's Abraham. Amadel, not so much. Pitches up. Death rattle activated. And you look at the reaction of the non-striker. He's frustrated. Sangani loses another partner. Could we have a hat trick? Neck and crop. The reaction from Sangani says it all. Says, you got to be kidding me. Another one going down. He's just frustrated at the non-strikers end at the moment is Yash. All right. Hat trick opportunity. Sufyan did it for Plovdiv. Sufyan's already out in this innings. Here we go. Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss? Upajay is the new batter. And if there was a fourth stump, it would have been out of the ground. That is so close. It nipped back as well. Oh, frighteningly close to a hat trick. Time he does get bat on ball, but it's a tight one. Wild throw. Probably had to go to the bowler's end there, actually. What an over by Shibin Abraham. Even that 82 is starting to look a long way off, you know. Probably about 10 and over. This one almost to the fielder, but instead it goes pretty quickly. Sangani takes all that frustration out on the ball. Cuatro carreras, a boundary to finish the fourth, but still a brilliant over from Abraham with the double strike. It's 26 for 3 after 4. Signs of life there. Do not count out. Plovdiv. Again, it's the kind of format that provides turning points. We can see they're even below that red line, which is the 70% line. That's even to have a point in the game. Remember, the points get split amongst two teams. 4 points up for grabs. Toss, probably worth a look from side on. Maybe just below the waist. Certainly swung a lot from Jose. Let's have a look. Maybe just below at the crease, but certainly tight. Could replay it from our friends at Two Circles. What was it called? Might have been. Sorry, it was called on the ground. Didn't realise. So free hit coming up. Batter's on the wrong side. Don't know what that's about, but I'll tell you the next one is hit and is hit very well. Maximo. Deep in the crease. Potential turning point. Yeah, if that one's called on the field, I don't mind it. Because the umpire's calling it as he sees it. And remember, if it is waist high, it is a no ball. That one holds its line, and Sangani's after it. It's a real key to this innings now, isn't he? Can he play a breakout innings? Not a player we've seen a lot of, and that's the thing when we go to Bulgaria. You get a lot of people that are there studying medicine in particular, and so obviously when they graduate, they move back to wherever they've come from, and so get these new players coming through, even though the teams stay pretty stable. Oh, that's going to be a thick edge, which is going to fly, absolutely fly to the fine leg boundary. Good enough. Dhruv with his first 4. Hanging around a Plovdiv. Hello to Paul Horn. Good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Vinny here from the studio. Rico the day off. Flirts with it. Good comeback from Jose. Now, put the challenge out there. Have you ever seen a dismissal that had as many J's in it? We had Court, Jaron, Jose, Bol, Joji, John. Ever had more J's in dismissal? That was 5. This one hit, and hit pretty well. J. It'll be a confidence booster for him. He'll get 4. Plovdiv slowly but surely keeping their hopes alive. So this is the extra ball that the no ball created at the front of the over. Well, they decide to go, make an early decision. It's the right one. They will get 1. End of the over. But still, a lot of work to do for Plovdiv. 44 for 3 after 5. The Hindi channel has been a big success since we launched it just a few weeks ago. You want to join it at European Cricket Network Hindi on Telegram. And you can get all the news, the stats, the match previews there. European Cricket Hindi. So I've got a few tips here. I know I had a question about, do we track the players' nationalities? Well, yeah. All the players' info is in their player profile. Okay. A lot to do. 73 required in the second half of this game. Second half of this innings for Plovdiv. So now a bit of pace off stuff. Yeah, so Jacob, congratulations to your grandpa turning 60. What's his name? Let us know. Hit pretty well. This is going to test the fielder. And he's up to it. If there is a part of the ground that's easier, it's probably that one because the ball starts to go uphill and it just slows it down a little bit. The Vortex is another story. Down to the deep third region. Harry Kumar, captain with the ball. The thing is, if the All-Stars could take a win here, then they do play back-to-back. Maybe they can roll that momentum into something a bit more. They will take on the Spartans in match 20, but Spartans have been disappointed with their performance against the Stars earlier. Oh, he's knocked him over. It's a wild shot from Sangani, and suddenly that scoreboard pressure starting to have a bit of an influence on the mind of Sangani, who tries to go over the ropes. Instead, he is gone. Excellent bowling from Akshay Harikumar. Check it out in the replay. Just tries to launch it. May have got a little bit of the body on the way through, but crashes into the top and middle. So Sangani. In fact, it is definitely Sangani that's going to have to go. It's definitely not Armadale. Armadale's ancient history. But yeah, Harry Kumar, you'll appreciate the wicket. Not just that, I mean, it's starting to look like they're a chance to take all 4 points here. Don't think they're favourites to do that. Certainly possible. Still need 35 to do that. All right, up in the air. How far is it going? It is definitely going far enough. Maximal. Faizan Rahman comes out. And he says, never mind the point. I'm going at the game. 15 and over isn't an insurmountable required run rate, but you need someone to fire and fire for more than just 1 or 2 shots. $50's up for Plovdiv as well. Last roll of the dice, you feel. Kalyan saying, sounds like these players are speaking Tamil or Malayalam. You hear all kinds of languages around European cricket. It's fascinating. Oh, dot ball. Handy one at least for Harry Kumar. And he concedes 9 in the over despite getting whacked once. That is the end of the 6. That's 53 for 4. Obviously, it's always very special when you see players speaking in their native language. I know we've seen that here before with Barbarians when they were in the competition. Had a pretty much an all Bulgarian side. You do hear the Spanish national team all speaking in Spanish. I know the Czech women's team, the Bulgarian women's team, and they'll speak in their native languages. Yeah, it's interesting to hear cricket fields having that variety, linguistic variety. Hello to Lou as well, saying that his granddad. Let's just say if that is your granddad's name. He's a bit unlucky. Anyway. Only a single to start. Nice try, though. Trip asking, does Pavel play on the Spartans team? He certainly does. Well, Lou, where are you watching from? I caught you with your hand in the cookie jar. Wild swing here. So now, play ball with me. Oh, Tortuga time. But doesn't get away. They're going to go for two. Good throw would be trouble here. Well, if it hit the stumps, it was definitely going to be out. I suppose at this stage, you might as well go for it. Pretty unlikely to hit the stumps. Launches leg side. Miles high and 6. Well, when you look at where it bounces, there's probably a play on that, but he just kind of lost his bearings down there. Shibin Abraham is having a very good game. And the result's going to be 6 runs. Got him. Ruffy does the job. Rahman seemed like the last great hope, but he's going to go after whacking a couple of 6s. And so All Stars, they can celebrate. Hard to see a way back. But this is ECN cricket. Anything's possible. Again, full and straight. Keep it simple. Plovdiv, a bit of a day to forget for them. Still 20 off actually securing their point. Oh, throws the hands. This good fielding. Geez, almost creates a run out. Oh, bodies everywhere. And that will take us to the end of the over. What a good over by Rafi. 63 for 5 after 7. So, yeah, can't see them. What do they need? They need 54. So they need 18 and over from here. But it's kind of like all results are still possible. Maybe I'll accept the 7 over chase. Spartans ring the changes. Just looking there. I don't see any Florin in the lineup. I know it was just mentioned. Come back to that in a second. Oh, that looks out to me. He looks very out. We'll see it from side on, but I don't think that bat gets back. He's lured forward as Rudra Shah. And here comes the stumping. He's gone. That bat's definitely in the air before he gets back. Despite not having a great look at the line, but I think it's pretty clear for me that he is OUT out. And oh no, it is time to start partying for the All Stars. Harry Kumar chips in with the second wicket, and it's 63 for 6. Hey, so while we're here, maybe we can have a look at that fantasy dashboard for the final game of the day once again. Yeah, so looks like Pavel is stepping aside despite his 2 wickets in the last game. Handy keeping there from Nitin Suno, by the way. That was very quick. Yeah, so Ali Rasool comes in, big left armour. And Raghav Grover comes in. Constantine in for his first game. Florin makes way Narayan and Anthony Dowland. BSCU All-Stars will be unchanged. And look, bit of a danger game there for the Spartans. So we will start heavy favourites. But the All-Stars look like they're going to have a big win here. Confidence booster. Great keeping once again from Sunil. Had to move down the leg side for that one. So, the game looks good as gone, doesn't it? Can't even get the point here. Little nudge. Oh, Tortuga alert. Vortex wins. Downhill, and that's frustrating. Krishna was in that position. Does get a bit on it first up. But look at what he had to deal with. Did well to get something on it, but then just got teased all the way to the rope. 14 away. They should get the point, but you know, a couple of wickets would be interesting. Well bowled. And the other thing is, these two could be very close together on the table, especially if All Stars can get some wins against Trachea. So, fighting for this point, it's almost like a 2-point swing. One will get it, one won't have it. Nicely played away. This isn't the full vortex, but it's the fake vortex. Oh, that's out. That's out as well. Raval's run himself out. They're going to have a look at it, but again, for me, he's not even close. Here he comes. Good throw. Sunil didn't have to move. Look, doesn't have to move. Adios. Good night. And that does put them in an even better position for the 4 points. They haven't had too much to celebrate, the BSCU All-Stars, so far in this competition. But who knows? Could be an unlikely 4-point job here. Dramatic stuff. Turns blind. Takes a terrible route. Has to go so far. And Raval, he's going to have to pay the price. Great throw, though. That was an outstanding throw to the keeper. Smibin Rafi was the one that threw it in. Oh, now, I wonder if this is a 60-second violation. Yeah, he should be ready to go. He wasn't. It's the old Angelo Matthews. But having said that, Maharaj did leave the field with suspected concussion. Obviously, he's been cleared if he's back out there. Fair enough then, common sense. Oh, big no. Then he goes. Oh, maybe he needs another test. Bit of a white knuckle ride to 82 now. Never mind the 117. Oh, very slow one from Harry Kumar. Needs to be stopped, it is. He's more the legs than anything else. Just settled for a single. This is it's a funny old finish. End of the 8th over, and Plovdiv are 71 for 7. Still needing 11 for a point. There's 2 overs to go. Lou's watching from Manchester. Classic Manchester humour, Lou. Appreciate it. Ahead of that red line at the moment, but 7 wickets down. And yeah, Jacob, your grandfather, actual grandfather, Mikhail. I bet he's a wonderful man. Part of a great family. All right, so here we go. They need 82. This is where the bonus point's been such a great addition to the European Cricket Series, because there's something very tangible to fight for here that could make a difference. Rafi, what a good first over. They're thinking of 2. Almost like they were trying to fox them into it there. I mean, they should do this, but again, the amount of extras in that first innings. And right on cue, we get one here. But there's only been 2 extras. Now, make that 3 in this entire innings compared to the 30 in the first innings. Oh, and now I've jinxed it, because that's going to be a 7-up, and Yeah, that's... Well, I'll have to see where this is no ball, because it is. Let's have a look at this slightly slower. Right, there's no doubt for me that's high. Even it's coming down slightly, but that's got to be a 7-up. And that will pretty much blow the point. Free hit to come. So at least they will make the 82, surely. Does it give him some sort of chance for the game? Oh, surely not. Lift it up. How much does he have? He has enough. Well, game on once again. There's still an over and a half to go. I'd written them off, but they've just lost the plot. Had a bad time, the BSCU All-Stars. There's the point for Plovdiv. But now I think they've got the taste. They need 30 off 9. Say you hit 2 or 3 sixes here. You're getting it down below 20 maybe in the last over. Good comeback. Needs to make the stop. Got to go for 2 here. He's got the, oh, don't put the stop sign up now. I think you had to try and get Upajay back on strike. Probably he wasn't the one at risk anyway. Mahare needs to do his bit then. 29 off 8. And he can't hit it. Got to run. Oh, close. I think he's made it. We'll have to look at this from side on. But again, just a little bit of inexperience with the gameplay. Needed to go for 2 the game before. I think we'll try and wind that back a bit for you, but I do think he slides in. There, bats down in a minute. Bit of a bounce, but I think he makes it anyway. Oh. All right. Get a curtain call here. Upajay, 29 or 15. They've bowled a bit of fruit at him. It's still got to put it away. Now it's All-Stars on the white knuckle ride. All right. So 3rd game in a row where they've needed high 20s off the last over. Haven't seen it done yet. Isn't done very often. That has been done before. End of the 9th over, 90 for 7. Plovdiv. And again, I hate to hark back at it, but they gave away 20 extras too many. So, in my opinion, they should only need 7 off this over, not 27. Next game, by the way, should be starting in about 20 minutes' time. Seem to be running on time today. All right. Now, who are you going to bowl? You got Abraham. He'd be my pick. 2 for 6. In fact, you got 3 bowlers that have all had lots of success. But it's a funny thing, the 10th over. We know things can change very quickly. They are going to Shibin Abraham, potential player of the match. 27 to win. Oh, no. Well, Minimo would have been a shocker result first up. Just the 1 extra. 26 to win. How do you do it? You basically got to hit 4 sixes or 5 boundaries. There's a 4. Well, not really the way he meant it, but he keeps the game alive. There's one of them. 22 off 5 now. Luck on his side there, Dhruv. Not a bad ball, though, from Abraham. Is there one final twist here towards Plovdiv, who, let's be honest, didn't really deserve to win this game. Oh, gets through. So now, boundary or bust. Basically 3 sixes and a 4. Or 4 sixes, obviously. Get them over the line. Last chance saloon. Oh, he hits it and he hits it pretty well. There you go. Well, there's the boundary that keeps the game alive. Now we're down to as simple as 1, 2, 3. As they say in Bulgaria, 1, 2, 3. 3 sixes required. Oh, no way. The fact it would finish on a leave. Watch on the replays. No way it's a wide. Definitely over the line. And that's how it ends. And he's going to be dirty with it. But if he'd slashed at it, still would have been tough. We'd have to edge a 6 pretty much. Upajay maybe needs to bat a bit higher based on what we've seen here. Might not throw him up in the top 3. He's batting 5. Parigi had a rough day with a bat. I think maybe Upajay at 3 would be a good shout. Last ball coming up. And he gets castled. Abraham finishes with 3 for 16. A great effort. All-round effort. I mean, he top scored in the first innings, don't forget, with 43 off his own bat. He is certainly going to be your player of the match here in match number 19. And the final margin is 16 runs. But for Plovdiv, the one that got away. For the All-Stars, their first win. And, you know, they do seem better than a team. That should be Owen at this stage of the competition. So, yeah, they do pick up their win. That's the next game starting in 15 minutes' time with the Spartans winning the toss and electing to bat. But, yeah, like I said, All-Stars better than a team that should be 0-5, and they're not 0-5. They end up with a 1-4 record. They take 3 points out of that. Thought for a second they might even get all 4, but Sufyan, he's a big fish, isn't he? When he went, that was trouble afoot for Plovdiv. And it wasn't going to get much better as miserable run with the bat continued for Mani Parigi. He was caught by Shibin Abraham, who no doubt would be player of the game, and then it was twice as nice. The very next ball, Amadel getting castled, trying to slam that one over the leg side. Needed someone to provide something. In the end, it was Dhruv Upajay who kind of kept his team up and about despite losing wickets. And actually, at one point, I thought they were running out of wickets and running out of time to even make the 82. At least they would be able to do that. It was Sangani. He kind of held things together, papered over the cracks for a while. Opening the batting, he scored 23. Faizan Rahman, we know he's a good hitter, but he would ultimately go 6 and out, making things even tougher. Congratulations to the All-Stars. I mean, you actually look even at the extras. They only gave up 6 runs in extras compared to the 30. Smart keeping from Nitin Sunil at times as well. Tortuga time. And then it was the fielder and the ball sucked into the vortex. But then a few unnecessaries. Look at where he was miles away from where he should. Gets one out. Like he was hiking up the side of a mountain there, Preet Raval. But there was one last great hope, and it was Dhruv. Could he pull them back into the game? He got it down below 30 in the last over. They pretty much needed everything to go to the boundary. Eventually, needed 3 sixes, and he let one go through, hoping for a wide. It never materialised. And then Maharaj, who had his knocks in the game, finished with his stumps getting knocked, attempting an audacious deflection shot. And that's how it ends. Final score, 116-100, with the All-Stars getting the win. Upajay top scores with 39 of 21, but didn't have a lot of support. Sangani, 23, but went through a few partners early. 14 for Faizan Rahman, but couldn't stick around long enough. And have a look at that extras column. Only 6 runs given in extras. That is chalk and cheese compared to that first innings. And in a game where the teams, you know, they're quite competitive with each other, those unforced errors ultimately made the difference. Abraham followed up his 43 with 3 wickets for just 16 runs. Best of the bowlers. Harry Kumar, very good as well, though. 2 for 17. And also, we saw single wickets to Joji John and Smibin Kanam Fuda Ravi. We will take a break. Again, not too many breaks today. Still searching for our lunch, but we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time with the final match of the day, with the Spartans electing to open up with the bat. Can the All-Stars grab another big fish and continue their march up the table? Vinny Sanderhim, Mr. Maximo. We'll find out together when we return to Bulgaria in a few minutes' time for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria. Time for the last game of the day, and this should be a really good one as well. With the BCC Spartan to take on the BSCU All-Stars. We just saw the All-Stars pick up their first win of the competition. Can they come back for more? We're about to find out. But first, let's see what happened at the coin toss for match 20.
The All-Stars to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a hit.
I'm going to bat first.
The Spartans are going to have a bet.
You heard it there first from Tyrone Peters and the Spartans. This time last night, they did bat first against the Sofia Stars. Only managed 99. They'll be hoping for a few more than that. And look, if you'd asked me 2 hours ago, I would have said this would have been a bit of a walk in the park for the Spartans. But since then, we saw the Spartans kind of, I wouldn't say blow a winning position, but they certainly lost a game that was winnable last game out against the Stars. And we've seen the BSCU All-Stars win their first game against Plovdiv. So, yeah, certainly an interesting matchup. Ali Rasul is a very experienced player. He comes in, left arm, can also whack it around for Spartans. Bradley Constantine in for his first game of the series, and Raghav Grover comes back into the lineup. Interestingly, they have listed Sid Nair in the middle order this time. Lakov listed to open. So I think that's a change they might make. Nair just found it a bit of a struggle, and I will say that Jacob Gould, despite batting really well in the first game today for the Spartans, second game, he just couldn't really get himself going and put him under all kinds of pressure. They could never really catch up from it. Nikolai Nankov was a hero with the ball, though, in the last game with 3 wickets. And Spartans, well, it makes sense to me that they're big favourites, but the All-Stars, they'll believe. Long days for both of these two teams, though, both playing their third match of the day. So especially on a hot day, that fatigue might just be a factor. Yeah, looking at the weather, obviously, summer is here, which is good news, but currently 33 degrees. That was the expected maximum today. It's 4:45 local time at the moment. So Spartan hoping for a good start. And likewise, the All-Stars would like to get rid of some of these key players. It'll be the left arm of Jaron Jost to get us going. Chris Lakov is out there. He's facing up. They do make that change at the top. And let's roll. Match number 20 live from Bulgaria. Oh, pretty close. That's very close. Joe Foster tested straight away, covering the umpiring spot. Let's have a look at this, because I think this is definitely worth a look. The only thing is we've seen a few balls that have just been missing today, either high or down the leg side. And he's a long way forward, and I think that's probably what saves him. There's a long distance between the impact and where it would pass the stumps or hit the stumps. So I think it's a good decision. I think, look, he's on the front foot. There's too much doubt there. But certainly I would have been tempted. I would have had my finger itching a little bit. Fortunate moment for Lakov. He wasn't able to get bat on ball. But I think it's a measured and a pretty good decision from Joe Foster. First ball that he's out there. Now, Dunbar will get a ball straight down the line, but he'll just tap it to the leg side for 4 runs. Dunbar might have kicked a black cat while he was walking under a ladder earlier, because he's gone to 2 brilliant catches at deep backward point that he's hit very well. Jose gets worked away. That's the danger zone for Dunbar. That's where he's been caught twice. This time he elects probably sensibly to keep it along the ground. Paul Kempen thinks we're due a golden ball. Well, I did the last golden ball actually. Rico said that he thinks we'll get one today. Rakov. Well, creates a Tortuga. Either way, it was going to be one run. Here's random question time as well. Throw your random questions in. ECN European Cricket Network. Cutaway and great effort down there. I don't see too many saves. It's a man of the moment, Shibin Abraham. That will keep it from going for 4. It'll be a single, 8 for no loss after 1. Quick look at the calendar. Of course, there's some bonus cricket. Let me tell you about the cricket that's not there at the top of my head. Top of my head, we've got the Gibraltar Series, 2nd and 3rd of August in there. We've got the Budapest Cup in Hungary, which is 25th to 27th of July. We have the extra matches in August as well. We have some in Norway, some in Austria. They're the ones I think that won't show up in our primary calendar. It shows you it's too much for one graphic. Joji John comes on and he just loses his line first up. You just got to avoid the power lines. That would be 6, but has that gone completely out of the ground? Maximal. But this seemed to be potentially in the apartment buildings. I've got a question. Or maybe it's hit the car. That's a bad sound. Well, Adrian might want to leave the country pretty quickly if he gets the chance. They're after him. Don't muck around in Bulgaria either. Big no. Good communication between these two. But I've got a question. Here's a random question. We know that if he hits the power lines over the field, then that's a dead ball. It'd be a reball. But what if he hit the power lines when the ball's already gone past the boundary? Maybe it's addressed. But I think, in my opinion, if it hits the power lines when it's already past the line of the rope, well, then that should be 6. Because there is a law that covers that. If it hits any structure over or there and it's the other side of the boundary, then it should be 6 runs. Good random questions come in from Enrico. Oh, this one's going to get through the field. That's going to be 4. Lakov hits it hard along the ground. And I just got the feeling this also has the opportunity to be a bit of a hangover match for the All-Stars, who played a great game against Plovdiv to get their first win. But now they got a team who's smarting in the Spartans to get back in the winner's circle. This one's hit back and well fielded by the bowler. So, yeah, weirdest thing I've ever seen in a cricket match is the question from Ederico. Okay, I remember one of my games was interrupted by a swarm of bees, and I was batting at the time, and everyone went from being real tough to real not so tough. That's going to be through the offside, beautifully stroked once again. Lakov will get 4, and just looks on today, doesn't he, Chris? It was a shame that he came out so late in that unsuccessful chase, but that's a brilliant bit of batting. What takes us to the end of the over, and it's 23 without loss after 2. Quick look at the table. Taking shape, isn't it? But the Spartans, I still think they've got aspirations of top 2 and a potential double chance on finals day, which is on Sunday. Spartans 14 points. Now, over number 3. I've used the swarm of bees one before. I'm trying to think of something different, something that I haven't said before on air. Weirdest thing I've seen. Obviously, I've seen plenty of weird things in European cricket. Animals on the field. That's in the air and gone. Big, big moment. Dunbar fresh out of luck here on day 4. He'll make another early exit. Drove on the up, and Jose has his man. Adrian out for 13. Unlucky for some. And it's 23 for 1. Some days you just can't take a trick. I suppose he does kind of create his own risk here by driving on the up. Doesn't really try to keep it down. But a nice catch low down to the left by Poulos. And I don't think I've ever seen such a good player go to 3 such good catches in a day in a European cricket series. Definitely not in Bulgaria. That's a brilliant catch. I mean, these go down way more than they're caught. But every time he's given even a sniff of an opportunity, Adrian, the chance has been gobbled up. New batter comes in. Raghav Grover has come back into the side. Push but no run first up. So keep those random questions coming. Very clever, Julian, saying, yeah, that must have given me quite a buzz. Yeah, and the bees interrupted. Probably a wicket keeper trying to keep with no hands. We had a situation in Stockholm back in 2023. No ball stays in nicely. So injured hand. Backup keeper got injured. Regular keeper went back with one hand, then got hit on that hand, and then basically said, I'll just stop everything with my legs. That lasted about 3 overs before they tried another option. Grover gets some bat on this, but again, kept in the infield. So All-Stars competing in this power play. What else we got? Okay, so any night series coming up, asks Trip. Trip, I know why you're asking, Trip, because I know it's a good time zone for you. Yes and no. What do I mean? Glad you asked. I think that's good too, you know. Excellent bowling. Jose has 1 for 8 in the over. And so it's 23 for 1 after 3. So, good question, Trip. We don't have any night series as such coming up, but there is some night cricket coming up. Let me explain. Next Friday, or next Wednesday, I should say. Next Wednesday in Belgium, there's 6 games, but we'll still start at the regular time, which means that we'll have an extra game compared to normal. By the way, that was a wicket maiden for Jose. Didn't pick up on it straight away, but yeah, wicket maiden. So 8-15 and 0. All-Stars, what a comeback. And Jose will finish with figures of 1 for 8. Yeah, so next Wednesday, 6th game. That pretty much takes it into night territory. Now, how can we do that? Because we're in Belgium. They got the lights there. Clipped away by Lakov. We'll have to settle for 1 this time. So the structure next week is the 7-team structure, which requires us to have 1 of the 4 days as a 6-game day. So there's night cricket there. Also, I won't say it's night cricket, but it will be cricket that will get pretty late on Monday and Tuesday in Bulgaria. Shot. Really good shot from Grover. Takes on the straight boundary and wins. Maximal. That's what he's been brought back in to do. Excellent hit. Yeah, so next week in Bulgaria, right here, we'll have 3 T20s a day. And that last game will start at 4:15 European time. So what's that? 2:15 GMT, and it'll probably run for about 4 hours. So next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll have late finishes. Put it that way. We'll have late finishes next week. Not a night series, but definitely going into the night, relatively speaking. And I can actually tell you that the format they're looking at for the ECS Gibraltar, which is the 2nd and 3rd of August, although it's not a night series. Wow, take that. That's a really good shot. Oh, Lynchy. I like that. On the back of Grover's shirt. I don't really know what that's about, but I can tell you that's 6. Maximal. The old Seamus Lynch, El Machina about that. Yeah, so the structure they're looking at for Gibraltar actually has a 7-game day and a 6-game day, which means we will go into the night as well. So it's like, imagine a night series. Imagine a 5-game day and a 2-game night together, though. All right, well, Grover goes after this as well. Takes on the square leg, but there's nobody home. That's going to be 4 as well. So the runs flowing off the bat of Grover. Yeah, so a 13-game weekend. Like I said, it's the closest we've ever had to the marathon idea that's been floated before. So in Gibraltar, that'll actually start 7 a.m. GMT, but the last game 7 p.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe. midnight in India. So, slight fumble's going to cost 1, but that's all it'll cost. And the following day, something similar that will start slightly later on day 2, start half an hour later, but we'll have the 6 matches, including a final. Still to be confirmed, though. So there you go. I know we always love night series. In fact, as a commentator, night series are a great gig to have. Because you can just sleep in and you can enjoy your day, catch a bit of the daytime series, and you just have the 2 games. End of the over now. Abraham goes for 19. A little bit of back to earth for him. It's 42 for 1 after 4. Keep those random questions coming. This is also a great time. You know, I'm not on the mic that much at the moment. In July, I've got a little bit of time off. So get your ECN questions out the way. Because otherwise, sometimes the other commentators have to ask me anyway. So it's a bit more efficient. Ask me anything. Looking forward to Gibraltar. I've heard it will be stinking hot. Of course, a bit of a heat wave. About time as well, by the way. 46 degrees in Spain. All right, Lakov goes to the skies and he'll get 6 runs. Maximo. Good shot. Takes this off a length. He's a little bit worried about it. Didn't have to be. Hit it pretty well. Rafi bowled pretty well in the last game. Ganambuja Rafi. Didn't ball that one. It's almost a Karen ball. Oh no, it's gone through the field for 4. Ground fielding so important, even when they have a bit of a win. At the moment, the All-Stars find a way to make their lives difficult. Okay, to be fair, it does shoot a bit on Hashir. But yeah, 46 in Spain during the week. Let's hope for pleasant weather. This time, Lakov, he's going to carve it away behind point. That's going to be 4 more. Spartans up and ticking now. 50's come up during the over as well. Lakov 25 off 10. Takes this on as well, but picks the fielder. But guess what? Another misfield, another 4 runs. Keeps testing out the fielders, does Lakov, and they keep failing the test. Okay, no easy stops out here in Bulgaria, but took a little bit of a hop to the right of Albin Jacob. Now he's going to pound this one. 4 runs signaled on the field. Again, we'll have a look at it on the replay if we can see it, that is. They want to check it. Joe Foster, good to see him stepping in. Regular ECN umpire. Part of the blue crew, but just helping out. The umpires have long days at the moment. Checking out whether this bounces just before the line or just after. Let's have a look. Oh, there's the ball. Did we get it? Yeah, definitely 4 runs. Bounces about 1 metre inside. Great camera work from our crew. 2 circles. This time it's played without a run. Red dot ball. But it will be a magical first over for Rafi. And the Spartan 64 for 1 after 5. Albin Jacob, of course, someone we have seen playing from time to time for Bulgaria as well. I don't mind if you want to show me that. We got the social media here at European Cricket, which we'll have the HCL Software Player of the Day and the 1xBet action of the day. This is a look ahead to tomorrow. Rico Full is back. And we'll have 5 more matches. Sophia Stars have the day off tomorrow, but they're currently setting the pace with 8-0 record. And same time, same place, nice and early. It's Rico's last day solo because Soban will be there on Saturday. So yeah, nice and early. 5:45 GMT, 7:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 in India, starting with another All-Stars clash. All-Stars take on Trakia. Now, they're two teams that, well, until the previous game at least, hadn't had a win. So it was the two teams that were looking like they were going to get the chop. So yeah, thank you so much for the random questions coming in. Back to Harry Kumar. Full toss first up. It's hit and it is dropped. And it's going to be 4. Oh, well, don't say they haven't given you opportunities. Grover, he's found the fielder in one of the longer pockets of the ground. And although the fielder does well, he's coming from the shadows to the sun. Not easy. Have a look at the stunt-like jump as well from Jacob. That'll be 4 runs and a lucky moment for Grover. Dropped on 18. Definitely 4. As confirmed now. 6 boundaries in the last 7 balls now. Driven away, 2's the call straight away. On the edge of the secret garden. Well, they wanted to. They took it a bit seriously. I'm glad he didn't throw that relay throw because I think it would have blown Grover's head off. Harry Kumar shaped throw it to the keeper. I mean, these two are going to hustle. They'll run the first one hard and look for the 2. Probably not the timing, though. I think this partnership's going pretty well for the Spartans. Sliced away, gets away from the fielder, gets a little piece of it, but not the whole thing, and that'll be 4 more runs. Yeah, so keep the random questions coming. Cream asking, have we ever thought of doing the Wimbledon series this week or next and selling ECN strawberries and cream? I would love to do the Wimbledon ECS during the Wimbledon tennis. Of course I would. Never been. You know, actually, spotted. Here's the ECN gossip mag. Cracked. That's in the gap, it's 4. If it's to a field, it might be stopped. It is stopped. Well done to Vassi down there. Think about it. An overthrow. It's not quite there. Yeah, but spotted at Wimbledon on day 1. Tina Goff. MCC membership opening doors for her. She was at Wimbledon day 1. Sent me a picture. Made me incredibly jealous. Takes it on, leg side. And this one will fly up the hill. Maximo. Grover coming and making a big difference. Bit of stability in that top order. Yeah, so Tina, how about that? Just living her best life. International cricketer, Wimbledon watcher. I don't think she was sleeping out overnight to get in either. Another random question coming in from Paul Kempen. Are the ECN cricket balls available to buy in the UK? Well, Grizzly Bear Sports, our official ball supplier, they're based in Ireland. Oh, it's shot. And Grover is looking very dangerous. Fraction short of a length. Another over goes magical. Maximo. And the Spartans 86 for 1. After 5. Yes, I'll see if I can find. Look on the website, Grizzly Bear Sports. You can probably look it up yourself. You've got grizzlybearsports.com. Check them out. I'm not sure if the ECN version is available for sale. Maybe it's, it's not something that you'd be wise using for your own personal use. Let's have a little bit of a peek here. As looks like Lakov getting ready to face up over number 7. Jules said you can see the red balls on the Grizzly website, maybe not the white ones. I think I know what happens to all the white ones. Devassi gets the ball. Lakoff cracks him off the back foot. And that'll run away for 4. Well, it looks like Tyrone. That looks like Tyrone behind there. He's getting ready to field it. That foot fielding rarely is the best way. See, look, Tyrone's actually showing how to do it. He was getting down to the ball, but Palouse, the third own goal I've seen today. Yeah, so I think I know what happens to all the white balls, Jules. I think they end up on the European cricket tour. I think the factory can't make them quick enough. Jules said there's a strawberries and cream sandwich while you're in the UK. Is that serious, Jules? I'm in. The 666 for Midun Devasi. I can't tell you, his ponytail's fire. Oh, bit of a lucky one. Should be stopped. He is stopped. And now Krishna doing the fielding. What else we got? Trip said, who's the commentary team for Wimbledon? It is a mixture of myself and Rico and Tina. Nish, I think probably could have done the weekend, but now the weekend's Gibraltar. So, and Charlie's quite busy at the moment. So still, it'll be myself and Tina to start. I think then Rico will come after a couple of days. All right, hit up in the air, short boundary, but oh well, it's certainly going to clear it by some distance. Grover goes Maximo, and the runs keep on flowing for the Spartans. Just gives them a bit more balance in the team when Grover's available. Backing back, but no chance for Albin Jacob. Yeah, so the other thing with the Wimbledon series, because I'm actually going to London, but then because we have the Gibraltar series in the middle weekend, because we don't have cricket on the weekend in Wimbledon, I'm going to go just do a lazy 13 matches Saturday and Sunday, and then I'll be coming back to London. And so obviously it'll be a mixture of myself and Rico and Tina. I'm hoping to catch a couple of shows in the West End while I'm in London as well. Grover gets one on his hip and he swings it away. Devasi, small error but big consequences. Maximo. Hundreds up as well now for the Spartans, and the horse is miles away. Can't even see it for dust. Grover. Maybe starved of opportunities because of availability, but certainly coming good here. Into the bat this time, but not carrying down to Albin Jacob. All right, well, Jules, thank you for the link to the strawberries and cream sandwich. I'm not normally a big sweet tooth, but I do love strawberries, so we'll say that. All right, Lakov takes it on. Does he beat the fielder? Oh, fielder up in the circle. And so that bounces across for 4, I'm pretty sure. Again, smart batting. See, Miron up in the circle. Okay, just got to beat the infielder. Look where this bounces. Definitely catchable if the fielder's back. That's smart cricket IQ. All right, I like that we've gone down to food chat kind of rabbit hole as well. 108 on the board after 7. Just the 1 wicket so far in match 20. A reminder, the Western Shield coming up as part of our 10-day Shield window. That's from the 15th to the 24th of September. Representative teams from Europe, from Britain and Ireland, as well as Asia and the World 11 will do battle. The same format that was so well received in February this year. And I want to invite everyone to share that with us. Phil G also, if you missed it, Phil G's got the call up. There's Tina's playing in the Melton Shield. It's planned at least. Corey's coaching. So, yeah. Phil G's done a lot of work for us over the last year or so. And so, yeah, he'll fill another commentary slot for us there at the Melton and the Western Shield. Okay, 8th over. Pretty good start from Jacob. Okay, I'm reading this article, and I didn't know that it was that Japan love strawberries and cream sandwiches. I had no idea. I feel like the bread would kind of ruin it. Am I crazy? It's sweetened bread, though. Okay. Seems very sweet. All right, high. This is going to take some catching, and it's going to fall. And, well, because they had to go up the hill, it stopped. And they'll get an easy two. If this is, if you flipped the topography of the ground, this would bounce down the hill for 4. By the way, Grover has reached his 50. Not the way that he planned to. He'll get the Energizer Bunny, Chris Lakoff, running down for a glove punch, but yeah, need a 3-dimensional wagon wheel to account for that one. Goes up and over the top. This one a bit more out of the middle. Maximo. Spartans, given some of their inconsistent performances, I think they're on the prowl. They want 4 points here. Yeah, so in Japan, it's known as a Frutsusando. I did study a bit of Japanese when I was younger. Came in a bit handy. Last week I was in Finland. Met a nice Japanese couple in the spa, in the sauna, as you do. All right, go straight, and this is going to probably take out the camera tower. Maximo! Grover to 62 now. Yeah, that's gone. That's definitely new balls, please. Yeah, so apparently the Westerners in Japan have been going crazy for these things. I do know, I've been to Japan. They do have these sweet kind of sandwiches. I know the bread they're talking about, I think. Rare miss. I was called a wide. I'd like to see this one from straight on. Didn't seem like the whole ball was outside the line. Let's have a look on the replay. It might stand to be corrected. I don't think that's a wide. Straight over the line. It's a harsh call. It wasn't one of those ones where there's big angle that's hard to tell either. But I suppose the umpire's got a slightly different perspective. We're a long way back. So this time uncontrolled by Grover. Edge flies away. Pretty well fielded down there. And actually discourages them from taking a second run. Yeah, I think I know the bread you're talking about, Jules. Thanks for that. Okay, good question from Trip. What shows will I catch on the West End? Can I tell you, I've already bought tickets to one and I want to buy tickets to another. In fact, maybe I'll do it in the innings break now that I've thought of it again. Oh, he shapes. This was good for him earlier, but yeah, I think it's smart bowling. Don't follow him. Make him play it behind that pad. It's not so easy. End of the over, 124 for 1 after 8. Lakoff is very close to losing his stumps on 47. So what I have bought tickets. So last time I went for the ECS, I went and saw Tina, the Tina Turner musical, her life story. Loved it. That was actually my first time seeing a show on the West End. Not cheap, I will say that. But this year, I've already bought tickets to Fawlty Towers, one of my favourite sitcoms of all time. Bit of a tradition in my family that kids are allowed to watch it, even though they probably shouldn't until they're a certain age. So I've got tickets to Fawlty Towers. That's week 2. But week 1, I'm actually thinking of trying to get tickets to the Back to the Future musical. True story. All right, that's up in the air. And Grover's going to put it into the secret garden, and it ain't coming back. Maximo. Almost like a portal to another dimension. But Grover, again, showing you can go the other way, can go offside as well. There's been a destructive partnership. What do you think of my choices, by the way? And any tips? Goodbye. Adios, Pallotta. As Grover moves to 75, and with 10 balls left, who's to say that he can't go all the way to the triple figures? Hundreds. Certainly not something you see very often in Bulgaria. I remember Manan Bashir scored a memorable one on debut. Yeah, give me your tips. I haven't bought the Back to the Future tickets yet, but I'm a huge fan of the movies. It's a carom ball, but doesn't really come down in time. And that's going to be 6 more. 81 now for Grover. This is a really interesting ball that Hari Kumar bowls. It actually comes out the front of the fingers. And if it bounces, it should break away. But here's the thing, never bounces again until it's into the deep, dark woods. 142 and counting for the Spartans. Yeah, you can understand he's going for pretty much everything now. Good comeback from Harry Kumar. Finds himself in the naughty 40s. A very tennis-like score that he's got. Love 40. Low full toss. Gets a piece. Tests the outfielder. They'll get one. They'll get two. Actually missed by the bowler. Could have even had a third there potentially. But Grove at 83. And Chris is pretty unselfish. You'd probably give him the strike back last over to see if he can have a crack at that 3 figures. Well, that one is hit and is hit very well. 89 now for Grover Maximo. And the 150 up for the BCC Spartans. 150 for 1 after 9. And, wow, everything just evaporating for the All-Stars who are up and about. They had about 7 minutes to celebrate their victory, but now they're getting put to the sword. Okay, 1 positive, only 1 extra in the entire innings. I don't even think that was a wide, actually. But Harry Kumar is going to finish at none for 48. Remember, there was a maiden in there as well. Wicket maiden in the 3rd to Jaron Jose. I love that we're all thinking, what would an ECN musical look like? It writes itself, actually. All right, I think that Lakov is prepared to forego another half century to watch Grover score his maiden ECN century. Oh, no ball called. No ball called. Too many outside the circle. Oh, what a gift on 89. All falling apart for the All-Stars. They're shooting stars at the moment. Okay. Free hit. He misses it. Don't run. Give yourself a chance. I'm loving this. Alzari Joseph and his Technicolor cricket bat. Love it. Hello to Vishwajit Kumar. Gone. Hello to you. Nice to see you in the chat. Thanks for saying hello. Corey would be the kind of villain, wouldn't he? Villain of the piece. Talking to the audience, saying sneaky things. Got to run hard here. Will they come back for 2? They might as well now. He'll get up into the 90s and he gets the strike back. Like I said, Lakov's pretty unselfish. He's already got a 50 today, so it won't really bother him if he gets another one or not, but he'd love to see Grover go all the way. Yeah, Tortuga. There'd be a song about Tortugas. There'd be a song called It All Happens in the 9th. All right, goes high. Grover on 91 in jeopardy, but the ball hits the turf. Once again, they'll get back for 2. He's had more lives than a Cheshire cat, hasn't he? Grover. And he should have been gone there. Not an easy one on the border of the secret garden. I won't give you my renditions right now, but if you ask me second innings, I might have a few show tunes ready to go for the ECN musical. Well, that's hit, and he's 99 now. Grover. 99 on his back, 99 off his bat. And with 2 chances to bring up an ECN century. By the way, if this hits the pad, you're not running. There's no way. You got it. Get bat on ball. Let's see if he goes for it. Only needs a single now. Fields bat. Not often you get in this position. Grover back into the side on 99. Jacob trying to play the role of spoiler. Oh, he's cracked him in the foot. You would not believe it. 99 and the ankle bone preventing the century. Yowzers. Well, it was more shin than ankle on reflection. Surely can't bottle this, Grover. 99 not out. Last ball to come. Can he do it? Rugov. No, it's wide. Don't run. You want to play a real strategic error. You run there and you cost him his chance. Lakov, or the true heartbreak story, he's going to be stranded in the high 40s. Good average booster, though. Like I said, not often you see 100 here in Bulgaria. Last ball, 99 for Grover. In the air. Going, gone. Maximo! And Grover brings up his maiden ECN century of 33 balls off the last ball of the innings. It was heart-in-your-mouth stuff. And he has propelled the Spartans to 169 for 1 off the 10 overs. And even that last shot, he took it on. It wasn't a perfect drivable length, but look at that smile. And that's good sportsmanship as well. Joe's first one over there. He's going to finish 105 not out. But look at all those runs in front of the wicket. And, well, Chris say, hey, about me? I gave up my 50 so that he could get 100. But, yeah, I love that. Great team spirit from the Spartans. Grover, well, he wasn't out there straight away because they decided to open with Lakov and Dunbar this time. And Dunbar, well, he seemed to be putting something together, a 4 and a 6. Lakov was a good choice, looks in good form, making good decisions at the crease, keeps the ball on the ground a fair bit more. But Dunbar showed a little bit of the ball to a fielder. Once again, Pulos took the catch. He was out for 13, but that would be the only wicket that the All-Stars would be able to celebrate in the first innings of match number 20, as this partnership would grow, and it would grow, coming together at 23. They end up putting on 146, but I will say it's a mixture of good batting, but also a few unforced errors from the fielding side, a few leaking through on the ground, and Grove got a sniff, didn't he, towards the end. Just thought, could he do this? Tyrone Peters in prime position to field, but Grover then got a sniff and just kept the dream alive. And I think credit to Lakov, he's the ultimate team guy. I say it quite a lot, but he was very, very keen to just kind of stay out the way, see if Grover could bring up the milestone. As things were getting tight through the 80s, through the 90s. And it wasn't chanceless, was it? We saw a couple go down, including one in the 90s. As this was the one, he went from 99 to 105 off the very last ball after a miss, after a wide down the leg side. But congratulations to Raghav Grover, his first ever ECN century. 105 off 33, an innings that contained 14 Maximos and only 2 fours. So striking 92 of those runs in boundaries. Lakov bats through the innings, doesn't have too much of the strike. Deserved a 50, really. That would have been his second of the day, but finishes 48 not out. Dunbar, the only casualty, out for 13. Well caught at cover. Joe stands out from the crowd, doesn't he, with 1 for 6, including a wicket maiden in the third, but the last 7 overs would take off. And the last 7 overs providing 146 runs at a magical pace, about 21 and over in that partnership. Some of those bowling figures will make your eyes water. We'll take a break then. Congratulations once again. Another personal milestone achieved on the network. Raghav Grover with 105 not out, but the job not done yet. And the Spartans, well, they'll be hoping that they can get all 4 points here. From memory, probably looking at kind of 118 or so to defend for the 4. And they'll feel that's very achievable and maybe catch up some of those points they missed earlier on in the day. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and see you for more random questions and more fun times when we return to Bulgaria in a few moments for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us. And what drama we saw in the first half of Map 20 of this European Cricket Series in Bulgaria, with a century, the first of the week, to Raghav Grover, brought back into the side for the BCC Spartans. And he peeled off 100 off 33 balls and dramatically bringing it up off the very last ball of the innings. There you can see the equation for 4 points. And I think that the Spartans fancy their chances for this. They would need to keep the All-Stars 118 or less. That means that All-Stars will need 119 plus for a point, which seems a bit of a tough ask. Having said that, it's about an average score. About 120 is the average through this series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. On a sunny Thursday afternoon. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. So, can they find someone that can have some super heater? Especially, not going to be easy. Got Ali Rasool, who's back in the lineup. He's going to be a testing left-arm bowler. Yeah, Corey was mentioning that he thinks Ali Rasool's one of the most underrated bowlers in Europe. Maybe he's got his eye on him for Western Shield. I don't know, but yeah, Ali, ready to go. Rafi will be facing up. 170 for the win, 119 for the point. And if you do want to chase 170, probably wouldn't advise the leave first ball. All right, hey, I haven't read this yet, but I've seen it's been coming in. We're talking about the ECN musical. Of course, AI doing most of the work. So it's called T10 Fever, the ECN musical. I love this cream. Literally, I'm reading it for the first time as we go. It's a piece of this, Rafi. Not a bad shot at all. And there's the first boundary of the response. Not really full enough to swing that time from Ali Rasool. So yeah, the setting is a vibrant ECN or an ECL tournament in Malaga, Spain. Makes sense. Oh, I love this. It seems dumb, but that's why I like it. Digs it into the pitch. Bit of a cutter there from Rasool. Okay, so the plot is this. Aspiring presenter Elena? Let's say Elena. Teams up with commentators Vinny Sandu and Corey Rutgers to solve the mystery of a cursed cricket ball disrupting the T10 tournament while pursuing her broadcasting dreams and a romance with a quirky player, Luca. Oh, Luca Petro plays for Romania. All right, big swing from Rafi, and that'll go down into the jungle. Good luck finding that. Second boundary of the over. This gives us more time to kind of flesh this out a bit. Corey Rutgers' role. Corey is Vinny's co-commentator, bringing a calm, analytical vibe, or calm, with witty, stats-driven songs, contrasting Vinny's high-energy passion. He's skeptical, but joins Elena to break the curse. The curse of the cursed cricket ball. Is it only one ball? Because we've got so many balls. Here's some key songs. T10 Fever, the ensemble opener. Oh, robots. Huge swing from Rafi. For a guy that left the first ball, he certainly changed his tune. So yeah, the commentary box, which is a Vinny and Corey duet, Elena's Dream, solo ballad, The Curse of the Ball, comedic ensemble, Boundary Line Romance, Elena and Luca duet, and Save the Game, the climactic anthem. Whoa, hard hit from Rafi. That's 4. Crashes into the tower. Oh, took off once it passed the boundary line. End of the over. Excellent shot. Holds his shape there. Good luck stopping that. 12 without loss after 1. Golden ball. Oh, hello. Here it comes now. Well, got me excited. That's the bonus point. There we go. 51 matches since the golden ball. I know, because I did the last one. So, what can I say? So, oh yeah, the vibe of the musical is fast-paced, comedic, and heartfelt, with pop and European folk music reflecting ECN's inclusive, high-energy T10 broadcasts. I'm glad that you picked that we're inclusive. We do our best. Grover, do whatever he wants now. He's got a century. He's going to start by trying to break the batter's leg. Los misses out on it.
Keep going, fellas! Keep going, boys!
Yeah, but yeah, we need some Rico Rhino and Tina numbers in it. Yeah. I'm going to ask, let's supplement that AI genius with some other ones. So I wouldn't mind, could we have Charlie as kind of a Phantom of the Opera, kind of reclusive character in a cape that kind of appears, admittedly, it's Charlie's decision to move on, and we wish him all the best with it. Got him. Grover is the best player in the country right now. And he's going to follow up his century by cracking the top of the off stump. And that's the first wicket down, 13 for 1. Yeah, just top of off kind of length. Bang. Ball flies into the jungle. Not his job to fetch it. Huge swing from Rafi, which kind of was a bit of a theme after the first ball of the innings. But he'll have to go for 12, and it's 13 for 1. And so my questions, I do have more questions than anything else. But who's playing Elena? Give us an actress. Just going to go out there and suggest Margot Robbie. I'd like to see her given an opportunity in something like this. Maybe Sydney Sweeney. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One runs, one doesn't. Throws wide, though. And pretty good backing up. Save any run. Yeah, needs some Rico Rhino Tina in it. I love Charlie as a kind of a reclusive character. I'm basically thinking Phantom of the Opera style. I'm not saying evil. I'm just saying, complicated. Standing swat here, but well fielded. Lakov has fielded brilliantly today. And can I also suggest that Nish has a part? And I think Nish could be... I'd love to see some Nish monologues. Maybe for some more comedic relief. Also, wouldn't mind some Phil G, like G-Force things in it. Phil G and Danny duets, good idea. Pretty well bowled by Grover, but even better shot. Great fielding out there from Watmer. This time yesterday, fielded one with his face, which wasn't a great idea. End of the second over, it's 15 for 1. Sir Rob Kemming could be the Wizard of Odds. The Wizard of, well, not Wizard of Odds, Wizard of Oz. Although there is a man called the Wizard of Odds. He's a mathematician. He's in Vegas. He's very famous. Look him up. His name is Michael Shackelford. And I've actually met him, the Wizard of Odds. He has the perfect strategy for every game you could ever imagine. Green thinks Tyrone or Gucci have something to do with the curse. But okay, so who's playing Elena and who's playing Luca? I feel I could do my bit to bring them together. I think Corey would be trying to break them up. Nick and 4. Thank you. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Vortex swallows another ball. Palouse will take 4 runs. Rasul's a good example of one. I actually genuinely think my 2 outfielders are deep third and slightly different deep third. Because it's one area that you can bank. There's going to be a bunch of balls going down there. Now, whether they're going to be able to stop them or not, I've got no idea. Thank you for that, Kroom. Let me try and think up some songs. That's what I was going to do before the break. Full toss, chopped back over the top of Rasul's head. So I'm thinking of a song called like Golden Ball, and it's kind of to the tune of Hollywood. Golden Ball, do-no-no-no-no-no, Golden Ball. Don't want to get done for any copyright because I know my singing is spot on. You be the judge. Again, good length. This one won't leave the infield. 119. That's a more realistic target for the All-Stars. Charlie pulling the strings from the background. Paul saying put Corey in charge of the lighting. Keep him going. This is what random questions are about. This is classic Game 5 chat. Who's playing Elena? All right, that's clean hit from Abraham. Well, he's the one guy. You know, if he's able to do anything like he did before, he can make a game of this. Bang. There's also, I'm picturing a song called Chaka de Fate, and it's a big Bollywood type number. Chaka de Fate, Chaka de Fate. This is classic solo comms Game 5. Slowly losing my mind. And I've written a few songs, not really for commercial use. I was at school, had to write a few songs that went down pretty well. Of course, Charlie is an artist on Spotify. He's got a song, Charlie, before his commentary career. Give us your idea. I mean, how are we going to use Nish? Nish has to do something. Rolling cutter again, Abraham. Little under edge, but gets knocked down. There's Nikolai Nankov. Wasn't he good before with 3 wickets? What are the other songs? Just somebody walking in from stage left. End of the third over, by the way. 27 for 1. Saying, what over is it? The 9th. What happens in the 9th? It all happens in the 9th. And so on and so forth. I mean, it needs a bit of tuning. But, I'm not going to keep singing because it's not really what the broadcast is about. But you never know. Give us some other, maybe just song titles or ideas for the ECN musical. I think we're already selling it out. Phil G could have a cameo with Start the Car. I think that's definitely one that'd be worth looking into. Anyway, right here. 9 and over so far when they needed 17 and over. Here's Gould getting the 4th. And almost missing the pitch. It just bounces on. Definitely not high. We can check this out from front on. It does bounce on the pitch, but only just. Charlie's rap. I like that. Charlie's rap would be good. All right, in the air. Dunbar's lost it, but he wouldn't have got it anyway. Nankov's after it. Oh, proper wipeout style. Love it. The ball before, it's nice actually. You know, Joe's very experienced European cricket umpire, but I love that he gets asked, was it too high? And Joe kind of laughed because it was almost bounced on the crease. At least he asked. Different perspective. Could see that coordination. Poulos takes it on and can't hold on out there. Poulos a bit lucky to survive there. Excellent bowling. I'm not sure if he had the ball, and even so, I think he's. I mean, he's always playing a bit of a guessing game where the line is here. Does creep out, maybe. Did he have the ball anyway? Don't think you can give that out, even if you had the ball. No harm, no foul. This is where we need crew at 2 circles. And they've done this before. Normally it's a bit of a distraction, but you superimpose the white line. And then, but I suppose you need to put it over a line that already exists. Very hard at this time of the day to see. That's a good hit from Poulos. And he's going to put it over the top. Maximo Seis Carreras. Go. Doesn't mind taking the pace off. Tossed up, but well struck. And actually, look at that. Hits the power lines, but not the horizontal power lines. Hit that one more time while they find the ball. Hits the, what do you call it? Like the power post. Track this ball. So what I mean, anything that hits anything that's over the boundary, it's going to be called 6. Watch it. Here it comes. Dunk. That's why I think if it hits the power lines and it's already gone past the boundary, then it should be 6. Maybe that is the case. I've never seen it happen. Oh, thick outside edge this time. End of the over, and the score is 37, sorry. Didn't run there. 37 for 1 after 4. What else have we got here? Yeah, a song called Gotcha. I like that. I like Trip saying there should be a song called Derek's Lament. I love it. Oh, Kroom has said Jacob Tremblay and Anya Taylor-Joy for Luca and Elena, but I have no idea who those people are, and so I am going to have to look them up. Maybe I am getting old. I suppose I am. Depends what you call old. You know what? Jacob Tremblay is a dead ringer from Luca Petre. Look him up. From Romania. Take down the leg side. Okay. Fair enough. The only problem is, is it a problem? Tremblay's 18 and Anya Taylor-Joy is 29. Age is just a number. Anyway, this is hit hard, but their ground fielding's been pretty good today. It's Rasul down there doing the work. Another good take. Yeah, getting it slightly wrong. Again, he's got to be starting it outside the tram line and just trying to sneak him in. Sneak him in. There's a look at century number 45 of the season. Grover, 105 not out of 33. Scoring it off the last ball here in match 20. It's a week since our last one. Meanwhile, Abraham having a pretty good day of his own. He's going to go Maximo Seis Carreras. Seis Carreras. Could that be a song? I suppose everything could be a song. So there's always in a musical, there's going to be some sort of twist. It can't be smooth sailing. They can't just kind of, Luca and Elena can't just get together and that's it. I feel like Corey would plot against a happy ending. Wow, how about that for a shot? Palouse probably feels invincible. It's going to be 4. Bounces just inside. But yeah, he goes the reverse and actually hits it really well. I'm pretty sure it's bounced inside. I think the field is blocking the bounce anyway. But yeah, it's definitely bounced just inside, as signaled as well. Lifted up leg side. Poulos wants more. He's going to get more. And that grip on the point. Not so firm now for the Spartans. Maximo rounds out the 5th over as well. So 58 for 1 after 5. 61 required off 30 for a point. I think the game's out of reach, but still, when they're basically playing for survival, the All-Stars, this is the kind of game they would like to take something out of. Quick look at what's coming up, and I'll do commentator allocations. Rico and Shoban in Bulgaria, with Shoban starting on Saturday. Phil and Rico in Belgium. Phil and Tina in Germany. Phil and myself in Stockholm. Danny's doing the Budapest Cup, which is a simple train ride from Prague. And Wimbledon will be myself, Rico, and Tina. And don't forget, in the middle of Wimbledon, we actually have a bit of extra content with the Gibraltar ECS Saturday and Sunday. Okay, here we go. Watmer gets the ball with his offies, and the first one up in the air, hanging a long time, and a great effort there. Fantastic effort to try and turn that into a catch. That's Ali Rasul. He's a natural left-hander. Man, a long way, but in the end, it'll go down. Reverse, almost takes Adrian's head off. Not an easy position to be in there as a keeper when you see, it looks like they're trying to hit it straight at you. Oh, this one over pitch from Watmer, and he goes the journey. Maximal, 6 runs. Bang. Breaking news on the ground that our main camera operator is Alex, who's up there at the moment. He's been stung by a wasp. Is this true? Is he on the camera right now? Up and over the offside, and that'll run away for another boundary. Okay, but Alex, are you up there? And please give us a thumbs up. And if you can show us where you've been stung, please use discretion. Then let us know. I know you can't really film yourself. Maybe give us the thumbs up. Come back to that in a second. Wow, that's in the air. Has it got the journey? Don't think so. Oh, it's dropped in the shadows. And it's going to run away. It'll be 4 runs in the end. And would you believe it? Well, Lakov's not on the field, actually. So it's Josh Dowling, the 12th man. Oh, well. Tough one when you're in the shadows. That's probably a wide. Can we go back to the camera too? And can I get simple nod the camera for yes or shake your head for no? Firstly, we can do it at the end of the over if we need to. No. So Alex, is that you up there? Yes. Did you get stung by a wasp? Yes. Okay. This is a fun game. So much better than talking. All right. Poulos goes to the leg side. Well handled. 40 for Poulos, will retain the strike, and 6 overs down, 75 for 1. Can we please skip the end of over graphics? I want to go back to, and this is when Alex would normally relax and maybe tend to his wasp sting, bite, whatever, sting, I guess. Alex, did you get stung into place that we could show on camera? I don't mind waiting for a response. What have we got? We've never done this. Every so often, even after 6,000-7,000 games, we find a new way to communicate with the crew. And breaking news, Alex stung by a wasp. And he hasn't missed a beat. He's been brilliant up there on the main camera. All right, let's go. Over 7. Guess who? It's Grover. Hit straight. Watch out, Alex. It's coming. It's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. Good shot. Close. Good job. Keep an eye on for the point. It's tight. Apparently he's getting abused. I'm not None of it's coming my way. I'm more concerned for Alex because we know some wasps can emit a toxin that creates hysteria, and know that he's about 5 stories up in the camera tower. Trips had dropped in the shadows could be a great song. All right, this one is going to get away, and that's going to be 4 more. 50 for Pelosi. Good innings from him. Brings it up off 18 balls. Been a fighting knock. Can he help the All-Stars to a point? Maybe more. His job's only just starting. I know I almost heard where he got stung, but then you cut out your month, so you're going to have to tell me in my ear again. He got stung in the... near his ankle. All right, well, that's not so bad. I was scared when he said he got stung in the... and then the transmission cut out. All right. Well, it is random question time, random chats time, and the musical has been amazing. But I'm going to move on to another one, which is, when have you been stung by something, and is it kind of silly or funny? I once rode my scooter into a bee and got stung just above my eyebrow. It's more that I think I just crushed the thing. I only had the sunglasses on and the helmet. Oh, gee, speaking of helmets, I think that one's ricocheted up off the arm. Man, straight away, a bit of concern for the bat. Let's have a look. Coming forward. Oh, it's actually top edged it. Oh, where'd that hit him? That's that nasty spot. It's almost under the helmet, isn't it? That can be nasty. We know that. I'm glad that Abraham just is going to get checked out quickly, but didn't get knocked off his feet. Yeah, Ash at Save Derek saying the Wasp is getting revenge for Rico swallowing that fly yesterday. Too right. We know that getting hit just under the helmet can be very, very dangerous. We know that now. But he seems okay. And that makes me very relieved. Still, yeah, give us your sting stories. Big shout out to all the crew on the ground there, the blue crew, working very hard to bring you the action. But yeah, getting a bit more attention. If you remember yesterday, I was on when we had the concussion test that was more like what you see in Texas when they pull you over for driving under the influence. It was a lot of standing on one leg, touching your nose, singing ABCs. But I wonder if they might actually think he's been a bit shaken up here. No, he's getting the gloves back. It's like getting the keys back to the car, getting your gloves back, saying, okay, you're good to continue. 33 off 20 for a point. Remember, the Spartans didn't take a single point out of their first game where things went really south. Seems a long time ago now. I think I was on my way back from the airport from Finland in that first game. I went down to the Ravens, getting done for just 55. All right. Abraham, he's going to hit back, but he might not last. Oh, what is it about this time of the day? I mean, normally a very safe pair of hands, but this just bursts through. At least this one doesn't take any face. Sets himself. Where does it go wrong? Just left a little bit of a gap between the hands, and it burst through. Almost went over his palms. Oh, that's going to be a tough take. Great effort, actually, from Dunbar to save a boundary. It's been Minimo Central at times today. Excellent piece of keeping. I know it doesn't glove it cleanly, but it was destined for the boundary. This is going to be worked, and well done by Nankov. I'd love to see him get a bowl, actually. He was so good earlier on. He deserves it. Took 3 wickets. He might be going now, the way he's running in. Again, ball that probably should have gone to the boundary, but yeah, the old leg first long barrier from Nikolai does the job, and that's 7 overs down. Looks like he's going to have a bowl. It's 88 for 1 after 7. Let's have another look at what's coming up tomorrow with the All-Stars in action with 3 more games. So they play the first game. They also play the last 2 games. So similar sort of program today. Trachea back on the park tomorrow. And the Spartans will play games 3 and 4 tomorrow. Join Rico full 5:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 in India for day 5 of this European cricket series. All right, well, Nankov on. Nankov out of the ground. Maximal. Good start. Abraham, he's had a brilliant day. Maybe it's a start of something for the All-Stars today, even if they can take a point out of this one. They did have a good win over Plovdiv. In the end, you just have to make it into the 4, and then you've got some sort of chance. Nankov again, probably slightly short. Well fielded by Rasul. Proper Tortuga time. Then, did he just throw it to nobody? I'd love to track the ball. I don't think they noticed, but I'm pretty sure that Rasul, when he throws it about 2 meters. Maybe we can keep that replay in a minute if Alex's sting isn't too bad. Well bowled by Nankov. That's a better length. Pitch up, trying to draw the batter forward, but not quite a full toss. $24 or 15 for a point. Can the Spartans sweep all 4 into the basket here? Like Nankov's bowling, though, it's simple. Sometimes that he's an awkward kind of middle pace, isn't he? So I'll be back on tomorrow just to give Rico a break, but then I'll have a little bit of a break for the weekend. I know that I'm covering Wednesday for Showbun, the T20s. That's a good hit. And Abraham, he's been hit, but he's also done a bit of hitting, moves into the 30s. Maximal! Just going back to stung by a bee. One thing in Australia, it's very classic to step on one, especially around a pool. But my mum, he came over to Europe. She's been over a couple of times with my dad. But we had some time in Prague just before ECC. She got stung while at a cafe. I don't think I've ever even seen a bee in Prague. Fraction short again, and a great effort, but it's going to be 6 more. Maximal. Abraham doing the double for the All-Stars. Picks out the line of the fielder perfectly, but just gets it over the top. That's a great shot, what the fielder was trying to do. So 108 for 1 after 8 overs. Yeah, so, yeah, bee stung in Europe. Can happen. Alex, how are you feeling? Tell me. Are you okay? Are you feeling a little bit woozy? Is someone going to have to help him down from the tower? Alex, speak to me. Is anyone moving that camera anymore? Don't speak to me, but give me emotion. Oh, something's moving. Is he crying? Looks like some gentle sobbing. No, he's not crying. That's good. Oh, now he's talking to me, but I can only hear him now. Alex, I know I can hear you in my ear. Can you please go back to strict yes or no camera movements? But if you are, now you are talking to me in words. Tell me what happened. Tongue on the back of the leg, he said. He said he had to pull it out. It was dangling on the back of his leg. Oh, boy. And Alex, have you had any treatment? By the way, he said he put some water on it, but no one's been there to help you? I mean, the medic going up the tower isn't something we've seen before, even though we've had the occasional incident where someone's been hit by a grizzly. Big swing and a miss. 10 off 10 for a point, but something tells me it's still alive. If you get one of these guys out, you batter the crease maybe. So he's put water on it. Isn't there someone that's meant to cover you, Alex? All right, high. Big moment. Catch it. You got a shot at the 4 points. It won't get there in the end. That's Lakov back on the field now. It's classic. It's been a long day from Lakov because I wonder if he thinks it's definitely on the outer bounds of what he might be able to reach. Alex is a good commentator. Maybe in the last over of the day, I'll get Alex to commentate in my ear and then I'll just say it for the audience. Alex based in Latvia now, but grew up playing cricket in England. Actually, I'll give you these 2 balls, Alex. Are you hearing me? You give me the commentary, and I'm going to take your words to the world, even though you've been stung by a wasp, and that's the only reason we're doing this. Make your dreams come true. ECN commentator, Alex. He says he just wishes Pavel was bowling. Struck. There we go. Okay, he's got that. Wise words. I do commentate like a real person. Jacob, okay, Jacob. It's guide. Does he get a second chance for what, Matt? And he puts it down again. I think he threw it away. Back to me now. Great cameo there, Alex. And you've kept the game alive to a last over. Watmer, he has some sort of condition that doctors call can't catch after 5 p.m. You know, some people check out of the office after 5. Well, that's basically Jack after 5. Might as well sit him down anyway. It's the end of the over. And then he threw it to nobody. I'm pretty sure that was 2, wasn't it? Yeah, 114 for 9. So where are we at? They need 5, don't they? They need 5 off this over to get the point. All right. Jack's alive. All right. I mean, they should get 5, but they're not going to get themselves. Is that his hat down at the bottom of the stumps? Look at this. Can we zoom in on their hat? The umpire hasn't realised Jack's left his hat on the stumps. That's proper village. All right. 4 to not win, but 4 for the point. All right. In the air. And that's going to travel. They will get a point. Okay. I don't know. When the umpire moves slightly out of the way, can we please zoom in on the hat on the stumps? Because the blue crew might have gone to sleep as well. Because they'd be radioing and saying, hey, look at that hat. That doesn't belong there. You could almost say it'd be 5 runs if it hits the hat. Well done to the All-Stars. They've earned their point. Now, Watmer probably wished he'd checked out at 5 p.m. because that's going to go the journey as well. Maximo. They won't get anywhere near the 170, but they have batted well enough to get the point and they deserve it. Well done with these two. Good partnership. Hatgate still out there. Got to say, great work by 2 circles. Well, that's a good shot as well. Up and over the top, but what a catch. Oh, it's a highlight. And it will end Poulous's innings of 68. Considering some of the drop catches, I'm a little bit surprised that was taken, but a fantastic bit of athleticism out there. Throws the hands. And probably, I mean, might have even gone for 6. Would have been pretty close. Would have bounced around the rope. But what a good innings from Jinu. Saves the point for his side. And who knows, that could make all the difference about whether they make it or not to finals day. Getting some good feedback on Alex's commentary from Ash at Save Derek. Great commentating, Alex. Made me feel like I was there. I don't think I've ever commentated when I've just been stung by a wasp. So well done. All right. A little bit of a just seeing out the day now. It's going to be the captain, Harry Kumar. Make sure he gets another hit. Watmo with a wicket there. Now, low full toss. Akshay hits it down the ground, but a fumble. Oh, Jacob Gould. Maybe that hit a B, but it got away from him. So, Watmo had his moment, but can't take a trick. Still, Spartans, I think they're a bit of a smoky in this competition because they could beat anybody at any time if it goes right for them. Last ball of the day coming up. And it's a skewed edge, and that fittingly will finish in the vortex for 4. So Harry Kumar with a couple of boundaries. Watmo will finish 1 for 38. And the BSCU All-Stars finish on 135. So just only 34 runs in it in the end. Tailored 2 partnerships. So that first innings partnership between Chris Lakov and Raghav Grover providing the basis of that huge score of 169. But a decent second wicket partnership here as well. It was worth 114 between Pulos and Shibin Abraham. Abraham has a pretty good day in the end. Hits 5 sixes in that innings. But the All-Stars, they do take a win out of their day. And also they pick up that point towards the end. But they've got a big program tomorrow. They'll play 3 times. You can join Rico Full, who will be back. You can ask him all about his day off. 5:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe. And 11:15 in India. Ali Rasool back into the lineup. That had a bit of a mixed time early. And for the All-Stars, I mean, pretty evident that the 170 was going to be beyond them. But they had this secondary target, didn't they? Have the 119. And Grover, he made the game his own, didn't he? Crashing that one into the top of off stump. Maybe middle stump. But that would be the only thing to celebrate for a while, as Pulos was joined by Shibin Abraham, and they would put on 100 partnerships. So congratulations to them. But the biggest thing is they had to try and get to that 119, and they got there in the end. And it's because of hitting like this. We saw 11 sixes in the innings, and all 11 were hit between those 2 batters. 6 sixes for Pulos, 5 sixes to Abraham. He even pulled out the reverse Malachi at one point. And there were some close-ish calls, I suppose. This one would have been out, but yeah, dropped in the shadows. Could be part of the ECN musical. Pulos continued to his 50, and he wasn't quite done yet. Abraham, again, seemed to go up a gear today. And I don't think the BSCU All-Stars are a team that I'd want to play. They're a bit of a bogey team, and they are, again, capable of upsets. You're trying to find enough points to get them into the 4, and then they'll be a bit of a danger team. Good catch, finally broke the partnership. Sid Nair out there on the point boundary. And cool. Well, he was determined to ruin someone's figures. Watmo unfortunately copped it again. And then, fittingly, a day at the cricket in Bulgaria finishes with a ball sucked into the vortex. And the All-Stars finish not a very respectable in other circumstances, or in these circumstances, 135. 68 for Pulos opening the batting, looked good. Abraham with 42 not out. Ruffy was an early casualty, out for 12. And we saw Harry Kumar, the captain, chip in with a couple of boundaries at the end. 1 for 16, Grover continued his good game after his century in the first innings. The other wicket went to Jack Watmo. That shout out to Jacob Gould with the ball at least. He was pretty tight. Mixed up his pace today. Pace off option. None for 16 off his 2 overs. Well, I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. I know it seems a long time ago now, but we had a few technical difficulties at the start of the day, and 2 Circles did a great job sorting that out so we could have uninterrupted final 90% of the day. I want to say well done to all the crew out there and all the players. Yes, it's hot at the moment, and they're working really hard to keep the show on the road. And yeah, particularly well done once again to Two Circles and to Alex for his sting that he has survived and even commentated a couple of balls for us. This is what's coming up tomorrow with 5 more games. Remember, we have tomorrow and Saturday. Then that's it. We have to make the cut. And Sunday will be final Sunday with the top 4 teams competing for the trophy in European Cricket Series Bulgaria 2025. So join Rico for 5:45 a.m. GMT, 7:45 in Central Europe, 11:15 in India. Last day for Rico solo before Shoban joins on Saturday. I'll actually chip in tomorrow for that middle innings of the day so that Rico can have a bit of lunch. I finally did get my lunch just before game 5. I'll tell you what, I might go back for seconds. And when I do, I'll be looking up our European cricket on social media and have a look at what's been posted. Plenty of highlights today, some good catches, some good run-outs as well, and some brilliant batting. Big thanks to everyone in the chat, to Ash, and congratulations on the spanner, Ash, at Save Joke. Just noticed that. Paul Kempin, to Groom, to Trip, and to Johnny Heesum. Everyone in there that's been so great today. And thanks for keeping me company. Rico, he's had his day off, but he's back to the grind tomorrow. Peacock Friday. So bring your best, bring your brightest. Final mention before we go, if you are watching on YouTube, like this video and subscribe to the channel. It does help us. Let's try and push up towards another K, another 1,000 subscribers. Don't forget also our social media, as I said, but also our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, from the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy and the ECN studio, we're going to leave you with some of the best bits of day 4, and then we'll see you tomorrow live from Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series. Stay safe. Have a wonderful night. For now, hasta pronto.
Move my body back and forth. Move my body.